What is up, everybody, and welcome back to the Triple Crown Wargaming Studio with myself, Max the Chieftain Hurley. By my side, I have my pals, my buddies, my compatriots, James the Lawmaster Lamin.
How you doing, everyone?
And Scott the Duke McHugh.
Hello.
Right, and you're back here for another one of our deep dive series. And so the deep dives are a series of videos dedicated to the competitive analysis of every army book and supplement in Warhammer Fantasy 8th Edition. In this video, we'll break down the Orcs and Goblins army book. We'll look at the army specials. Thank you, Scott. He is my book boy for today.
We're all together as well.
We are! We're all back together. It's a rare treat. We'll look at the army special rules, their unique equipment, magic items, and analyse each special character and each unit choice with a dedicated competitive rating system. If you're looking for the ultimate guide to building a competitive Greenskin army, then you've come to the right place. So let's get started with what's going to be going on in the video today. It's going to be broken down to several distinct sections. Firstly, we will outline the rating system and how it works. Then we'll go through the army-wide special rules, and there's a few of them, about 5 or so, I think. And then we'll go through each of the special characters and unit ratings, followed by analysis of the army-specific items and 2 unique laws of magic. And then finally, we'll discuss some sample competitive army lists, both in a non-comps environment and within the framework of the Triple Crown comp system itself. So, without further ado, let's get cracking. So here's a brief explanation / recap, if you already watched the deep dive before, of how the rating system works. Firstly, we'll divide every unit in the Iron Book into battlefield roles. This creates a system that accurately represents how competitive a unit is at its job. Just because a unit won't kill 50 models in a game doesn't mean it's not competitive. The battlefield roles are as follows. Battleline Units, which are the regiments that form the fighting heart of your army. Flanking Units, which are the shock units you hit for hitting enemies in the flanks in support of your battle line. Ranged Units, and these are the units offer you a dedicated shooting threat. Chaff Units, these units that you use for hitting lone targets like war machines and sacrificing for battlefield advantage. Support Units, which are those uniquely Warhammer units that offer buffs or damages unlike anything else. And characters, which is what it says on the tin. And there are 15 different criteria for scoring, however each of the battlefield roles are scored on the 6 criteria which are most relevant for their role. We'll outline which criteria are used for each battlefield role, and the full details of how each criteria is broken down for scoring can be found at triplecrownwargaming.com/the ratings?
The rating system.
The rating system, there you go. No,
We've only done
the
this
big
for,
bucks for
what, 9 months?
This is
I can't be honest, I don't know either.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Unbelievable, absolute amateurs.
I even go on there and read it.
The link will be posted below this video as well. It's pretty in-depth stuff and will be worth checking out to better understand the deep dive content and to help you think critically about your army's units. Each criteria is worth up to 4 points, given a total of 24 for each unit in the army book. The higher that number, the more competitive it is at its job. And the criteria for each battlefield role are, and here we go
Here
again.
we go.
Here we go.
There's people just like, skip.
There are timestamps underneath the video, so you can just
you
go
can just
straight
skip
If
past.
you've seen this before, go to the next.
If you haven't, get ready.
It's a doozy.
You're going to love this.
So, battle line units are scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, command options, survivability, and cost. Flanking units are scored on strength of attacks, number of attacks, special rules, maneuverability this time, survivability, and cost. Ranged units are scored on their threat range, their strength for shot, their accuracy, the versatility at range, their survivability, and their cost. Chaff units are scored on maneuverability, number of attacks, special rules, the slot that they come in, survivability, and cost. Support units are scored on maneuverability, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability, and cost. And finally, characters units are scored on output, special rules, synergy, risk, survivability, and cost. Lots of repetition.
We got 3.
My
A lot of survivability and cost.
Yeah.
My mouth is now dry. And a handy tip in general is that if the unit scores 18 or more, it's a pretty strong choice and very competitive. So now that's out of the way, and if you sat through that with us, good job. Thank you. Makes this all worth it. We're going to move into now the Greenskin special rules. So, now the formalities are out of the way, let's deep dive. And in the Greenskin Army book, we have 4 traditional special rules, and 1 special rule that's kind of like an upgrade. I say it's kind of like an upgrade. It is an upgrade.
upgrade.
It is an upgrade.
In a very real sense, it's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade.
But it's in a
upgrade.
special rule section, so we're going to be
Speaking of that section, I'm going to open my book.
fulfill his job. And the first up, we have the quintessential special rule for the Greenskins, and that is animosity.
Takes up an entire page.
It does take a lot of it. So, purely because there's a lot to read here, I'm going to hand over to my trusty book boy.
Oh, jeez, thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. And he's going to
I'm
go
not even
over
calling him his name. Oh my god.
the book Duke, the Duke book. So now we go to Scott. He's going to read it out for us.
So Orcs and Goblins have a special animosity rule to represent their extreme belligerence. Greenskins will fight anyone, even each other. Animosity is a trait that Orcs and Goblins have to live with. Units that are subject to animosity have it stated in their entry both in the bestiary and army list. This is usually Orcs and Goblins banded together in mobs, and they can turn minor squabbles into full-scale riots, especially when in close proximity to other Greenskin units. It's represented by an animosity test, and it's taken at the start of the turn during each of your turns. So it's only your sort of the controlling player's turn.
Yeah,
You take
the Orcs and Goblins player's turn.
Player turn.
And you take a test per unit that's subject to animosity, with the following restrictions. Units only test if they contain at least 5 models. Units that aren't engaged in combat don't test. That are engaged in combat don't test. Units garrisoning a building don't test. And units fleeing or currently off the battlefield don't test. You roll a d6 for each eligible unit. If the dice roll is a 2 or more, the unit behaves normally. If it's a 1, then it's failed its animosity test and you roll on the table. Did you want me to go through the table results as well?
No, if you wouldn't mind, go for the table results for me as well.
Sure, no problem. I'll just do your job for you. So, on a 1, it's...
Just you wait till later on.
On a 1, it is get 'em. You inflict d6 strength 3 hits on the closest friendly unit that has 5 or more models, is subject to animosity, and is within 12. The victim, if there is one, then inflicts d6 strength 3 hits back. In both instances, hordes inflict 2d6 strength 3 hits instead of d6. Neither unit can charge or move in the movement phase, cast spells, nor shoot. If the victim has not yet taken an animosity test, then it does not need to do so this turn. If there isn't an eligible victim, the unit will squabble instead, which I'll get to in a second. Wounds caused by the get 'em result never cause panics.
It's just brutal, isn't it? It's just a brutal
It's not so much the hits, it's more it stops you from doing anything.
Yeah, that's the problem, yeah. I mean, see any battle report where I use Orcs and Goblins on this channel.
The first time you used Orcs and Goblins was in the most recent narrative. You actually got that result.
On the first test.
It was quite bad.
Hilarious. So 2 to 5 is squabble. If it's possible to do so, the unit must declare a charge against the closest enemy unit in the charge subphase. If the unit is unable to declare a charge, then a rowdy squabble breaks out and the unit may not move in the movement phase, cast spells, nor shoot this turn.
Again,
not good.
It's ruthless.
And 6 is will show 'em. Pivot the unit on the spot to face the nearest visible enemy unit and then make a full non-march move in a straight line towards it. If there is no visible enemy, the unit must move straight ahead instead. If it's impossible for the unit to pivot to face the closest enemy, it will pivot towards it as far as it can and will then move as far forward as it can while still keeping the enemy within its forward arc. After the move is complete, the unit must declare a charge in the charge subphase against the closest visible enemy unit if it is possible to do so. If the unit cannot declare a charge, then it may carry on with the rest of its turn normally, as if it had not yet moved this turn.
The only result that's good.
Yeah. Literally the only result.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, it's absolutely insanely good in the right scenario.
Yeah.
It's classic Orcs and Goblins.
If you roll the right things
roll
at
the
the
right
right
things
time,
at the
they're
right
insane.
time, they're insane, yeah.
Yeah.
And then suddenly your Morathai that was behind me about to purple sun me has just been charged by 40 Savage Orcs.
Yeah. So that's the general gist of animosity. There's bits and pieces about character animosity and mounts.
Yes.
If a character in the unit that fails an animosity test is subject to the animosity itself.
Yes.
Because I think they struggle to control the boys around them.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean,
Saying along those
to
lines.
be fair, I mean, you can't do any spells.
Can't do
You
spells.
can't do this, you can't do that. It's pretty clear
Yeah.
that the characters are suffering if they're part of the units.
Yeah. The only exception to that is Black Orc characters who get their own special rule for just such an occasion, which is Quell Animosity, which we'll go on to when we get to Black Orcs.
We won't.
We won't because we don't do Black Orc characters.
We don't do characters.
So essentially, they stop you or if you fail the animosity test.
So Black Hawk character is in a unit of the 1,000 animosity. The unit takes D6 strength 5 hits with all the modifiers as well that they can't take panic tests for, and then they can't pass on the animosity test.
Yeah.
So
So that's big.
that's why
Yes.
Black Hawk characters are fairly competitive.
Are common. We will
Yeah.
do one Black Hawk character today.
We will go over one of them.
Hashtag just saying.
Yeah. So this rule is saying that you really need to plan your army list around, to be honest, and it's saying that it's an omnipresent threat to your battle plans.
Yeah, and it's I think that's a fair point, but it's really hard to plan your army around that rule as well.
It is.
Because I'll spread my units out so they can't like animosity each other. What's the range on it? Is it
12?
For the one that get them,
for the one that hits.
Yeah,
units
so
as well.
that's not going to work, is
No.
it?
I said there are a few ways to mitigate. Obviously, you just take units that don't have animosity, which there are a few that don't have animosity. You take black orc characters, which we just spoke about, or you take a couple of special characters. Some of the special, about 3 of them do have rules to improve animosity tests. Overall, it's a hindrance, but it's something you really can't avoid.
Especially if you come up against a Bretonian with that Orc-Bane shield.
Yeah.
Fail it on a 1 or a 2.
That 15-point magic iron,
Terrifying.
terrifyingly worth it on the
4th 1-up armor save, absolutely terrifying.
But anyway, so my last point here is
Shake's head.
my last point here is that elves have always strikes first. We have animosity.
Look, Max, we're better than you and we know it.
Well,
Yeah.
moving on, and next up we have choppers, and we're now on to the good stuff. And I'll read this one because there's not a lot to read on this one, so I'll do it myself.
I just cherry picked the good ones.
I'll tell you the rules I want to talk about. So a unit that has choppers gains +1 strength in the first round of combat, and it's in addition to any item or spell that they have or are affected by. It's pretty big. Like so, great weapons, magic weapons, spells, it's all included. And this is not when you charge. This is when if you're charged as well.
Package holiday special, or if you will, it's all inclusive.
Oh, in fact, the orcs at charge. This is. Bear in mind, this is only on orc units.
Yes.
It's not on goblins. It's not on any like the other races.
4 goblins.
Yeah. It's not any like the other like trolls
Or anything like that.
anything
yeah.
that's
It's
not
just
an
the
actual
actual orcs.
the actual orc. And it includes all characters and all the special characters as well. But yeah, it's like you don't have to charge like dwarf and resolute. You have to charge to get the +1 strength, which is half of them anyway because they're stunties.
Yeah, because they're short movement.
Yeah, we can just see the charge coming, crack knuckles, and just bulge muscles and start bashing heads in.
I really like choppers.
Choppers is very good.
It's for me.
It's caught me out a few times as well,
Yeah,
just forgetting they have it.
It means that they're a threat even against monsters. Because very often you can get strength 5 units with lots of attacks as a result of it, which is enough for most monsters.
To be honest, Orcs and Goblins, I find Orcs and Goblins don't particularly have a hard time dealing with monsters as is anyway.
Really?
They don't. They have a lot of other tools they can use.
They have a lot of immune psych access actually.
Immune
as
psych,
well.
a lot of poison access.
So so that they're already good there. So
But just choppers, it just lets like elves you're winning on 2s in the first round, which can devastate. And if you're playing Battle of the World Dragon, if you're playing high elves of Battle of the World Dragon, you don't have a lot of magic.
we talk so much
Yes,
about
because
it.
I don't like
You weren't here for the dwarf one, and we were talking about it a lot in that video as well.
Well, my point is if you
Spoilers.
my point is if you are playing high elves with the botwood, your units don't have a lot of magic attacks as it is anyway. So your strength 5, you're in those white lines on 2s.
It's devastating against undead. I think me and Scott will both attest to that. Savage Orcs are one of the worst units to have to fight with undead. They're terrifying.
Even against Ports concerned like Warriors of Chaos, he's strength 5, you're in them with 3s. If they're tooled up how they should be, they've got like 6 of armor save.
The thing I think stands out about this rule for me is it's consistently really strong.
Yeah.
And I never really feel like I've paid for it on the Orcs.
No, they are.
If I take Orc units, or even if I'm playing against them, I always look and think, I just don't really feel like I paid for that choppers rule. You know, like I got that as a bit of a Brucey.
Yeah.
Sorry,
bonus.
that's me just going into
The Brucey bonus.
can't be anything if we're not. Again, as I've said on these videos before, the price is right. There was a United Kingdom version of that television show, UK version. It was hosted by a man called Bruce Forsyth, National Treasure, God rest his soul. And one of the bonuses on that, I think it was Price is Right. You got a Brucey bonus, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Bruce Forsyth, legend.
You're old,
Brucey bonus.
you're old enough to watch this program.
I am old enough to watch that program.
I watched it when I was a kid. I don't remember anything.
Well, I
about
wasn't exactly old, mate. I
Well.
didn't watch it in my pipe and slippers, did I?
it. Older than us, anyway. But anyway, so choppers, it's a very good rule. It's consistent. You don't even have to do much to get most out of it. You just have to be charged.
You just have to fight.
Just fight in combat, which is where you want to be with Orcs and Goblins. So that's that. And then now we're going to move on to size matters, which is the name of the rule. It's not just a general feeling about the world life. Right, so Orc units ignore panic tests caused by goblins, snotlings, and snotling pump wagons. This extends to affected units that are entirely crewed by or ridden by goblins, such as war machines and arachnarok spiders. So it's handy for chaff. It's handy for chaff play because you don't have any Orc chaff units apart from if you go like boar boys, if you're crazy enough to do that. So yeah, even if that giant spider is running away, the goblins on top. Oh, that's why they're running away. Those goblins are there. They're scaredy cats.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really get the whole spider thing, but I understand the.
You see a spider running around. It's only because the goblins are told them to.
It's a clarifying point, I think.
Yeah.
So you can flee through your orc units with your chaff units if you want to. If you want to use.
That's a strong tactic, though.
Yeah, it is a tactic that I've seen being used with Chaos Doors. I've tried to use my Chaos Doors recently. Not had much success with it, but I've tried to. It's the same sort of rule at that point in time.
Yeah.
But you can just put a line of like a 20-man line of like night goblins in front of your army, or just regular goblins, and just have them flee for your units and just go from there.
As they would say in the olden days, you can lobeth your fanatics.
Lobeth the fanatics.
And fleeth from the enemy.
Oh, fanatics.
Without any panic.
We're going to get into fanatics later on.
I got to be honest, this is one of those rules that is, in some army books would be good. In this army book, I think is excellent. Because those orc leadership is not good.
No.
And so I think you do see people build competitive Orcs and Goblins armies that have maybe 1 or 2 orc units at a max. And I think part of that is because they do not like the panic checks. And this helps with that. And anything that means you don't take a test is in general worth having, even if it doesn't come up that often. So not bad.
One last point I've got to say is that you can put orc characters into goblin units, but if you do that, you then take panic tests. Because that one orc is running away with the goblins.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you want to give your goblins better leadership, you can just be wary of it. And lastly is the actual special rule. We have Fear Elves, which is exactly what it says on the tin. The goblin fears the elf. And the pointy they find... What's the word?
Elves are haughty, unnatural, and stink funny.
That is right. They are right. Two right.
Which is more than enough to unnerve such a cowardly race.
Yeah, so every goblin has this. So night goblin and regular goblin. Cavalry have it. The only ones that don't have it is squeak oriented goblin units.
So squig hoppers or squig
hoppers and squig herbs.
Yeah, they're immune to psychology
anyway,
aren't they? So.
Not much to say here, except that the fact that leadership on these units is awful.
Yeah, it's not great.
He's poor.
So
worse than orcs.
It is worse than orcs himself. It's like leadership 5 and leadership 6 respectively.
Yeah.
Night goblins are lower, and the goblins are the higher ones. So be careful when playing the pointy years. But it might not come up all the time because there's only 3 races. Yeah. There's only 3 armies in the game.
To be fair as well, I've said this a lot. I think Orcs and Goblins are really tough for elves.
They are.
Lots of automatic hit type stuff and lots of bodies so they can throw at it and they don't massively care. Like that rule actually gives is a big swing for them in a positive fashion because without it, I think they'd struggle even more. And I never really fancy Orcs and Goblins when I'm using my elves.
And even then, to be honest, weapon skill of Goblin, Night Goblin or regular is 2. And a lot of the elite elf stuff is weapon skill 5.
Yeah,
so not 5
they're
anyway.
not actually making a difference.
No, it's only against like the core elves, like spear elves,
yeah.
or like what's the other ones? Dread spears.
And actually, you know what? It's not though because they still hit you on a 3. It's only you hitting.
It's only you hitting them.
Yeah.
And you want to hold them in place for your stuff to hit them in the sides.
Yeah, for your mangle squigs to go.
But that's it for actual rules, and then we're gonna have an upgrade rule, which is big uns. And for a set points value per model, and the usual amount is 2 points per model. The upgrade usually consists of the model getting +1 to their strength and weapon skill. But you can only have 1 unit of big uns per army, so you got to pick wisely, unless you take a certain special character, which we'll get into later. Safe to say this is a staple of many armies, and I think the one you always see is Savage Orc big uns.
Yep.
So that's one you always... and as I said, in one unit in particular is infamous for that upgrade, which is the Savage Orcs.
We'll discuss that when we get to them.
We will discuss them when we get to them. The point note here is I won't be including big uns upgrade in our rating system. I'll be doing the base ratings. But if you want the unit to be big uns, just give it +1 to its score because you get +1 to their strength value.
That's it.
But it is a good one. It's cheap. It's pretty cheap to be honest as well. Like if you look at something like Quick Storm Vermin, that's 4 points per model.
Yeah, they get a point of initiative, a point of weapon skill, and a point of strength.
I don't think they get the initiative. They're already initiative 5.
No, they're 4.
Are they 4?
Yeah, they get 3 upgrade values.
Okay.
But again, you go, right, I'm paying a point for the initiative, a point for the weapon skill, 2 points for the strength.
Yeah.
Which is probably about right here. I'm paying 2 points and getting strength and weapon skill.
Yeah.
So I'm doing quite well.
Yeah.
So that's...
Good value upgrade, that is.
Good value upgrade. And that's it. One unit per army.
Another reason I think why you don't see a lot of all units.
Yeah, because you want them all to be big.
Because you want them all.
You can only have 1.
Yeah, that's it.
But that's it. There's 4 special rules and 1 upgrade rule, and so we're gonna finish special rules there, and now we're gonna move into our special characters. Well, not special character units and special character ratings.
Yeah, we've got it the wrong way around.
Oh, wrong way around the sheet.
That's not Max's fault. That is my fault. Sorry.
Back in a sec. So, firstly, we've got to address the squig in the room. Is anyone going to do it?
No.
No?
I'm going to do it, I lied.
Someone's going to try and do a squeak impression. So, the squeak in the room, which is generic character profiles. When putting together a system of rating choices in Warhammer that actually has value, it's incredibly difficult to do this for generic characters. Units like the War Boss, or the 3 different types of War Boss you have access to, have so many options that undoubtedly the choices you make at this stage will define the competitive value of such a choice. So during this deep dive, we won't be covering generic character choices. I'm very happy about that because there's about 15
certainly a lot.
There's a lot.
generic characters.
Yeah.
But we have devised a way to get a rating system for all of them for all you watching. When you come up with your generic characters build, head over to triplegroundwargaming.com and put the character through the rating system we use for special characters in these deep dive videos. That way you will get a competitive rating for your build that will compare directly to the ratings we give here. Alternatively, drop us over your army list with the character in it and we'll take a look at it and try and feature it in a future video. Or do both. You can do both, it's up to you. With that out of the way, let's divide those army book units into respective categories and give them their competitive score. Remember, if we feel a unit could be used in multiple categories, we'll put them into multiples. And there's a few in this one, to be honest. And then so we're going to start with Battleline Units for the Greenskins, and that is Orc Boys, with a Z, Savage Orcs, Goblins, Night Goblins, Black Orcs, Night Goblin Squig Herds, and Trolls.
Just the 7 then.
Seven, whereas compared to my first deep dive, which Beastman had 4.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Alright, so Orc Boys, they come with a competitive rating of 11. They get 1 for their strength of attacks, 2 for the number of attacks. I've given them additional hand weapons just to be on the safe side there. 2 for special rules, 2 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. Just a pretty standard core unit, to be honest, to start with. They have an extra point of toughness over most core units.
Yeah, toughness 4 is nice.
Toughness 4.
Randomly, their unit champ is strength 4.
he's big un.
Yeah, big uns lead the unit, so
Yeah.
that's why you never really see that difference, because you only ever see them being taken as big uns. Unless you're just taking multiple units of Orc Boys.
He's also +1 weapon skill, so yeah, he's literally a big one with an extra attack.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, they're you'd get the same score if you took shields, it's worth pointing out as well. I know you've done additional hand weapons for this one. We were chatting about it before we started filming today, and
you get an additional point of survivability.
But lose a point of attack.
The only way they go down in cost is if you take spears, because you don't get a parry save, and
down in rating.
Sorry, you won't get a parry save and you won't get additional attack.
Well, you might get one on the special rules though for fighting extra ranks.
Yeah,
see?
Talking about that, they do have quite a good variety of options for the full command.
Yep.
They have spears, additional hand weapons, or shields. Or not all shields, they can take shields as well. And they can be upgraded to big uns. And what we'll say about big uns is, for whatever random reason, if they go big uns, they get a 50-point magic banner as well.
Yeah, so they can't take any magic banner as standard.
No.
But
if you go big uns,
they can then suddenly take a 50-point.
They get the gold standard of magic banner.
Yeah, so they'll go up to 13, I think it is, for the score if you go big uns.
Oh, yeah, 14.
14? Strength 4 as well, 14 if you go big uns.
So they are the one that gets the massive jump for being big uns, aren't
they?
Again, so base orc though, they're on strength 3, but choppers helps with that, as it always does.
Yeah.
So it helps low strength value. In my opinion, additional weapons is probably the best option. And they're cheap enough that you can just spam them and just mitigate the lack of save.
Yeah, 6 points is okay.
I think they're
7
with additional weapons.
Yeah.
9 if you go big uns. Even a big un with additional weapons, they're still cheap.
I think if you're going to do that though, I think you go Savage Orcs at that point.
Yes,
which we'll talk about in a minute.
Literally after this bit.
I think if you go big uns, I'd probably take the shield.
Yes.
Because I've invested the points. I'd probably want that little bit of extra survivability in them. So they come with like armour, Scott?
They do.
Yeah, so I'd probably want that 5 up, 6 up. Yeah, make them sort of grind. They grind quite well as big uns.
They do grind quite well.
Because you can put the magic banner on them for extra leadership, standard discipline.
War banner if you want.
Or even raise a standard.
Race down, strength 5 arm piercing. Tasty. That's all, boys. So that's them out of the way. You don't really see them much off. You don't really see them much because of the next unit, which is Savage Orcs. And they come in with a competitive rating of 14 at a base value.
Yeah, and that's spicy for a core unit, isn't it?
And it's spicy for a core. I think the only thing that came with beating has probably been Warriors of Chaos.
That type of unit, really elite core.
So, we get there with 1 for strength attacks, because they are still the base value of strength 3. 3 for the number of attacks. Again, I've given them additional hand weapons. 3 for special rules, 2 for command options, 2 for survivability, and 3 for cost. They are the most taken core unit in the book, next to Night Goblins.
Yeah.
Frenzy and Choppers, fantastic combo. You just go in hand with it, and you give additional hand weapons for 3 attacks per model. Again, another varied range of just additional equipment they can take.
Yeah, so they've got the same. They've got spears and additional hammerpin and shields. They can also take bows.
We'll talk about bows later on in the deep dive as well.
Yeah, you've got a big stabber as
Big
well,
stabber,
which gives it impact hits D3.
If you want to find it, it does other bits and pieces as well, I think. Yeah, so...
Whilst he is looking for that, I'll make a point here, because these are all about competitive armies and competitive ratings. Never, ever take a shield on Savage Orcs.
No.
It's just the worst thing you can choose to do.
It's a 6-up armor save, and you don't get parry save because you already have war paint.
Yeah, and even if you didn't, you wouldn't get a parry save because you're frenzied.
And that as well, yeah. That's
it's just a complete waste of time to take the shield.
Waste of time and points. So.
And it's a waste of a hand that could be holding a second hand
an
weapon.
additional ammo weapon. So yeah, so they have war paint, which gives them a base 6-up ward save.
Yeah.
Which is really good.
I've also found the big stabbers.
There we
go. So you can be upgraded to include big stabbers. It's represented by one or more models with a big stabber.
It's a big stabber.
Yes. A unit of Savage Orcs that includes big stabbers and has 2 or more ranks of at least 5 models has the impact hits D3 special rule. And you choose a single model in the front rank to be the one who's doing those impact hits.
Mm-hmm.
They're at strength 5, and against any large target, they also have multiple wounds D3.
Yeah,
It's okay.
They're interesting, aren't they? I think to my memory, they're about 20 points.
20 points.
Yeah, so I think that's expensive. I've got quite a few conditions I have to meet as well.
You have at least 10 models.
And I've got to be in the right formation.
Two ranks of
point, yeah. And then, really, I want to charge large targets to get the maximum. And if I'm honest, something you talked about, I alluded to earlier, there's probably better units for taking on large targets in this book.
Yeah.
These guys excel at just mincing enemy infantry and even
units,
cavalry, if I'm honest, because if you go for the big uns, which ups them to 15,
yeah, it will up to them to 15
out of 24. They're strength 5 in that first round of combat, and that even like the best cavalry is only on a 3-up. They do a shed load of wounds. These guys because they have so many attacks.
You've got 3 attacks with each one of base contacts, additional attack for the rank behind. If you hoard them up, which a lot of people do. You're putting out the same amount of attacks as Witch Elves are.
Upward of 50 attacks.
Yeah, literally the same.
So,
it's
sorry,
incredible.
Up to 50 attacks.
Yeah.
51 if you've got a champ.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
Other things are available, I guess. But yeah.
The only thing they're lacking is the magic standard.
Yeah.
They can't, even 25 point. I wouldn't mind a 25-point magic standard.
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't.
But
you don't get one.
I don't get one.
No magic standard for you.
No magic standard for the savages, but to be honest, they don't particularly need it.
I actually think that's something that offers them just a smidge of balance because they are still core.
They are still core.
Yeah.
This is your core section here.
So, but yeah, I mean, having used them, I was immediately thinking, do you know what would really make these guys sing?
Magic standard. And as I said, you do always say these are big uns. And that's a no-brainer at that point. You say this unit, a massive unit like 37, as big uns, with some other big species, which we'll talk about later on. And they become an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, and you've given them a 3 for the cost there as well.
They are. They're 10 points if you go big uns with additional hammer weapon.
And they are
11.
Oh, 11.
11 if you go big uns with additional hammer weapon.
But they are very exploitable because of certain magic items that I'm sure you would have seen.
Everyone that's played competitive Warhammer knows about the magic item.
So we'll discuss it later more thoroughly. But the Lucky Shrunken Head is going to really take these guys up another level.
Yeah.
And there's some other good combos as well, actually, which I'll try to remember when we talk about Lucky Shrunken Head.
Try to remember is the operative word.
It's quite a while away from when we filmed this bit.
It is.
Just to sort of point out that there's even more exploitability on them for their points, in my opinion.
But anyway, so that's it. We're going to move on to Goblins. They come with a competitive rating of 7. Half of what Savages are.
7 out of 24.
I've given them shields as well, which I think is the better option on these guys, in my opinion. So you get 1 for strength of attacks, 1 for the number of attacks, 0 for special rules, 2 for command options, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. And we start to hoard up the units now, which is what Orcs and Goblins like to do. Just hoard and hoard and hoard. Goblins are trash.
It's literally got that written down.
Absolute trash stat line.
Brilliant.
But they are taken just for the amount of bodies, because they are base stat. They're 3 points a model.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that beats them out cheap wise is zombies, isn't it? Or are they the same points?
Same points.
Sorry,
Scave and Slave.
Scave and Slave are 2 points.
2.5 with shield. treat myself.
Goblins are 3.5 with a shield.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because for whatever reason they brought back the half a point for a shield in this book.
And spears and
But
bows.
do you know why? Because this and the Escaping Book are both written by Jeremy Vettok.
Yeah,
They're the only two that are written by Vettok.
And
They're the
like
only
half
ones
point.
with
I
half
would
points.
consider it written by Vertox as well.
No, Jervis Johnson.
Was it Jervis? I thought
I was going to say it could have been Vettok because Nobblers are 2.5 points.
There you go.
Oh, he's breaking the mould.
But anyway, they have special rules, but they're all hindrances.
Yeah, they've got
They're all rubbish.
animosity and fear elves. It's not good, is it?
They fear the elf because they are goblin. They have animosity as well, and it's just like, why? Zero special rules because they just don't do anything.
Yeah, just bad.
I think the biggest problem with this unit is that they're 1 point better leadership than Night Goblin, but the leadership's still not good enough to make me
Leadership
not
6?
take a Night Goblin.
Leadership
There's
6.
so many more options that I can get from a Night Goblin
Yeah.
that I'm probably never going to take them.
No.
But I do think I would bust them if I did go for it.
I mean, they have their uses, but I second fiddle to the other goblin units.
Yeah, sorry to steal your thunder.
That's fine. Again, I'll teach you. And I'm going to have Scott, if he can quickly find a page, talk about Nasty Skulkers, because that isn't a 10-point upgrade.
Yeah,
Vamp for me, Max. Vamp for me.
That's their only
this is like
only unit upgrade as well.
This
their
is
only
like
sort of
the
option.
goblin equivalent of a fanatic, which they're not as good as fanatic. That's why they're 15 points cheaper.
They are a basement assassin, I like to
They,
think.
they are a basement assassin.
They're like a kid that watched too many Ninja Turtles TV shows and, and he's like, I can do that. You can't, mate.
But anyway,
So, they are a character. They count as a character.
Ooh.
They've got always strikes first, animosity, armor piercing, and fear elves. They are concealed, so they are not placed on the table at the start of the game like other troops. Instead, you must make a note of any goblin units that include nasty skulkers. These units are referred to as concealing units. If their concealing unit is wiped out or flees the battlefield before they are revealed, the nasty skulkers are removed as casualties. There is no other way a nasty skulker can be harmed until revealed. Nasty skulkers must be revealed at the start of the unit's first round of close combat and can't be revealed at any other time. Place the nasty skulkers following the rules for characters joining the unit. They may never leave the concealing unit. And surprise, nasty skulkers have the killing blow special rule in a turn that they are revealed.
I think the background they go surprise and stab you in the groin.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
So, just as a quick anecdotal story, I once had a Lariel killed by one of these, as the boys pointed out this morning at a GT. I charged in and they leapt out and killed her, and then because I think they got West Strikes first.
They do.
And I was like, okay, my BSB's got the sort of anti-heroes. You know, do they count as characters? And he's like, yeah, they do. That BSB killed a rank of goblins. He had other characters in the unit as well. +5 strength, +5 attacks.
I think they also come with additional weapons. I think they've got 3 attacks apiece as well.
They've got 2 attacks here.
2 attacks base. They may have additional weapons.
We'll check it.
Scott, this is going to be back and forth for Scott all day.
Why did I have to have this book?
John, the
They do have 2 hand weapons.
So they have 3 attacks apiece. So they're alright. 10 points isn't breaking the bank for these guys.
No, I think the problem is you bought the goblins for them.
Yeah.
That was
You
the
also
issue.
you don't get the points for them. Yeah, I know they're a character, but you have to kill
The
their
entire-
unit to
The
get
unit
their points.
to get their points.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Which it actually nicely points out in a little asterisk.
It's really helpful when they do that, isn't it?
So goblins, just trash.
Moving on.
Moving on.
If you're going to do it, bust them.
Yeah.
In fact, they're still
Make them deep.
they're still not the lowest though, because there is a character that's lower than with 6 out of 20. I'll never forget that. Rip Ungrove Forehorn. We're going to move it into now Night Goblins. They come with a competitive rating of 8 out of 24.
So it sounds about right. The slightly better version of the
Slightly
goblin.
better version. They are the exact same with everything else. 1 for strength attacks, 1 for number of attacks, 0 special rules, 2 for command options, 1 for survivability, and they are free for cost this time. And we go with sword and shield on these guys.
Yeah.
Purely for the parry save. Because they have no save otherwise.
Yeah.
They just come with hand weapon. I think that's it.
No, well, they come with hand weapon and shield.
Oh, they come with hand weapon and shield.
But they don't come with any armor.
Yeah.
6 up, 6 up.
Yeah.
They may be sort of around the same similar mark as a regular goblin, and why I don't say these guys are trash is because of their options of what they have available to be taken.
Well, that's worth pointing out. They do have one additional negative special rule. They have hatred. Good special rule rather. They have hatred dwarves.
Oh, they have hatred dwarves. So if you're playing dwarves,
Very
So,
situational.
we could have
Maybe.
squeezed them a 1 for that.
If you want to be kind, but
Yeah.
life is cheap. But anyway,
So are night goblins.
so night goblins. So yeah, we have options on these guys. I said hatred dwarves, or not? That's not an option.
That's
No,
a special rule.
that's a
They do
special
have.
rule.
They have the same options as sort of normal goblins. They can take spears. As I said, they come with shields, or they can take short bows. Now you can swap the shields for short bows for free, or you can just give them spears for free. So that's what their hand weapon.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, for Night Goblins, this is a free upgrade.
It's free, yeah.
Whereas for regular Goblins, it's half a point.
For the bow, yeah.
For
the
everything.
bow and the shield
And
the
wow.
spear.
Yeah.
That's rubbish.
Yeah.
I don't know why they made this one cheaper.
So again, the Night Goblins are
Goblins
better.
do come with light armor, so they would get a better save if you gave them shields.
Yeah.
They get 5 up, 6 up.
Don't come
5
with
to
a
6 up,
fancy
6
black
up.
cloak though, do they?
They don't. No, they don't. Or many mushrooms.
Or many mushrooms. Anyway, that's not the options we're talking about.
No, it's not.
The first option we have is netters.
Yes.
And I find this is a must take because if you're in combat with someone, you pick one unit in base contact with. On a 2+, they suffer -1 strength. On a 1, you net yourself. And you lose 1 point of strength.
But you were probably losing that fight anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
The netters is really strong because it works for your friendly units as well.
It does.
You can get them in the flank or touch them onto the corner of a unit when charging with something like Savage Orcs that are good at fighting.
Yeah.
And then sort of nick a point of strength if you like.
But yeah, so netters, it's 45 points.
It is
So it's
expensive.
pricey.
Yeah.
But if you're going against if you're going against spear elves, they're winning on 5s. If you're going against halberdiers, they're winning on 3s. You're going
Skeletons,
Skeletons.
zombies, loads of stuff.
Vargolfs, they're winning on 3s. Funnily enough, they're strength 5. You suck
Yeah.
as 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you go down strength 4, winning on 3. It's like War Sphinxes. They're strength 5, aren't they?
they are.
They're winning on 3s. Everything's
How do you net a war sphinx?
just one big net.
net.
How big is that net?
I mean,
big net.
you got 50 goblins. You got a big net. You can carry a big net with those 50 goblins. And then so that's the first upgrade. But it's not the most infamous. The most infamous is the Night Goblin Fanatics.
Yes.
We could have put these as a separate entry entirely, but it's hard because they are technically an upgrade to a unit. So they're not in a section of their own. But I'm going to move to Scott, and he's going to read all the rules for me. And they have a page.
Yes. So they're immune to psychology, and they've got random movement 2d6. They have got hiding units, so similar to the Nasty Skulkers. They're sort of hidden in units at the start of the game. And you sort of make a note of any Night Goblin units that have them. The Fanatics count as being part of the unit that they are in until they're released. They remain hidden, carried along by their fellows until they're ready to be pushed out towards the enemy. If the unit flees or is destroyed, any Fanatic yet to be released are lost. Release the Fanatics is their next special rule. Fanatics must be released when a concealing unit comes to within 8 inches of the enemy or vice versa. The moving unit immediately stops, flyers land. Once the Fanatic's movement has been resolved, the unit can continue moving if the controlling player wishes, although charges must complete their charges unless panicked. When a Fanatic is released, you may choose the direction in which it travels and the point on the concealing unit from which it starts. Fanatics move 2d6 using the rules of random movement. After release, Fanatics are treated as individual units. In your subsequent turns, they move in the compulsory move subphase using the random movement special rule, but they always move in a random direction. Splat! If a Fanatic's move would bring it into contact with another unit, then he moves through rather than stopping. If the Fanatic's move would end with the unit, then he automatically bounces through it. Place the Fanatic model 1 inch beyond in the direction he was moving. When a Fanatic moves through a unit, friend or foe, it inflicts d6, strength 5, armor piercing hits.
Strong.
Very strong. Fanatics cannot be charged, but models can move into contact with them. Any unit that moves into contact with Fanatic, d6 strength 5 hits for moving into the Fanatic, and a further d6 strength 5 hits due to the Fanatic's death throws. All hits are armor piercing. The Fanatic model is then removed, and the unit may carry on with its move.
What's left of it?
Yeah. Fanatics can be targeted with shooting attacks and spells, but count as being in soft cover thanks to the protection offered by the huge metal ball that they swing.
Woohoo!
And out of control, the life of a Fanatic is fraught with mishap, and as loonies are as apt to kill themselves as the enemy. A Fanatic is removed immediately as a casualty when it contacts a piece of terrain of any kind other than a hill, it contacts another Fanatics, both Fanatics are removed, it moves off the table edge, it rolls a double for movement. This does not apply in the turn of release and represents the Fanatic being choked by the chain, tripping, or other comical yet fatal mishaps.
I love this one.
And any unit moves into contact with it, see Force of Destruction and above. Friendly units don't take panic tests if Fanatics are destroyed.
As a lot.
Comical.
Yeah, I love that. Any other comical yet fatal mishaps. Brilliant.
So
Wonderful.
Fanatics are nightmares. They are absolute nightmares. It's especially, I think in the previous edition you could decide to stop charging but now you have to charge. You have to continue to charge. I think in the previous one you could decide.
I don't remember because they just kill my elves.
I turned to you because you're the only one out of us that had relatively played previous editions.
Yeah, 2 previous editions, but I must say, I don't recall.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
But anyway, you have to be careful with Fanatics and your Night Goblins in itself because purely of chaff units and stuff like that. So they can just plonk a chaff unit 8 inches away from you on the corner, and then you have to release Fanatics. You have no choice in this. Yeah. Obviously, you can pick the direction. You can go after the chaffs, or you can just go that way, away from the chaff units. But then you might be put out of position at that point in time as well.
Yeah, I think this is something when we look at the shooting version of these, where the bows are a really strong choice because they're good for kind of clearing that chaff before it gets into the range potentially.
I also love the fact that flyers have to land.
They have to land.
What?
You've got to take it. I like the fact he's like, I'll do the honourable thing.
I'll let them get rid of the metal wall.
Well, it's like what gets me is like the units, you go within 8 inches, the unit just stops and considers life choices before considering whether they want to move onwards. They see the giant metal spiky rolling ball, like,
Do I think I can take him?
But it's devastating for chargers because if you go 7 inches in front of that charging unit, they have to move through it and they're taking 2d6. Strength 5 arm piercing.
I think that's what's worse is that very often they fall short of hitting the charging.
7's the average roll.
Still run through and take all the damage as well, which is really horrible.
I go basis. I love this moment. My Night Goblins. We went for that big game in Norfolk, and I had Chris Hale charge 3 Vargolfs into my 50 Night Goblins. The Fanatics killed one outright, brought one down to 2 wounds, and then the Night Goblins finished them off in like 3 rounds of combat.
Get in the net.
The one that was on 2 wounds, the one that was not hurt, was netted the entire time, and the other one just started getting prodded by the standards. I'm sorry, Chris, but I just love that's my fondest memory of my Night Goblins. It was brilliant. But yeah, Night Goblins, they are probably your second most taken core choice.
Yeah, those there, and then I think your chaff choices that come out your core.
They bulk out your core very nicely because I mean, a full unit like 40 is like 260 points.
Yeah, with the upgrades.
It's nothing. So that's cool. And now we're going to move into our special sections, in which our first one is Black Orcs. And they come with a rating of 15 out of 24.
Pretty solid.
They get 1 for the strength of attacks. We're going to talk about that in a second. 1 for the number of attacks. Again, we're going to talk about that in a second. 4 for special rules. 4 for their command options. 3 for survivability. And 2 for cost. And in their cost, I've included shields. Because why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Also worth noting, you can't biggins Black Orcs.
You can't.
Because they're already bigger.
Because they are already.
Could you imagine if you could biggen them? I'd love that. They are your elite orc unit, and they are a personal favourite of mine. I really like Black Orcs. I like their lore. I like how they look. I love everything about them. And they're one of the only units, orc unit, doesn't have animosity.
Yeah.
In fact, I think they are the only orc unit that doesn't have animosity, which is very good. And immune to psychology as well. So they are a great centre anchor point for your army. And I think they have arm to da teeth, which actually go toe to toe with most opponents. I think I can remember most of it. If Scott wants to get there, just to correct me if I'm wrong with anything. If you can find the page.
There's lots of units in this book.
It's not as bad as I don't think. No,
I think you're in the Goblin section now, mate. I think you're already safe.
Don't worry, you're getting the same treatment James had with the Chaos Dwarves book. Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Oh yeah, that was awful.
But arm to the teeth, it means that Black Orcs carry about an array of different weapons. They and at the start of the round of combat, and they have to continue using the choice they make. It's not.
It's at the start of each combat.
Yeah, so it's not each combat round; it's the combat itself. So you have to pick what you're using for the entire duration of that combat, and they can choose between either additional hand weapons, a great weapon, or hand weapon and shield. Shield is if you bought the shield. So they can go toe to toe with pretty much anything in the game in terms of just raw output and strength wise, unless they've been debuffed or anything like that. They got monsters because strength 7 with great weapons with choppers.
Yes, in that first round.
Yeah, the choppers is a big help. It's also worth knowing if the Black Orc characters have this rule as well, and if they have a magic weapon, they lose the benefit of the
because they think their shiny weapon. Their shiny weapon is better.
But they do keep choppers.
They do keep choppers, which is
really nice.
So it lets them go. They can go with hordes because one attack is really low. I wish they had like 2.
Well, they can if they take 2 hammer.
I mean, two attacks base.
Yeah, no, we'd all love that. But
I'd like
that'd be
that.
absolutely disgusting.
They also lack weapon skill 5. They are only weapon skill 4.
They are only an orc though.
They are only an orc, but they are pretty much as an orc biggin. They weapon skill 4 with strength 4 and 1 attack.
The boss is weapon skill 5.
There you go. But they lack in my opinion, they lack weapon skill 5 at least because they're elite orcs.
I think that the issue with them from a competitive standpoint is that you're paying the points for an elite infantry unit. You're paying the same sort of points as you pay for an executioner, a swordmaster Hoeth, a white lion, even like a temple guard or a hammerer. They're all in that same sort of points bracket, and you know, toe to toe with them, they do feel a little bit lackluster.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, because like, even with something like the Temple Guard, which has got a much more similar stat line, the Temple Guard's got that second attack, they've got the predatory fighter, and the chances are you'll want to go great weapon.
Yeah.
To get the kind of wounds to stick, because Temple Guard have got 4 up armour as well.
Yeah.
At which point they go before you.
First.
Yeah, so it becomes difficult with them.
I could argue against Temple Guard going additional weapons and just bank on that first round chopper.
Yeah, potentially. I think the problem for Black Orcs, if I was summing them up, is that they are a jack of all trades, and as a result, they are often a master of none.
Yeah, and Orcs don't have a lot of spells or abilities to buff them. Like unless you go heavy on like Little Waaagh, which does have a load of buffs, they are just left on their own.
I think one of the problems with the Little Waaagh buffs for me is that in general they benefit units that start with more attacks than Black Orcs.
Yeah, there is that as well.
So, yeah, I mean it's a difficult one, but they are in effect. You're right. They are the standalone kind of elite unit of the book, and like you said, there's really good points about these guys too.
There are. So the strength 7 on the first round means they can just rip apart monsters like no tomorrow.
With immune psych, so they're not going to take fear tests.
Run away. No animosity, so you can rely on them.
Massively
to do. They said they are serviceable as elite orc units with spells on them as well, but they do need some kind of buff from everything else. Anything else from you, Scott, on there?
Some help. No, I don't think so.
No. Sad times, I like them, but hey ho. Then we're going to move into our Night Goblin Squig Herd, which comes with a competitive rating of 10 out of 24. We get there for 3 for strength attacks, 2 for the number of attacks, 2 for the special rules, 0 for command options, 0 for survivability, and 3 for cost. And this is a weird unit because it's a mix. It's like giant rats and packmasters, or rat ogres and packmasters.
Yeah.
And they have the Squig Herd rule, which dedicates how you target them. If Scott wants to go through it.
Yep. So as long as the unit includes both types, so Squigs and Night Goblins, then shooting attacks upon the unit are randomised as follows: 1 to 4 hits a Squig and 5 to 6 hits a Night Goblin. In combat, enemy models must attack the type of model they are in base contact with, or can choose if they're in contact with both. All casualties are taken by removing models of the appropriate type. Bring models forward from the rear ranks to fill any gaps.
That is a nightmare when you got models where you have to try and pick out squigs from in between your Night Goblin herders and the front squig ranks. It's a nightmare to try and pick them out and try and re-rank them all. But yeah, so no command hurts these guys, as does their survivability, because they are toughness 3 with 1 wound. They are, however, strength 5 with 2 attacks, which is just insane.
They're real glass cannon squigs.
They are glass cannon.
And they're terrifying to behold.
Yeah.
You know, like that lack of survivability in command, it really doesn't hold back the raw damage they can deliver.
No, and they are cheap enough. They're 8 points for a squig, 3 points for a herder. They are cheap enough that you can just go 30 or 40 or 50 squigs, and however herders you want to put into them at that point. And you really don't. Rule of thumb for me is 30 to 40 squigs and 15 herders, in my opinion.
Is there a limit to, or like a
you have to have
restriction?
1 herder for every 3 squigs.
Yes.
Right, okay.
But there's no upper limit of what you can take.
But you can spam out more herders if you want.
Said they have to be careful, because if they do lose all the herders, they will explode.
They will.
Which is, I think, if Scott has the rule.
It is.
Squigs gone wild.
Squigs go wild. So if the unit flees, or if at any time there are only squigs left alive in the unit with no herders, the squigs go wild, biting at anything nearby. All units within 2d6, friend and foe, take d6 strength 5 hits. For every 5 cave squigs remaining when the squigs go wild, add 1 to the number of hits caused. After damage is resolved, the squig herd is removed in its entirety.
So, where it says flee, they have immune psychology, so they're only going to flee from combat.
Yeah.
So you haven't got to worry about them panicking and then blowing up in turn 1.
No, they've got to be broken, which means they will do damage to the unit that breaks them.
Yeah. Unless somehow all your squig herders have been shot off, it's fine. And there's tactics with this, because there are tactics of the squig bomb. You take things like about 15, 20 squigs or something in like a cheap unit with 5 herders, run up as fast as they can into the middle of your opponent and just let them blow. Actually just blow them up. And that against like Wood Elves with MSU Wood Elf high elf lists, or like detachment heavy armies with Empire, or some fragile low armor save armies. It hurts. It does hurt.
They're a good unit. Their score doesn't reflect that because they're difficult to place, aren't they? Because really, to get the most out of them, you want a big unit, which is not really a flanking unit kind of role. It's a bit too big for that, if you like. But you know, obviously, we score Battleline Units with their command options in mind very much, and that's probably the one that really kills them because the survivability you can get by.
Yeah, I do like having them on the flank. When I say having them on the flank, I mean next to my Savage Orc unit and then charge on the flank. Like that. So not a flanking...
Annotations. Savage Orcs. Squigs.
So, as I said, they're not a true flanking unit. They all be on the flank, but they can't hold a line. They can't hold the centre. Is what they are a bit too squishy to hold a centre line.
Yeah, probably. But they are scary.
They are scary against like stuff like, as I said, Empire State Troops or Undead. Terrifying.
Do you know what though? Even against like a really good unit, like Warriors of Chaos.
Strength 5.
Or something like that. Like, do you really want to have to stomach all the Strength 5 attacks from the Squigs, 2 each, in a horde, 40 potentially, and then take the hits if you invariably beat them in combat, you know? Which is no guarantee with that volume of dice coming at you either, I hasten to add.
No.
Yeah, they are horrible.
So they are good. I think it's one of the 3 units I like to put in my Orcs and Goblins army.
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah. And then we're going to move into our final battle line unit. This is taking a long time.
Yeah, we're talking, aren't we?
Yeah, we are talking. So we're going to move on our final battle line unit, which is Trolls. And they get a 15 out of 24. And it's also safe to say these are a carbon copy of Warriors Cows.
Yeah.
Without the additional hand weapons.
Yeah.
They can't take additional hand weapons.
Other Trolls are available.
Yeah. They get 3. 3 for the strength of attacks, 4 for the number of attacks, 2 for their special rules, 0 for command options, 3 for survivability, and 3 for cost. And these are base Trolls. I'm going to go on about the stone and river varieties of Trolls at the end of this, but there's not that much of a difference in terms of what their ratings are. So Trolls as a base unit are just really tough and they hit like a train.
Yeah, they're great.
Yep.
James loves Trolls. He started using units of 10.
Big fan, got a big unit of 10 in my Warriors Chaos army.
Big unit of 10 in your
big
Goblin.
unit of 10 in my Goblin army. I don't
They're
win
cheap
anything.
as well.
35.
Don't win anything with my
points.
Goblin army, but you know, 350 points for 34 plus regeneration.
Yeah, they're rough.
Toughness 4 wounds with all those strength 5 attacks and a vomit. We haven't even got to the vomit yet, have we?
Vomit is a
And
good
a stomp.
Yeah.
Vomit is a good swap if you want to swap out your attacks against like knights and stuff like that. They have the strength 5 stomp. They have a lot of attacks. Regen as well is a base fort regen. It's like the quintessential troll thing.
If you don't know how the vomit works, it's one automatic hit on an enemy in base contact with
strength 5, ignoring
basically if a troll can attack.
Yeah.
Is the best way to put it, isn't it? If a troll could make
each troll
an attack
that is allowed to attack makes a single vomit attack at strength 5. Trolls that are allowed to make supporting attacks can make a vomit attack.
Over there, mate said.
A vomit attattack hits automatically and no armor saves are allowed.
That automatic hitting is incredible.
And they can also still do their stomp.
So,
if I'm honest, even against like non-knights, like a hoarded halberdier or hoarded like toughness 3 unit, that's 10 attacks automatically hitting, killing on 2s.
Honestly, I've lost count of the times I've looked and thought, I'm just not going to hit these guys. They've got superior weapon skill to me, they've got spells off that make them -1 to hit, or they're Mark and Nurgle. You know, the list goes on. The White Cloak of Auric, you know, all sorts of things. They've reduced my weapon skill down from 3 to 2 or 1 using Shadow. So many of those scenarios. And you just go, I'm probably going to kill 8 guys if I vomit on you with 10 trolls.
I'll do that.
You know, like, so it makes them so versatile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's another good unit to anchor your battle lines. So if you visualise your battle lines, how I like it, Savage Orcs there, your Squig Herd there, your Trolls there.
You do have to bear in mind their stupidity. They are in leadership 4.
Yes.
So you need to make sure your general and preferably your BSB is nearby.
And in an Orcs and Goblins army, this can be an issue because unless you are taking an Orc Warboss as your general, your leadership is going to be maximum about 8.
Yeah, I think you have to have an Orc Warboss if you're going to go for Trolls.
Or stand at the discipline with a regular. I don't even know at that point.
You got to get that leadership in
you got to get leadership.
There's no way around it. So
and that's it for Trolls really. As I said, the note on the stone and river varieties. So they have pretty much the same score. The stones gain 1 point in survivability, and the rivers, because they get 5 armor save and magic res 2.
They do.
And rivers gain +1 in the rules for -1 to be hit.
Yeah, special rules.
Which is very good. But they both lose a point in cost because they go up 10 points. They go up to 45 points per model.
River Trolls do also have River Strider and Marsh Strider, if that ever comes up.
I've never seen it come up.
If you're going to do it, River Trolls are the choice. I should stress
For
that.
their -1 hit.
Because Stone Trolls, what you do is you get a rule, which I think is sort of Scaly Skin 5+.
Yeah.
You get a rule that basically you're not going to use very often, because to make wounds actually stick on trolls, you'll probably be strength 4, so you're not really going to see a lot of benefit from it.
Yeah.
And what you do is mean that 1/3 of the time Searing Doom takes your regen away. So it's not a good choice.
No, and Magic Res doesn't combine with regen anyway, does it?
No.
No.
So it's only flaming spells that you'd ever want
Yeah.
that Magic Res for.
Yeah.
It's a poor choice of rules for
Yeah,
Stone.
it really
Unfortunately for Stone Trolls. So River Trolls are the way to go.
They are.
As I said, their score doesn't change because what you gain in the rules, you lose in the cost.
100%. Because you can't. The other reason you can't exploit them is not just because the cost has gone up, but they move slot.
Yeah, they go from special to rare.
And that rare slot in this book,
He's heavily
that's
contested.
the spicy slot. That's the good stuff.
Yeah.
As is so often the case, but I think with this book, it's really
Yeah.
notable that that's the good stuff.
Yeah.
So that's going to be it for Battleline, unless anyone's got anything else to say.
No, I think I should shut up.
And then we're going to move into our flanking units, and there are 12, I think, flankers to choose from here. So get
Please
going.
be wrong. I'll get
comfortable.
my counting fingers out.
Yep. So Orc Boar Boys, Savage Orc Boar Boys, Orc Boar Chariot, Goblin Wolf Chariot, Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, the Snotling Pump Wagon, the Arachnarok Spider, Mangler Squigs, and the Giants.
There's 9.
9?
There's 9.
I can't count.
You can't count.
You made everyone at home fear that they were going to sit through 12 flanking units.
Suddenly I was a goblin and Max was an elf.
I say this because a lot of the base of this cheat sheet was taken from my Warriors of Chaos deep dive, which did have 12 or 13 flanking units. But anyway, so we're going to move into the first one, which is going to be Orc Boar Boys, and they have a competitive rating of 12 out of 24, and they get there just to be on the safe side. We're also giving them spears and shields, and they have charged.
Yeah, always with cavalry we score them as that, don't we?
As they have charged. So 3 for the strength of attacks, 2 for the number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 1 for maneuverability, 2 for survivability, and 1 for cost. So they are your first unit of heavy cav, and probably we say heavy cav. Sorry, heavy pigs. I'm gonna call them pigs anyway. And I'm gonna be honest, the boars do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yeah, they do.
They do a lot of the
They
heavy
do.
lifting on the profile and the combat
You
ability.
could say the pork chops, if you will.
Anytime I think of Orc Boar Boys, I just think I don't know if any of you two can remember the level in Crash Bandicoot when you ride the pig.
No, I just all I see is Alf for all the children of like the late 80s and early 90s. Alf is who they are.
I never watched it, but I know what it looks like. Oh, I can see where you're coming from. Christ. Anyway, so they are you. Unfortunately, they don't have many good things that good heavy.
Don't
cav
have a many good things.
Yeah, don't have many. Sorry, don't.
Max words speak, not work.
Sorry, I didn't read that properly. Unfortunately, don't have many of the good things that good heavy cav have. That's a tongue
So
twister.
yeah, it is. So what's their weapon skill like, Scott?
Weapon skill is.
Not good. Their basic weapon skill is 3. Obviously, you can upgrade these guys to big
You
guns.
can go big ones if
Yeah,
you want.
but you're taking Savage Orcs, so please continue.
Yeah, and it's also 4 points for these guys to make them.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
So it's more expensive.
So yeah, so they don't have a high weapon skill, Scottish. They
No.
don't have a high base strength, the strength 3 base.
Yeah.
And they don't have more attacks. They don't have a relatively good heavy cav armor save.
No, it's only a 3+.
3+. If you go spears and shields, because the
Yeah.
boar itself is thick skinned and
Yeah.
gives you +2 to your save. So,
You
yeah.
Yeah.
also lose, that score goes from 12 to 10 after that charging round, which
Yes.
we always try to point
Yep.
out with Cav. So you've got to break stuff, which when you've got low weapon skill and not very high strength, is difficult.
And I want
Yeah,
to point out
yeah.
that people may be thinking why they got 3 for strength is because although the boy on top is only strength 4 on the charge, the pig is strength 5 on the charge.
Yes, he is, yeah.
So
It's
strength 5 or strength
Tusker charge.
They
yeah.
strength 3 base the pigs.
They
aren't
are
they?
strength 3 base, yeah. There's +2 strength on returning which it charged. So yeah, you lose a lot.
You lose a lot off the
that
charge.
sort of turn you don't charge, or if you get charged.
It comes down to you need to know what you're doing with them to get the most out of them.
Oh, to be fair, though, the Orc is also strength 5 on the charge because of the choppers.
Who's that?
Yeah.
So you're getting 2 attacks each at strength 5.
Yeah, there we go. If you go,
Which is okay.
and if you go big into strength 6 on the charge with the spears,
Yeah,
I'd just leave these guys at
I
home.
wouldn't.
They
yeah.
get none of the good Orc special rules. Like they don't get like there's no immune psychology, which
No.
a lot of the other Orc units have access to. There's
In one
no
way or another,
there's
yeah.
no frenzy. There's no
Yeah.
you know like frenzy can be a weakness, but in general when your leadership is as poor as these guys, it's a strength.
leadership 7 as well. So if they're charging off down the flanks, they've got no general support.
No.
they're in a world of trouble.
And if you put in your general in this unit, well, he'll probably run away. So, because he'll lose the combat.
As I said, big uns can be pretty good on the charge, but they are pricey when you go big uns. Even without the big uns upgrade, they are 20 or 18 points a model.
With
Spears and shields.
Spears and shields, they're 20 points a model. They're 24 with big uns with both of those.
Yeah, leave them at home.
Yeah,
They can take a magic banner. 50-point magic banner.
that's not too bad.
That helps.
Does help quite a bit.
Feels like though you're just spending points to lose at that point.
Yeah, you are trying to mitigate a lot of the rubbishness of these guys.
Yeah.
So moving on. I'm sorry, I'm savage. Savage Orc, mate.
Oh no, it's just Scott was just like feels like you're spending points to lose. I'm like, that's harsh.
Anyway, we're going to move into a better cav unit, which is our Savage Orc Ball Boys. And they come with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24.
Yeah.
So 3 points higher.
Better.
They get there with 3 for the strength of attacks, same reason, the Tusker Charge and the Pig. 4 for the number of attacks, 3 for their special rules, 1 for maneuverability, 2 for survivability, and 2 for cost. They have taken additional hand weapons and again are on the charge.
Yeah.
Because although they're cavalry, they have the Wild Abandon special rule, which means they get to use their additional hand weapons, even though they are mounted, but they take dangerous terrain tests on a 1 or a 2.
Yeah, or no, specifically, they must deduct 1 from the dice roll to
It's even
move 1
worse.
when they take damage drain, which means if you Curse of Hammer here them,
So 3,
half the unit die.
3, 2, or 1.
Yeah, don't forget those 6-up will save because they're warpaint. So you're not actually on the balance. You're probably not on average going to foul more dangerous terrain checks if you get like lose more dangerous terrain if you like
Maybe not.
because
I still wouldn't want to foul half of my
I
dangerous drain test.
just don't run them through a wood, mate, and just
Or
don't get cursed
Curse of
hammer.
Hammer.
Just try and stop your opponent's spells.
Just don't get cursed hammer here. That's the top tactic right there.
Yeah, try and stop your opponent's spells. Try to mitigate what he can.
Try. Do or do not. There is no try. Just no cursed hammer here. No.
Other sci-fi franchises are available.
You can also take spears and shields on these guys if you wanted to.
So they could take a 4-up arm save.
They could take a 4-up arm save. I wouldn't, but you
Nah.
could.
I don't mind the spear though because at least
The
then
spear's
they've
not
got the
bad.
extra strength
Yeah,
for the charge.
I
But
wouldn't bother with the
I
shield.
agree with Max. I would go 2 hand weapons. I'd just go for blend tech 5000.
Risk it all.
Yeah,
So Wild Abandon is a nifty rule, but it's risky for them.
nifty but risky.
Nifty but risky.
Lovely.
Spears are another option, but you lose out on the Wild Abandon.
You do.
Again, big uns are pretty good on the charge, but I think it's still the same points. I think they're even more. They're 20s.
Yeah, so Savage Orc Ball Boys start at 2 points higher than a Ball Boy. Big uns are 4 points as well.
So if you
Additional
go,
hand weapons are 2 points.
so you got I guess
So no,
24.
Spears and shields.
24 points still. Then
Yeah.
they don't have 50-point magic banner either.
Yes, they do.
They do.
They do.
They do have
They
50-point
do.
magic banner. So if you say Ranger Standard,
Yeah.
Yeah.
ignore Danish terrain tests.
Yeah, I think that is 50 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Please continue. I'll get a book.
Yeah, so you could take the Ranger Standard on them, which I think is a lot of points to try and mitigate a rule they
It
have.
is. Yeah, it really is.
Well, James
I
quickly
don't
goes
mind
forward.
it, though.
Because realistically, you're probably going to have 10 of these tops. Maybe
Oh,
like
no,
12.
no, no.
I think you could go for a big unit at
Nah,
least. I really do.
15-20 mate Wurzag in the
Lucky
unit. as well.
Shrunken Head or Wurzag. I like it. Oh,
It
it's a bit of a
It's a lot of
start.
points.
It's a bit
It's
of a
a lot
cav
of
start.
is a lot.
Yeah, 50 points. Ranger Standard is doable. I also think the Razor Standard, the classic,
Yeah.
classic love of Triple Crown Wargaming
Yeah.
there. The Razor Standard is a good choice too.
Again, as a big uns are a good upgrade.
Banner of Swiftness.
Banner of Swiftness for
Movement
movement
8.
8.
Not bad.
Push those pigs to the limit.
Yeah. Yeah, boys.
Hog wild. Anyway, my last point about Savage Orc Ball Boys is that you look at them as a less controllable but more damaging Ball Boy unit.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, because the frenzy you have got to be aware of the frenzy as well because they do have that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is a bit upsetting. But anyway, moving on to our Orc Ball Chariot, which comes in with competitive rating of 15 out of 24. It's a little like middling 15.
Yeah, it's not a
6
bad
points
score.
around it.
It's just functional unit, isn't it?
So it gets it with 3 for the strength of attacks, because the chariot itself is strength 5. 4 for the number of attacks, because it's chariot. 3 for special rules. 0 for maneuverability. 3 for survivability. And 2 for cost. And honestly, that's the highest score I thought it was going to get. Honestly.
Yeah, I think they're okay. Like most chariots, it's really you're buying them for the impact hits. They're not bad for their points, are they?
Again, like all chariots, they are pretty rubbish off the charge. They are not that great.
No.
Again, I think it comes down to I've been spoiled by Warriors of Chaos chariots.
Yes.
They're not really chariots, though, are they?
They're-
They're a model that does impact hits.
And then chops things up as well.
They're absolutely
They are
brutal.
scythed as well.
They are sized. They get D6
Nice.
plus 1. I think both chariots are sized as well, which is quite nice. They're the heavier of the 2 chariots available. Because you have two, because like everything in Orcs and Goblins book, you have an Orc version and a Goblin version. And you can actually buy an additional crew member.
You can.
If
5
you,
points.
So 5 points, just buy an additional crew member. It puts them up to 90 points, which isn't awful.
It's not bad.
No.
Another attack, isn't it?
Another attack. Again, seems a little expensive when compared to other chariots. Again, 115 points for like a Chaos Warrior chariot. Any points is like
mad.
Any points like a Lion chariot or Tyrannok chariot?
Tyrannoks are 70. They're not as good as that Boar
No.
chariot. Lion chariots are 120. They're actually more than your chariots because your chariots are grotesquely underpointed. And the sky cutters are 90. They fly, but obviously only toughness 4 up.
Cold One chariots, what are they like?
110, let's say.
Sounds about right.
James gets another book out.
I never get books when I sit in that chair, and James has had 2.
Now you take the initiative, mate.
Completely unfair.
Take the initiative. Go for it.
Absolutely
But again,
unfair.
like every chariot, just don't send it into units and expect it to hold.
Yeah,
'Cause
not on its own.
It's
anyway.
base leash of 7.
115 Cold One chariot.
Oh, okay. So there, he's pushing the price on that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's leash of 7. Chariots often don't have the benefit of the inspiring presence because they do run off, go charge over bits and pieces. So just do it for the one hit wonder of his impact attacks and hope and pray.
You do have though the ability to do quite a chariot heavy army if you want,
do.
because you can bring in the next 2. Oh no, not quite the next 2, but 2 of the next 3 choices we're going to discuss. You can really start to layer it up. You can have 3 of this chariot, 3 of the next chariot. There's another thing coming shortly that 4 of acts in a very similar fashion. I've recently fought 4 of these in a game. Brutal. And all of a sudden, you've got quite a lot of impact hit heavy options that you've not invested a ton of points in. It's well worth pointing out.
You can't take any of that in your core, though. You can't take any chariot-y core.
But
No,
you're on 10 Savage Orcs.
Yeah. Fair.
The great equalizer.
It's a strong
The great
support
level.
element, though, I think, to those blocks, where you can just get a block, pin it down with a block, and then it all comes streaming in the sides. In a classic flanking role, really.
Yeah, it's cheap enough. You can just chuck it up and just not worry about it.
Fire and forget.
Yeah. Moving on to a Fire and Forget chariot, we have the Goblin Wolf chariot now, coming in with 12 out of 24. A little bit lower than the Orc Boar chariot, but we'll see why. It gets 3 for strength attacks, because it's still strength 5. 4 for the number of attacks, it's still a chariot. 0 for special rules this time round. This is where it comes down to it, because it doesn't have, it's not an orc, it's a goblin.
I'm so scared.
It does. 1 for its manoeuvrability, because it's moving 9. That's the only reason why it has 1 for manoeuvrability. 1 for survivability, because it's only toughness 4 with 5 armor save. And 3 for cost, because it's pretty cheap.
50 points, yeah.
50
Very
points,
cheap.
and you can take 3 in a unit.
You can take
Which
units
is
of 1
terrifying.
to 3. You can also buy an extra wolf or an extra crew member for 5 points each.
So you can have 3 wolves and 4 crew members.
60 points plus 2 attacks.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
An extra strength 3 attack and an extra strength 4 on the charge attack. So he's got a little spear. He's also got a bow.
A little spear.
Oh yeah, he's a little goblin.
Do they all have
But
a
again,
bows?
for those points,
It does appear that way.
for those points, you chuck them away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
50 points, 60 points if you go with the full upgrades.
Yeah. Side note, what is the point of the chariot having strength 5?
Strength 5
Impact
impacts. There you go.
Spicy.
So even though it's weaker, it's not. Even though it's less tough. That's how you say that.
It is, yeah.
It's still the same strength as a boar chariot. So it still gets D6 plus 1 impact. It's still
yeah,
scythe.
it's still scythe.
And you can take 3. So you get
It's
3.
also got 1 less wound.
Hang on. Oh, has he only got 3?
It's only got 3 wounds.
So you get 3d6 plus 3 impact hits if all 3 manage to get into combat. That's terrifying.
Terrifying. Although, likely, 1 will get shot off and the other 2 will run away.
Yes.
Because they're leadership 6 for
I like them in singles again.
Yeah,
There you go.
more manoeuvrable.
Scott stole my phone. Can be bought in units of 3, though makes them susceptible to panics if one of them dies.
Yeah.
Leadership 6?
6.
Yeah. Because they are a regular goblin.
I would
Yeah.
be tempted. This is hot tip stuff now.
Hot take.
If you're going to do this chariot thing, I'd imagine it like the fingers of your hand. I'd have goblin chariot, a boar chariot, a goblin chariot, a boar chariot. And so when these die,
And the goblin
they
chariot.
don't panic the boar chariots.
Yeah.
And the goblin chariots are too far apart to panic each other.
Yeah, that works.
That would be if I was going to do that. And then if they
Yeah.
want to shoot a boar chariot, it's actually a bit harder to kill anyway.
It's just a shame they don't make the models anymore.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're very quick. Movement 9 is obscene.
Yeah.
And very dangerous on the flanks. If you can get the flanking charge off them, which is what flankers are for.
Yeah, certainly.
So that's the wolf chariots. Anything else to add here, gentlemen?
No, I don't think so.
So then we're going to move into Night Goblin Squig Hoppers.
I love these guys.
They are cool. Well, I don't, It's just this book. I love this book. It's just think about it.
Yeah.
With Night Goblin Squig Hoppers, they come with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24, which is higher than I thought it was going to be. 3 for strength of attacks, 3 for the number of attacks, 3 for the special rules, 3 for maneuverability. There's a lot of 3s here.
All the 3s.
0 for survivability.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. And then 2 for cost. Random movement really does help these guys out.
It does.
Because they're a weird cavalry unit.
Yeah.
They are actually classified as
They
cavalry.
are cavalry, yeah.
So they're still squigs. You still get the 2 attack strength 5 from the guy underneath. And you get the guy up top as well.
Yep.
So he's a regular night goblin. They all have hatred dwarves because they're
They
a
do.
night goblin. They're all immune to psychology because they're a squig.
Yep.
And they're obnoxious as well, which is a rule about the squig herd.
That we didn't mention. Essentially, characters can't join them.
Yeah, the only characters that can join them is a night goblin big boss or a night goblin character on a giant squig, because the giant squig has a rule in itself that says it can join these units. Yeah. So that rule says he can't, but the great cave squig says he can.
They also have extra boingy.
Yeah.
Once in a while, squigs can get so much bounce in their springy strides that they become hurtling, toothy meteors. Brilliant.
that does sound like a major pizza chain's latest.
A healthy toothy meat.
The hurtling, toothy meteor. In any turn in which a unit of squig hoppers rolls 3 6s for its movement, each squig mount in the unit has impact hits 1. I'll be honest, for the chance of that happening, I'd want them to be like... I want them to hit with some more force than a strength 5 impact hit.
I want Killing Blow.
I want heroic. I want to take a dragon's head off. I want to take a dragon's head off.
You want that dragon to dive straight for a dragon's head,
Yep.
skull and everything. Yeah?
Yep. He's coming out the other side.
My God.
Full of dragon brains.
Falls land on the other side, rubbing stomach
Yeah.
with no arms.
With no arms.
Doesn't have just with his legs. It's like
Please,
Yes.
can we move on?
No,
Squiggly.
no, not squiggly. They said high strength and attacks and the mounts is spicy.
Yes, it is.
But be careful with low armor and toughness. Toughness 3 with a 6 up armor save.
They're a bit of a weird one. You look at them and you think, oh, I could possibly use these as a bit of chaff. A bit of a throw-in. They're not that expensive, 12 points a model.
No.
Unit of 5 of them, sort of 60 points. That's a nice sort of cheap unit you can throw
It's
away.
holding
But the
them
random
still,
movement
though, isn't it?
is really lets them down on that. They
Yeah.
are skirmishers as well, so they're a little bit harder to shoot off, which helps them. But
They need to pick their fights.
yeah, I just always struggle to see what I want to put these into. But I like
Chaff
a war
units.
machine.
They obliterate enemy chaff.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
You can't flee from them.
And I
That's the
think
big
what,
thing.
what that does is it clears the way for your fanatics, your
Yeah.
mangler squigs,
Yeah.
which we'll get onto in a bit, to really like bring home the bacon, if you like, on damage.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so yeah, squig. They are a weird unit. We love them. We really do like
They're a lot
squig
of fun.
hoppers, but you really got to know what you're doing with them. Like a lot of the cavalry in this book, a lot of units in this book, you've got to know what you're doing with them.
I do think as well, when you're saving points, these are one of those units that you go, I've got to do quite a lot of work to get the most out of these, and I'm trying to save points in my list anyway.
Yeah, they're certainly one of the first things you drop.
They just
Yeah.
find their way over here onto the shelf.
Lovely models though. They've
The newer
brought out
ones.
new models and they are
Plastic
really
ones.
nice.
And
Yeah,
I have 10 of them. And
they're a nightmare to balance.
They're
but
nightmare to balance,
lovely.
nightmare to pack away
Yes,
because they're all over the shop.
yes they are.
So that's Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Again, best unit against them, war machines and chaff. They're chaff
Yeah.
clearers.
Yeah, I like them for that.
And then we're going to move into the Snotling Pump Wagon, which is one of the crazy units in this book, if I'm honest. It gets 15 out of 24.
Solid.
2 for strength of attacks, 4 for the number of attacks, 3 for special rules. That is 15, yeah. No, 16. 2, 4.
Max can't add.
I can't add apparently.
Would you like me to add it out
2,
for you?
6, 9,
Yeah.
12, 13, 16. 16 for the pump wagon. Sorry, guys. So yeah, 1 for survivability and 3 for cost.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you-
Go on. Do you want to get the accountant?
No, you're alright, yeah. Sure.
Yeah?
Getting myself confused now.
But anyway,
As
16.
you're pointing at it and saying the numbers as you'd already passed, I'm like, where are the threes?
16 for the pump wagon. And the only reason... What have we got here? Yeah, the only reason that someone would let this thing charge them is that they've never played it before. They honestly don't. They don't know what it does. Don't know what it does.
So it's 2d6 impact. It's very good.
Yeah.
It's a random mover again. 2d6. It's got 4 upgrades, which
Scott-
one of them does. But
Which
I'm gonna
makes
get
them,
on
the
to
4 upgrades make them. There's one I think you can get away without, but I think the other 3 are really spicy.
So I'll just go through these in order. So the first one is Spiky Roller. So if the pump wagon may be fitted with a roller. If a pump wagon has it, then all impact hits are +1 strength, so strength 5 impact hits.
Yeah.
Very good. Outriggers. This makes them faster but more difficult to control. If a pump wagon has an outrigger, then its movement characteristic is increased to 3d6. Note that this means that if the crew decide to pump harder, then you must roll 4d6 for the pump wagon's random movement.
Yeah, because it's 2d6 random movement to begin with,
Yeah.
as base value. This will up it to 3d6, and then Scott will now read the pump harder rule.
I'll do it now. I'll get it out of sequence. So before moving a pump wagon, you may declare that the crew are pumping harder. If you do so, you must roll 3d6 for its random movement. So essentially, Outriggers gives you an extra d6.
Yeah. I think there's a caveat though with the pump harder at the end of it. If you roll 3 or more 1s.
That's actually a separate special rule.
Oh, is it separate special rule?
It is too pumped up.
If you didn't hear that, that's too pumped
Too
up.
pumped up. The exhilaration of battle
Double
can cause Snotlings to lose control. At any time a pump wagon rolls 2 or more 1s for its movement, it will not move as normal, but instead veers out of control. Reroll the random movement distance, including the extra dice if you were pumping harder, but this time the pump wagon will move in a random direction. If the rerolled movement also includes 2 or more 1s, the pump wagon has crashed. Remove it as a casualty. Otherwise, all random movement rules apply, except that a pump wagon halted by a friendly unit will inflict 2d6 impact hits on the unit that blocks its move.
I've had this
Savage.
devastate my units when I'm in a really good position, my enemy's units when he's in a really good position, and it just pumps like manky like that and crashes into his own men. It's just horrifying, but great.
They are fun, unreliable units.
Yes.
So we'll go back to
Back to the upgrades.
Back to the upgrades.
Flappers. Flappers are crude wings attached to the side of the pump wagon. This allows the pump wagon to make short jumps as it bounces along in order to avoid dangerous obstacles. A pump wagon fitted with flappers only has to take dangerous terrain tests if they end their move in dangerous terrain.
That's probably the one I think you can live without.
You can live without that.
That's the one I think you can.
Because they are chariots, so if they go into a dangerous terrain test on a 1, they take D6 wounds.
Yep, and they only have 3, so it's bad days to be a Snotling pump wagon.
It's a scary one.
And then this one is the one that you.
This is the first one you take,
Yes.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
And that
not
that
saying
is
approvingly.
giant exploding spores. Sometimes Snotlings attach really big exploding spores to the front of their wagon, which burst when the pump wagon hits anything. If a pump wagon has giant exploding spores, the first set of impact hits it inflicts in the game ignores armor saves.
So you give that with the +1 strength for impact hits. You get 2d6, strength 5 impact hits. They ignore armor saves.
Yep.
Horrifying.
Steam tanks are afraid of that. That's just winning on 5s.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
Knights are just non-existent.
Yeah. It also has exploding spores, which normal Snotlings have, which is a single shooting attack, which automatically hits and ignores armor saves.
Yeah.
It's a throwing weapon, so strength
2. Strength 2, throw up that automatically hits, ignores armor saves.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Don't have to pay for it. It comes with it.
I gotta be honest, when we start looking back at the chariot thing we were just talking about, again, these come in. You don't have to do all of it, but these are another one of those choices.
So if you give them all 4 upgrades, they only cost 90 points.
Yeah.
God, they're still so cheap.
Yeah, and
still
I
so
think you
cheap.
don't need the flappers. I think you can you can shave that back. I've recently had the joy of fighting 4 of these, and
Sorry.
so I was just to say, whilst I managed to deal with a lot of the rest of the army, 4 of them was just a nightmare to try and actually deal with. Even with the relatively unsurvivable stats, it's still so much to deal with.
Yeah, they're only toughness 4, 3 wounds and 6 up armor save. They are unbreakable, unstable as well, so they crumble from combat res.
They do, but
if they get charged, they're in a lot of trouble.
They're
100%.
They're in rubbish. Again, you can, as James said, you can take 4 in a regular army. I think you can take up to 8.
You can take 8 in a grand army.
8 in a grand army.
Despite them being rare. It's hilarious.
And so they're cheap enough. With all 4 upgrades, they're 90 points, 45 points base.
Yeah.
They're ace.
And if you just take the main 2, which would be the
Spiky Roller and Giant Exploding Spores.
how much you got up to that point?
75.
Yeah.
points
I'd
for
take
4
the
of them.
outriggers as well, personally, for the extra dice.
The extra dice movement, but then you are more susceptible to blowing yourself up.
I think I'd just pump harder all the time.
Yeah, you could do. I think the fact that I can pump harder for 4 though is really spicy at that point.
But yeah, pump wagon, nice. It's good. It's terrifying if you
Big fan.
don't know what you're up against. It's
Yeah.
terrifying. But if you can deal with it at the beginning of the game, yeah, why not?
But cheap enough that you don't care.
No.
Yeah.
And so we're going to go into the Ragnarok Spider next, which is the big monster, and which was the big monster release when this book first came out. Because I remember the White Dwarf, they had a battle report, we had 4 of them in it.
Ooh.
I remember that. That's quite a good read. And it comes with a rating of 17 out of 24, I believe. I put 12. I don't know why I put 12, but it's 17.
Scott, definitely not 12.
It's not 12. Scott, can I
Would you like me to add this up?
while we
for
go
you?
along? So 3 for the strength of attacks,
Yep.
4 for the number of attacks, 3 for special rules, 2 for maneuverability, 4 for spyability, and 1 for cost.
17.
It's lovely. 17 out of 24. I do my job with numbers. It's terrifying. So this is every arachnophobe's worst nightmare. It's a scary model to look at. Well, not. It's a good model to look at.
It's a lovely model, actually.
I had a friend years ago that couldn't
Just couldn't look
bear
at it.
being near it. He was so afraid of spiders, he just couldn't
Wow.
bear being near it. I used to put one around, and he'd like, I'd move it around the shop, so that he'd sort of come in and it'd be in a different place.
Were you really a friend then?
Yeah,
Was you?
I feel like you're actually a workplace bully.
that's
Yeah.
legendary.
So there's others as banter, to others as bullying.
No,
Moving on. So anyway, we're gonna go. So the Arachnarok, it has good points. It has lots of wounds and attacks, 8 of each.
Yep.
It bugs James to no end that it's only movement
I'm
7.
honestly this close to walking off this video.
The fact this thing has movement 7 and not movement 8 because
It's got 8 legs.
it's got 8 legs, but it's movement 7.
Yeah, but like men of the Empire have 2 legs. They don't have movement 2.
No, they have movement 4 because they move each leg twice.
What?
That's basic mathematics.
Then
I don't know what your problem
by that
is.
logic, then this thing moves 16.
No, well, it does it would when it marched. If it moved 8, as it's supposed to.
You've done it. How do elves work then?
Well,
They've got
they
2 legs,
put one
they
leg
move
in front of the
5.
other, mate. That's how they work. They
Oh,
use
right.
one strike first to win games. That's how they work.
Anyway, lots of wounds and attacks.
Why does it not move 8? It's got 8 legs.
I don't know.
You don't need to
basic
move
stuff.
8.
It's just basic stuff.
Alright, anyway.
Take control, Max.
Lots of wounds and attacks, with the spider itself being poisoned and having the Venom Surge special rule, which, if Scott will read it quickly.
Yep, so it uses a jolt of poison from its huge envenomed fangs. For a rolling to hit, nominate one of the Arachnarok's attacks to be made with a Venom Surge and roll it separately. In addition to being poisoned, this attack has the multiple wounds D6 special rule. Feels like a bit of a sort of shame if you roll that one separately and then roll the poison attacks. I know, because it's not ignore me. Don't worry. Just forget that.
But it is a bit gimmicky because he's
It is,
not
yeah.
great weapon skill. I think
He is 4.
4.
It's not bad on a
Not
monster.
amazing.
terrible.
I only get 1 dice on it. It reminds me a bit of the War Sphinx, which we'll do the Kemrian Flying Sphinx thing soon on a video coming soon. And he has that same sort of mechanic where he can do like 1 attack, which is like this decapitating strike.
Yeah.
But you never get it because
You always miss.
it's the caveats
Yeah.
that you've got to achieve to score it. You know?
I think I did get against Chris in that big game again. I think I managed to Venom Surge a vampire.
Oh, I dare.
Vampire's dead. He's immune to venom. Anyways, but it's got a raft of special rules. It has the Haldar Crew special rule, which is like every other big red monster. It has like the Beast Riders from Ogres and the Haldar rule for the cats from Tomb Kings. So like basically, you pretty much you attack the monster. You can't attack the crew. If the monster dies, the crew dies as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the base value of it.
Yep.
And then other special rules, it ignores buildings in impassable terrain because it has Wall Crawler, which I think if Scott will find, it's on the Spider Rider
it's
page,
on
which
the
is the
previous
previous page.
Models with this rule treat ungarrisoned buildings as open terrain for the purposes of movement. They may not finish their movement inside or on top of an ungarrisoned building. They can pass over obstructions of this kind, but they cannot linger.
Okay.
So it doesn't apply to impassable
I thought
terrain
we
that's
did
not a building.
I thought we did a pass to impassable terrain. My bad. I just thought we did. I don't use these guys often. So you can charge over buildings or ungarrisoned buildings, which is quite nice. I mean, if you got that building, if they are using that building as a charge blocker, you can charge over. But you have to still be able to make the charge physically.
You also still have to be able to see past the building.
And it's
get
not
to the
big.
target,
It's got big enough base. It possibly could see around the building.
but it's got to be able to fit on the other side.
Yeah, which is a big issue.
That's the biggest problem. Is as you've said, it's base, and we're going to come back to that again, I imagine.
Other bits of species it has it's stubborn. It's
Yeah,
nice.
great.
Forest Strider, Obstacle Strider. That's probably ignores the impassable terrain.
Yeah, there you go. Well done.
There we go.
Yeah.
It does ignore impossible.
There we go.
Take 2.
Yeah. So stubborn is really good. It's leadership 6 for Spider, which is a bit. Oh, it's leadership 6 for the Goblins.
Crew, yeah, the spider doesn't have a leadership.
I'm
the Goblins.
I'm thinking of Storm Magic, in which it's leadership 8 stubborn, which is better.
Yes, it is.
So it's the other special rules it has.
Causes terror.
Causes terror.
It's got Swift Stride.
Ooh.
It's a large target. It's immune to psychology, which is actually just a negative when you have terror because it means you can't flee.
No.
Poison attacks.
It doesn't panic
I think you've
orcs.
gone through it. Yes.
Doesn't panic all. This is it's a big spider. It's a big spider running away.
Randomly doesn't
The
panic.
goblins up top means doesn't panic the orcs, which is quite nice. And it has options
Couple
for
of upgrades.
the flinger,
Yep.
which is 30 points.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. I know all my stuff.
It's a stone thrower with the below profile. It's range 12 to 48 inches. Strength 1 or 3 under the hull and multiple wounds D3. Any unit hit by a flinger is covered in a mass of sticky webs and has the Always Strikes Last special rule until the end of its next turn. It doesn't use the stone thrower misfire chart. It simply means that the flinger may not shoot this turn if it misfires.
Yeah, it's hard to get a lot out of that because you have to shoot it. You have to be able to shoot the unit to get the Always Strikes Last. So if you shoot, say, a high elf unit or an elf unit to try and get rid of Always Strikes Last, you get rid of Always Strikes first, but then they won't charge and wait a turn.
Yeah. It's not a bad control piece in that sense.
No, it's not.
But the spider can't move and shoot the.
It can move. It can't march.
Okay, so it's still slowed.
Yeah.
The
to do it.
And you're not going to kill anything with it at strength 3 and 1.
Be funny.
Not really.
It'd be funny if you get the multiple D3 and kill a character off of it, though.
It would.
It's absolutely decked by a big ball of web.
Would be
And the
very
last point of this, which is the major point of this model, is it's hideously expensive. It's 290 points base.
It is quite a lot. It does have one other upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
But you can only take the upgrade if it's taken as a mount for a Goblin Great Shaman. That's the Catchweb Spider Shrine, and it gives them Lore Master of the Lore of the Little Waaagh. And he and any other friendly wizard within 12 of the spider adds 2 to their channeling attempts. So they channel 4.
So that's just every wizard. That's all wizards as well, then.
Yeah.
So the Catch Spider Shrine. So
That's a good upgrade, but then my level 4's on a big monster, which is dreadful.
Yeah.
So as I said, 290 points base for this thing. 320 with the flinger.
Yeah.
Or what else?
It's 40 points for the Spider Shrine.
40
That's
points.
the only other upgrade.
So 330 for the Catch of Spider Shrine. And then you got to put the Goblin on top of it as well, which is about 140 points.
Yeah.
Before being level 3, before upgrades.
Before a wall save,
Yeah.
because he's going to get shot off of it.
They are hideously expensive. They're really cool, and I wish they were better.
Their base is also another massive problem.
Yeah, they have the Terrorgeist size base. They're 100 by 150.
Do you know what? I just want to take a moment to feel really sorry for the Ragnarok. Right, so little competitive play did you see that people call the Ragnarok space the Terrorgeist space when the Ragnarok came out first. He was the model that incepted that base.
Really?
That base's first appearance in the game was because that was the first book for 8th edition.
Yeah.
Orcs and Goblins. They were the first 8th
For the
edition.
Terrorgeist, not in 7th edition.
Nope, they
No.
came out in a White Dwarf
Yeah,
like
8th edition, yeah.
like supplement for 8th, and
Yeah.
then about 6-7
Remember
months
the
later their book came out. So yeah, they were done as a release with rules in White Dwarf on that size base. But yeah, it's
Brilliant.
actually in a Ragnarok base.
I like the fact I should know this because in the Chaos Dwarf Army, the Kadai Destroyer page, it says this model is based on an Ragnarok size base.
Yeah.
So
I love that most people have to then go, I wonder what base in Ragnarok. And look at them and go, oh, it's on a Terrorgeist
Terrorgeist
space.
Yeah, so that's what 100
150.
100 by 150.
100 by 150. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that is huge.
big.
Big.
Which,
Biggest base in Warhammer.
yeah, which means it's hard to get it into combat. I mean, it doesn't not a problem for the Terrorgeist because he just goes.
He doesn't really want to be in
No,
combat much of
but
the
it's
time.
hard. It can often be hard to get them in where you want.
Yeah.
It's hard to utilise their other good rules, and they're super susceptible to artillery,
They've got-
template
yeah.
They've
weapons,
got the,
anything
they've
like
got
that.
the 8 wounds to mitigate the
He's
artillery.
also got 4 up armour save. It's not great against artillery, but
Yeah, no, that's it. The 4-up armour save gives him a bit of extra protection against like bow fire and
and-
stuff, which
yeah.
the size of his base doesn't have any real effect on.
no.
Another issue I have with this is only strength 5. He's got relatively low strength for
that's not great.
Yeah.
and you say, oh, the Kemrian War Sphinx got strength 5, but they're toughness 8.
They're also 230 points,
Cheaper.
like, or 240
Not
points.
230 points cheaper, no.
No, they're 230, 240 fully tooled up, so they're way less than that. Yeah, so that's
It's
not
upset.
really
It's not upsetting, but I said really cool model, really nice. I just wish it was better.
Yeah, let's just leave it.
Spends a lot of time on a shelf.
Yeah, it looks great though.
Tells you what doesn't spend time on a shelf though. Mangler Squigs.
No, they do not.
They do not. They come with a competitive rating of 19 out of 24.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the big leagues.
So Mangler Squigs, we get there for 4 for the strength of attacks, 4 for the number of attacks, and it's a weird one again why it's not 4. 3 for their special rules, 3 for maneuverability, 1 for survivability, and 4 for their cost.
They're so cheap.
It's absolutely infamous, and it's the first target for many a general.
It really is.
And they have they're similar in terms to a Fanatic.
They are.
With some key differences though.
Yes.
So I'll let Scott quickly ad lib over these because
Yeah.
unless you want to reread everything.
So if a Mangler Squig would bring them into contact with another unit, then it moves through like a Fanatic.
Yeah.
If it would end its move in the unit, then it's placed an inch beyond it.
Mm-hmm.
And any units that the Squig moves through, friend or foe, take 2d6 strength 6 armor piercing hits.
So an extra d6, an extra point of
And an
strength.
extra point of strength. Mangler Squigs that make that attack and sort of go through a unit then go wild, and they move in a random direction. You don't choose to move.
So so this means you control the movement of the Mangler
Until it hits something.
Until it hits something, which is a key difference over Fanatics.
Yep. Mangler Squigs can't be charged, but models can move into contact with them. If it does, then they take essentially 3d6 strength 6 armor piercing hits, and the Mangler Squig is removed. And it says the unit can carry on with its move. There's probably not a lot left of that unit to carry on the move. And Mangler Squigs targeted with shooting attacks count as being in soft cover. Completely out of control. Not surprisingly, the haphazard Mangler Squigs are prone to a number of spectacularly bloody accidents, such as choking themselves with their own chains or pummeling each other repeatedly until both Great Cave Squigs are literally mashed to a pulp.
Or in other words, comical yet fatal mishaps.
If you will.
Mangler Squigs are removed as a casualty when they contact another Mangler Squig. They've gone crazy and rolled a triple for movement. This represents the Squigs ripping themselves to pieces. Or some other comical yet fatal mishap. And any unit moves into contact with the Mangler Squig.
The crucial one there is that terrain doesn't affect them,
No.
where it does the Fanatic.
Yep.
Any
Mangler
more?
Squigs must take a danger terrain test if they move over any of the following types of terrain: forest, marsh, obstacles, or mystical monuments. If their move would take them into contact with a building, impassable terrain, or off the table edge, then they take a danger terrain test and will stop an inch short of the obstruction.
So slightly more controllable than a
Yep.
Fanatic. I say slightly.
And, like, over double as deadly.
Over the double effect. So this one, you need to be more concerned about Chaff Units with this than you do with Fanatics, because this you actually have a unit.
Yeah.
It's
It
there.
starts on the table
It
as
starts on
well,
the
it's
table.
not hidden.
You can't hide it. So Manglers, you kind of want them in your backfield, but then if you want them in your backfield, you have to really aim their movement really well. You have to know how to do that. And sometimes if you're first using it, it's hard to do that. Because if you want it to go sideways, it's going sideways turn one, it's not going forward where it wants to be.
And you have to move them first because they're random movements. They have to go before your remaining moves.
Yeah, which is so unless you have like some buildings in front of your Manglers on the board, you have to know where you're going to place these guys.
My general advice in that type of scenario
Put them on the flanks.
would be put them on the ends of your battle line, one on each flank. Run them up. Don't get too stressed. Run them up to where you want them to be, and then trust that the rest of your army's sort of anti-chaff elements will
Just
move
over.
up turn 1 and turn 2 and deliver the goods to stop you losing the squigs before they do their damage. That's really the best you can do, if I'm honest.
Yeah, so I said protecting is going to be tricky, but essential for getting the most out of it. You have to look after it, because if you just having a 5 Lyrian Reavers or Marauder Horsemen or other Wolf Riders jumping on top of it, they could take 3d6 strength 6 hits. Who cares?
Or a single saber tusk.
Or a single saber tusk.
Other worthless lives are available.
Again, enemy chaffs are its worst nightmare.
Yeah.
But as all said and done, if placed in a good position, your opponent will be scrambling to stop this thing.
It's 65 points, guys.
Yeah,
so I just got to
cheap.
say that.
It's cheap enough that if it dies, you don't give away a
I
lot of
just
points.
don't care.
The fact most armies rare slots has like 1 or 2 sections. You can get like 6 or 7 or 8 rare selections in this book.
Yeah.
It's mad.
Because of the points.
Because of the points value of everything. But I said, so yeah, it's cheap enough they die, but I said, you just don't care if it does die.
No, most Orcs and Goblins armies, you start with 130 points less sort of when you're writing your list, because you just put 2 of these guys in.
You do take 2.
Yeah, they're great.
And it's all great. They're just you watch your opponent. Just once they find out what they do, just like my. And at the end of the day,
Whereas the chaos are just like, oh no.
yeah, because we don't
really have access to this issue.
Yeah, it's like we don't. Well,
No real shooting that you
No.
want to sort of shoot
Well,
at it. You've got Marauder Horsemen and Warhounds. That's
unless
about
you
it.
jump on top of them.
We're in danger.
Unless you want to shoot a Hellcannon at it. That seems a bit of a waste of Hellcannon though. But yeah, Mangler Squids, just take 2.
Yeah.
Take 2 and just go and behold the rest.
Yes.
And lastly for flankers, we're finally at the end of this. We have the Humble Giant.
Oh, come on.
The 4th and final time he's going to appear in
Sad.
a deep dive.
It's the
He's
sad.
sad, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
That's
It's the fourth and sadly last appearance of the Giant in a deep dive series.
Let's just get this done.
Let's get over it again. Again,
we're not massive fans of giants. Liam, if you're watching, I know you love your giants. We
I
are
like
not.
I
in
like
the same
giants, but
boat.
they're not good.
Liam is a better man than me, I'll say.
Again, this is a carbon copy from the 3 other periods in which we've done giant as well.
Yep.
So it's 15 out of 24. 4 for strength of attacks, 4 for number of attacks, a weird number again, 3 for special rules, 1 for maneuverability, 2 for survivability, and 1 for cost. I haven't given it the warpaint upgrade in this one. So if you want to, you can give it warpaint, but you have to have a Savage Orc Shaman in your army to be able to do it. Though.
Or Great Shaman.
Or Great Shaman, yeah.
And it's 20 points. I'll be honest, it's not worth the 6
6-up ward.
20 points. 15 points is a push for a 6-up
And to be honest,
for me.
if you took it, it wouldn't actually make any difference to. Oh, it would. You give him 3 for survivability rather than.
Yeah.
Rather
But
than,
you'd have already wasted. You'd have wasted 220
20 points rather
on
than
the giant
200
instead of 200.
Yeah.
So I'll quickly go through this again. We're not going to go through the attacks for the
No,
4th time in a row.
I think everyone's got the gist of what a giant does. You roll on a table depending on what you're fighting, sort of generally the size of it, and then you do a different type of attack depending on what you roll.
It's reasonably good.
Yeah.
It's fair to
not
say.
bad.
The attack charts are pretty decent.
Yeah.
High strength, loads of optional attacks, low toughness and arm saves leads them to being shot down. Again, if you have Savage Orc Shaman, they can take warpaints, which will up their survivability score by 1. Fun, but not competitive.
Best thing about them, they're stubborn.
They are stubborn.
Yeah.
Stubborn
Against,
leadership
Leadership 10.
units that don't shoot very much, stubborn leadership 10 is against armies that don't
Yeah.
shoot a lot. Stubborn leadership 10 is pretty good.
And causes terror.
Against Warriors of Chaos, they can be a bit of a concern. If you don't take health damage.
Well, other than the fact that your units will wound
just
them
tear
on, not a
apart,
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll probably wound them on a 4 with most
It's
units.
more for the terror checks and hoping that it's not Slanesh and that it runs away.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Doing a max early special.
Yep.
Hey guys.
Um,
Thanks, guys. Anyway, that's the giant.
And that's it for flankers. Isn't it?
That's it for flankers.
We're at the end of flanking.
Flankers
Finally.
done. We're gonna move into more units now, though.
but wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more. Now that was long, we are going to move into the orc shooting, which has a good few units to be honest. We're going to start, which has orc arrow boys, savage orcs with bows, night goblins and goblins with bows, the goblin spear chucker, goblin rock lobbers, and the doom diver catapult. Oh dear. So I'm going to work my way as it's set out in the book. So we're going to start with orc arrow boys.
Okay.
They get a 9 out of 24 for the competitive rating. 2 for threat range, 1 for strength for shots, 1 for accuracy, 2 for versatility, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know why they were made a separate option. I don't know why they just didn't say orc boys can take a bow.
It's because you can't make them big uns. Weirdly.
I mean, would you want to?
Well, probably not, but that'll be why, because you can't make them big
You
uns.
can't make big ones. The ballistic skill is average, strength is low, poor combination.
Yeah.
Ballistic skill 3, strength 3, the
Range is not great either.
range 24, it's not a long bow, it's just a regular
Just a
bow. I said they're cheap though. They are relatively cheap. 7 points.
Come with light armor. That's about it. They've still got choppers.
You
so
still-
strength 4.
still
First
strength
round of
4.
combat.
There is a banner in the book that a BSB can take that does help them out a little bit if you want to go down that route. It's better on another choice, but
Yeah.
That's the problem. They're just the worst choice, aren't they? Like,
They
if
are
you're gonna
really,
do
yeah.
shooting with bows, you might as well go Savage Orcs because, like, raw. Even if you don't take big uns or any of the other upgrades, they're more survivable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because they come with that 6-up wall save.
And they're better in combat.
Yeah, so
when
'cause they're
when
fun.
stuff gets to them, yeah.
again, I don't know. They just
Don't panic either.
No?
doesn't feel right having these guys. Like I said, that's got said. Animosity as well. You always consider animosity. We haven't talked about that in a
Yeah.
while, but a lot of the units we've already spoken about do have animosity.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things that makes the chariots,
Better.
the Mangler Squigs, the pump wagons,
Yeah.
most of those like sort of late end flankers that we just bigged up. Part of that is because they don't suffer animosity either.
Nope.
So arrow boys do suffer it. As I said, choppers, size matters, all the usual shtick.
Yep.
Should we move on?
That's about it for what we're arrow boys.
Yeah.
So
Not
now
a lot to say.
we're gonna move into on the outside page, savage orc boys with bows. They get a competitive score of 11 out of 24, and they get this for threat range of 2 for threat range, 1 for strength for shot, 1 for accuracy, 2 for the versatility, 2 for their survivability, and 3 for their cost. So again, but these are better because you can make them big uns.
Yeah, you can. These, I think the thing is, they're looking at that 11. That is looking at them as just sitting back and
Pure
shooting.
Yeah, pure
yeah.
shooting. Yeah.
What if you do take Savage Orcs with bows, and lots of people do, it's a certainly very competitive
Yeah,
choice.
it's common.
You shoot with them for 2 turns, and
Yep.
then you charge them into combat.
Or you get charged.
Or get charged, you don't
And
really
stand
care,
and
to be
shoot.
fair. And stand and shoot, yeah. Like, you do a bit of both, which I think is, we talked about the same with the Terrorgeist in the Vampires deep dive. It's that you do one of its things for the first couple of turns, and then you do its other thing, and that's where you get the most out of
It
it.
turns into a Savage Orc Battleline unit.
It does, yeah.
In the late game,
Yeah.
because in the early game it's a harrying threat. As Max mentioned earlier, there is a magic banner that we're going to look at in that section, and we'll point it out again there, so we won't give away the spoilers. But that really improves them.
Yeah.
And he's a staple of very competitive army lists. I must say,
because at the end of the day, it's still Savage Orcs. They've still got 2 attacks. So you haven't got the extra
Yeah, you
weapons.
can't take the additional hammer banana.
So you still got 2 attacks. If you take them bigger, it's still strength 5. You still hold them up.
Yeah.
It's just what?
who still wants to fight them?
No.
Yeah.
They still can have Lucky Shrunken Head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can still have the other elements we're talking about. I must say, I think that Nav Hussein, who won Cardiff Crusade 2021,
Yeah. Was last year.
I'm pretty sure that was the core of his list.
It was.
Yeah.
Savage
big
Orcs
unit.
with bows,
Yeah.
with the Shrunken Head and the other item that we'll touch on in the shiny stuff
Yeah.
section.
So, unless we've got anything else to say about Savage Orcs or arrows?
Not really.
But I say Savage Orcs with arrows, to put arrows there. It's bows, they're not just lobbing arrows at you.
They could
I
be.
mean,
Though.
they could
Look
be.
at the size.
They are strength 5 if they're big uns.
They're absolutely bulked. They've been down.
Bulked.
They've been down the Savage Orc gym, mate. They've been.
So we're going to move into goblins and night goblins with bows. Because rather than me typing up a 2 separate paragraphs for the exact same sort of units, we're going to mix them together here.
Yep.
Because there's literally one change here. So the goblin type with a bow is a threat range of 1, because it's only a short bow this time around. The strength of shot is for 1 for strength of shot, 1 for the accuracy, 2 for the versatility, 0 for survivability, and 2 for cost for a regular goblin, 3 for the cost of a night goblin. And so I do that because night goblins still have access to fanatics and netters.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're still a goblin, a night goblin with all the trimmings.
And fanatics are really good on that unit that's just going to, you have sort of 30 of them in a horde, you sit back and you shoot 30 shots every turn.
Yeah.
Because a unit's probably going to want to charge that to stop them shooting. They think, oh, they're only goblins, I don't really care what charges them, it'll probably be enough to kill them. And then you go, funny, you have 3 fanatics.
Yeah, and have some nets.
Have some
Yeah,
nets as well.
have some nets as well. Yeah, if I had the points, they wouldn't be my first choice on a unit with bows, netters. I'd go for the fanatics first and see if I had the points left. But certainly if you've got the points, why not?
One or both.
Why not? I will point out that fanatics and netters are expensive. If you say 3 fanatics are 75 points, netters are 45 points. So
120 points.
there's a lot of points for it.
That is 40 night goblins.
Yes.
You are doubling the cost
That's
of that
always
40 unit.
we should have said that earlier. That's always the danger with night goblins is
Yeah.
getting into that habit of taking lots of fanatics and you end up really investing points.
Yeah.
Because they are core. You don't want to max out. You don't want to go over your max limit on core.
No, not
too
really.
much.
You want to, maybe you want to go for a little bit with the savages, but you do have a lot of stuff in your special and your rare
Yeah.
that you want as well.
Did we do the scores for those, Max? Those 2 units
Yes,
respectively?
yeah, 2 and 3.
No, it's in the
No,
total
the
scores. They're
total
7
scores.
and 8 in
Oh,
total.
7 and 8, sorry.
There's
Seven
7
for
for the
goblins,
regular
yeah.
gobbos, 8 for the night
The
gobbos.
goblins are also half a point more expensive a model
Yeah.
with bows because you have to pay for the short bow at half a point.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't have to pay for the bow. Or
No,
the
you,
I don't know why.
You do replace the night goblin's shield
Yeah, so you
with
have
the short bow, so
you
you have 0 armour
no armor.
as opposed to
And
light
no
armour with
parry,
bow.
which is the one that is a bit absurd.
Yeah, no parry.
I would say though that very much like we said with the Savage Orcs, in that like Scott was pointing out, in that combined arms style where you do some shooting and then you kind of use them in the later game as the Battleline unit again. That's exactly the same way I envisage night goblins with bows. I actually think they're okay like that because they sort of kick out, and then as soon as you sort of have thrown the fanatics, ideally you then want to reform quite quickly into the bus.
buff.
Yeah, into the bus.
And just sort of go, well, you're going to have to kill lots of me, and I'll keep sort of being steadfast for a little while yet.
Yeah.
Which
Sorry, fanatics are randomly leadership 10.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
If you want to try and spirit each fanatic.
yeah, it's actually quite rough. I've done that before and run into that. Where I'm like, oh, spirit lead, kill him. And he's got better leadership than me. What?
I mean, it's crazy. He's a lone mate. Doesn't care.
He is
Absolutely.
But unless we want to talk anything about the goblin type with
No,
bow.
I think
we're there, mate.
I think essentially what we're saying is if you're going to take a goblin, take a night goblin. Whatever weapon you take them with, take a night goblin.
Even if you're not taking a bow on them, just if you're just going to take them as a core unit, just a night goblin.
Yeah, they came out better in battle line, night goblins.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming out better in ranged. Just take a night goblin.
Unless you're going for the Femi army of like a forest goblin or just a regular goblin. Like,
Take a night goblin.
I look over there, those are night goblins.
I've got a fever, mate, and the only prescription
Is more
night
night goblins. Is goblins with black hoods.
That's it.
more mushrooms? Is that
More mushrooms.
More mushrooms. Anyway, we're going to move into the first of our artillery pieces now. And it is the Goblin Spear Chucker, which gets a score of 17 out of 24.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. And we get there 3 for threat range, 3 for strength for shots, 1 for the accuracy, 3 for versatility, 4 for survivability, and 3 for the cost.
Very cheap.
Cheap as chips. David Dickinson would want to say. Is it David Dickinson?
Other antiquities experts are available.
And what we'll say is cheap. It's cheap as anything, and you can have 6 spear chuggers in a regular army. You can have 2
12 in a grand army.
12 in a grand. I think you can have like 2 per special set.
Are they 35 or 45?
35.
35.
You
40.
can add an Orc Bully for 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
So bullies, what bullies do is they get rid of fear elves for the spear chucker. They give you size matters, and they make your leadership 7.
Yeah.
So they're actually not a bad choice.
It's not a bad choice.
Yeah, not terrible.
I don't know if you want to expend more points onto these things. I think the main ideal for me that they are that cheap for.
Yeah, I don't mind them.
I
being
also
that
say that they are. I think they're always slipshod.
Slipshod, yes. They're notoriously unreliable. To represent this, if the hit roll for a shooting attack made by a spear chucker is a 1 before any modifiers, then it misfires. Roll on the stone thrower misfire chart in the Warhammer Rulebook and apply the result to the spear chucker.
So it can kill itself.
Yeah, but it's not too sad because the stone thrower chart only kills
Isn't
itself
that bad?
1 in
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad.
It says so cheap as chips, single shot ballistical free, so it's not all that accurate. But to be honest, 35 points.
That's why you take 6.
That's why I take 6. I just see him just chopping down monsters like, oh yeah, I'll do this. I hits. I wounds. 3 wounds. Oh, it's dead.
They're so rubbish, but if I've got quite a few of them, like my opponent does still have. There's always that potential.
Quantity has a quality.
concerned.
That's it. There's that potential that
Yeah.
they could do the real damage, and so they've still got to actually go and sort them out,
Yeah.
which is really useful. This is saying I think with Orcs and Goblins you can really do that well. You just have
Yeah.
to be so careful of your leadership.
You did that in the game on the channel against my Britannia.
I certainly did, yeah.
Mhm.
Certainly got his points back in one
Bold
shot.
Yeah, I think I've got a second one somewhere, and I need to paint it.
I know I have 3.
Okay, well we could do something exciting there between us.
I am 3. It's a cause for concern for single models, so they do have to be dealt with. You do have to be concerned for them. You have to worry about them. And my point is, I really like them. I just really like them.
That's not incisive tactical device from the team.
That's just a hot.
Max really likes them.
That's just for you guys out there. If you want to know more about the Chieftain, I like spear chuckers. And that's about it. So spear chucker, it's a basic bolt thrower, strength 6, not an arm save, multiple is D3.
Rock lumber.
Rock lobber.
Rock lumber.
Yeah, as James weirdly dances out for us there. We're going to move into the Goblin Rock Lobber now.
I just haven't sung for a little while, sorry.
Comes with a competitive rating of 20 out of 24 now. We get the 4 for threat range, 4 for the strength for shot. This is considering it's under the hull. 2 for accuracy, 3 for versatility, 4 for survivability, and 3 for cost. And what we'll mention is that we've done a lot of stone throws on the channel. This is the first one where it's just the bog standard stone throw profile from the main rulebook.
You can't really do anything with it, can you?
It's not
an Orc Bully.
You can get a bully.
Bully.
You can get a bully. So if we mention like other stuff, like Hellcannons are different. Trebuchets are strength 5.
Yeah.
Mortars are strength rubbish.
So a big template.
A big template. We got the
Dwarf ones.
The dwarf ones you can
ruined.
rune, yeah.
We had the Droquois Mortars and the Deathrick rocket launchers.
That's ruining.
That's
just
ruining
so you
apparently.
know.
This is the first actual bog standard stone thrower.
And it still scores well because
It
stone
scores well.
throwers are great
Yeah.
value for their points.
It's basic stone thrower, cheap price of 80, I believe.
85.
85 or 80? Oh, don't tell me the Doom Diver is 80. I think it's
Rock Lobber's 85. Doom Diver's 80. You can give this an Orc Bully as well, as we said. It's also worth saying the Orc Bully counts as an extra crew member and an extra wound.
Ooh.
So it gives you 4 wounds. And the Orc Bully has choppers. And they're also the last to be removed.
Yeah,
so they'll always be the last one.
I've got to be
fighting.
honest, I think for these I would probably always buy the bully.
Yeah,
I just think
use
that
that
fourth wound is massive.
So 95 points of the bully is pretty big.
Yeah.
As a good use for it is to hunt monsters at long range, which Orcs and Goblins do struggle with at long range, if I'm honest. They don't have a lot of stuff to do with them.
Yeah.
They don't have any multiple wounds D6 at range. This is the only one. So this is if you're scared of those Frost Hearts, those Kemrian War Sphinxes, this is what you were looking to get in your army.
Not bad against big units either.
Always good.
The blast strength does leave something to be desired. He's only strength
elves
3.
is very good.
Yeah, against
So they're
basic
very
stone.
highly armoured.
Has a hell cannon. The blast strength is the same. The rest of us with regular stone throwers. Really?
He has a strength 5 blast.
Yeah, I've strength 10.
Okay, so the rest of us with regular
So
stone
you.
throwers. Tomb Kings.
You.
dwarves.
I mean, you have a Chaos Army, you can take Hell Cannons.
I do have a Chaos Army. I may have even been in the process of acquiring a Hell Cannon.
Ooh.
That's a talk for another day.
Anyway, again, they're just easy enough to spam. You can take 2 of them. It's like 160 points base.
No, 170.
It's 170, sorry. 85. I'm still thinking 80 points.
They're great though.
They are
They
great.
are very good.
You do often just see 2 of these. Plus 2 of the next one, which is the Goblin Doomdiver.
Yeah.
The Doomdiver Catapult, I think it's
It
officially
is
called.
Doomdiver Catapult, yes.
And it itself gets a rating of 20 out of 24.
Still upset that it's not called a Doomdiver Gobberpolt, but I'll let it go.
Okay.
4th of
Moving on.
I'm not as bitter about it as I am about that only movement 7 on that.
The
that
Arana
spider.
Movement 7. Right, so 4 for threat range, 2 for strength for shots, 3 for the accuracy, 3 for versatility, 4 for its survivability, and 4 for its cost, because this is just undercosted.
cheap.
It is undercosted.
Disgusting.
A lost artillery piece, and it's a pretty good one, and it's super accurate with redirection rules that Scott's going to read for me.
So, it's a stone throw essentially, but because the Doomdiver has the ability to glide and guide into a target, it has some additional rules detailed here. Fire the Doomdiver Catapult as a stone thrower. However, no template is used. Instead, place the flying Doomdiver Goblin model on the target point, and then roll for scatter as you would for a stone thrower. After doing this, you may roll a d6 and move the Doomdiver Goblin model by that many inches in any direction. If any units are touched by the Doomdiver's base, then each must take d6 strength 5 hits with no armour saves allowed. Should the artillery dice roll a misfire, roll a d6 and consult the Doomdiver misfire table below. So 1 or 2, it is destroyed with a crack, the sinew snaps, smashing the machine and slaying the Doomdiver as the war machine is destroyed. 3 to 4, it is disabled. The over-anxious Gobbo gets the elastic tied up in knots. The problem can be fixed, but means the Doomdiver cannot shoot this turn or in the controlling player's next turn. Number 5, skid marks. The Doomdiver badly miscalculates and does not get airborne, instead ploughing a furrow in the dirt. He will hit the first thing along the path towards his chosen target point. If this is a piece of terrain, he is removed immediately and inflicts no damage. If this is a unit, friend or foe, he will inflict d6 strength 5 hits with no armor saves allowed before being removed. The catapult may be fired next turn as normal. And 6, wild shot. The catapult slips on its mountings, spinning round and shooting the Doomdiver randomly into the air. The Doomdiver is fired d6 times 10 inches in a random direction. This roll determines the impact point for the Doomdiver. He is unable to move the impact point d6 in this case. The catapult may be fired next turn as normal.
Good. There's all good stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty much all good, really.
I love that skid mark one. Like, if there's no intervening models, that skid mark, that had the power to launch a guy through the ground that quickly.
Yeah.
Jeez. But anyway, d6 strength 5 hits, ignores arm saves.
Really good.
Really good. Most units have a reason to fear this. Like what?
Yeah, just hordes of cheap rubbish. That's the only thing that doesn't
It's
care
just
about it.
it's 80 points.
Yeah,
It's
it's gonna
cheaper
do
than
enough
a
hits.
rock lobber.
It's a threat against monsters. I know
Yeah.
people go, oh, but it's only strength 5. You know, it's no armor saves, mate. It's that sort of ace.
Tell you who's terrified about it. Demon Princes.
Yeah, knights.
Yeah.
Knights. Demons are awful.
Juggernauts,
Skull Crushers.
Skull Crushers, or the Khorne,
The
Demons
Blood
ones.
Crushers.
Yeah, Blood Crushers.
Steam
So-
tanks.
Yeah, even to an extent, the
Yeah.
steam tank.
Steam
Although
tank
he's
and the battle wagons.
the Hurricanum type
And
wagons.
Luminarch.
Yeah,
All
even
stuff.
your Frost Arts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't like this monstrous cavalry of any description, really.
Yeah.
It's horrible. It's no armor saves. You
No
pay
armor saves,
50
big.
points to get that on this
Yeah.
magic sword.
See, this,
Yeah.
And this thing's just
thirsty.
dropping automatic hits that re-guidance system themselves back on.
James is having a meltdown, clearly.
But you're super accurate. Like you can, if you hit, say I'm gonna use James' hand. Your unit's here, yeah. You scatter 10 inches that way, and James' another unit's about here. You can roll your d6 and then still hit that unit, even though it's not your intended target.
Hang on.
This thing has scattered 16 inches.
There is something that I'd like to just take a moment to
Yep.
point out of it, which is a mechanical point, if you like, rather than a kind of rules point. Is it uses a sort of 25-30mm round
The
token.
flying
The
basically.
clear flying base.
Yeah, it doesn't use a template.
No.
It uses a sort of, like I say, that sort of size base. And we at the Triple Crown GTs, I don't know if others are doing this now, but we certainly are. We rule that if that clips more than one unit, the controlling pad chooses which unit they hit. They don't get both. The Goblin can't divide himself in two. I've had some situations where we've had at the events in the past, some situations where, you know, kind of it's hit 2 and 3 units because it's landed between some
Right in
stacked
the
up
middle.
cavalry and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And it's just we just clearly don't think that's the intention. to go, yeah, and then he spreads himself 3 wide and obliterates 15 infantry. That's not what it's about. So just be aware of that. Certainly at our events, that's the way it'll be ruled. So just try not to be gamey because it's already really good.
Yeah. Again, they're super cheap. You can just easily just take 2 of these again.
Yeah.
You take 2 of these, 2 Mablers, and 2 Doom and 2 Rock Lovers, and you still probably have points left over in your rare slot.
Yeah.
Easily enough. But again, we really like them. The Doom Diver and the Rock Lover. They're both really, really good.
All the Goblin artillery is strong.
Yeah, it is really.
You can't take a bully for this one.
No bully.
Which isn't upsetting because then you'd always just see 4 wound Doom Divers.
Yeah, you would.
So, but yeah, you can't take a bully. That's the only thing that's different from the Rock Lover. But that's it for shooting.
We're there.
We're there. Now we're going to move into chaff.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more. Just because we had a whole lot of other units, you may be thinking we're coming to the end of the units. But you're wrong. There's chaff.
I love how bitter your bullet points are versus mine. I'm like all chirpy and happy making dad jokes, and you're like, "There's more."
You think you're out of this now? There's more. Right, for chaff, we have Goblin Wolf Riders, Forest Goblins, Spider Riders, and Snotlings.
Yeah.
We have Spider Riders there?
Spider Riders there. I've got some wolves, but I didn't put them out.
Nah, there's not enough room.
No.
in there.
Your goblins took up a lot of space.
There's a lot of goblins on there.
We have got the Doom Diver though.
I do.
We forgot to point out. Yeah. Woo. Anyway, so we're going to start with the Goblin Wolf Riders though, and they come with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24. They get there with 4 for maneuverability, 2 for number of attacks, 0 for special rules, 4 for slots, 1 for survivability, and 3 for cost. So 0 special rules because they have Fear Elf and Animosity. They're fast cav, but these sort of just...
Yeah.
That's all covered in their manoeuvrability score though, isn't it?
They are very quick. Movement 9.
They are Elven Steed quick.
No, very.
With Vanguard as well.
With
fast
Vanguard,
cavalry.
fast cav. They don't lose fast cav. They take shields. Doesn't say anywhere in the.
No, that's a more sort of older edition.
Previous edition rule and something that carried over into Chaos Dwarves as well.
Yeah.
But
So you do get to keep your 4 palm save and fast cav rules, which is very nice because it does mean they're just as survivable as a Dark Rider.
Yeah.
Which
you
is
get a 4 up armor save.
Light armor.
Light
Come on,
armor.
armor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is arguably Dark Rider's arguably the best chaff in the game, or the best chaff unit.
Yeah, I mean he's not a Dark Rider.
He's
still.
not a Dark Rider. He's not a Dark
He has
Rider.
survival as a Dark Rider.
He's survivable, and he's as strong as a charge if you give him a spear.
Yeah, you can give him a spear. He's 12 points model at that point.
He's 12, yeah.
clutches.
Clutch of straws. Clutch of straws. Again, incredible speed that is only matched by Elven Cavalry. And they're cheap.
And direwolves.
And direwolves. Oh, God, direwolves.
Dead versions of those.
Just dead version of them.
Yeah. They're fairly cheap as well for the 65 points for a unit with the full upgrades. So that is spears, short bows, and shields.
All day long.
Yeah.
Because they've got the full command option. If you want, take
You could do, yeah.
champ, musician, and standard. Probably I'll look at maybe musician as the main one.
Musician's the only one I'd be interested in. Really, I think maybe a champ if I was going to run a ridden monster for the challenge stuff, but really not realistically.
Probably not.
Well, there's not much more to say about them. They're just really
Good
standard.
chaff. Best chaff in the book. They come out your core slot. Job done.
They do come at core as well. I said they don't lose fast cast take shield, meaning they can be survivable to shooting. So that really. And then we're going to move into the other core chaff cavalry units, which is the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. They get a committed rating of 14 out of 24 again. They get it for 4 for maneuverability, 2 for number of attacks, 2 for special rules, 4 for slots, 0 for survivability this time round, and 2 for cost. 4 for maneuverability is because they're not as quick as the Wolf Riders, but they have a whole host of movement special rules. They're more methodical unit of fast cap. So whereas the Wolf Riders you can just run around and just get where you need to be. They take their time in essence compared to them.
They're only movement 7.
Only movement 7. Not movement 8 because they are spider, but not movement 8. I'm sorry, mate.
Oh, I know. I wasn't going to bring it up again, but obviously you've got to say it.
I wanted to.
I'm just going to count the legs on this one whilst you continue to talk. That's fine, mate.
Get over it.
So, actually, really heavily
and he's going to drop his back. He's going to drop. I'm so.
Please continue.
That didn't snap. He just dropped his BSB, which is quite
It's full
terrifying.
drilled BSB.
Yeah. Anyway, the spider is the main thing of actually what you want in the model because it has poison.
It does.
The spider is the main attraction of this. Although you don't get the supporting spider attacks for the
8 legs. Just that.
Alright. We'll get you a cup of tea. We'll calm you down in a second.
Yeah, you don't get the supporting attacks, as you were saying, Max.
You don't get supporting attacks to the poison, which is not great. Scott will explain the amount of movement shenanigans they have.
Sure. So they've got fast cav, obviously. They have Forest Strider, Obstacle Strider. They have Wall Crawler, which the Arachnaut has as well.
So you charge over...
Move and charge over ungarrisoned buildings.
Yep. And they also have...
Creeping Assault. So their ability to climb walls and squeeze through tight holes makes giant spiders ideal at assaulting buildings. Unlike other cavalry, spider riders do not have to dismount before assaulting a building, meaning the giant spiders are allowed to attack during the assault and the riders increase their armour save for being mounted. Each spider rider and his mount count as a single model when determining the number of models that fight in a building assault. Note that spider riders still cannot garrison a building.
That's a pretty good rule.
I like that rule a lot.
It means you get like 10 spiders. You get like 20 attacks going into a building from a unit of 10 like that one there.
You keep the poison, which is crucial as
Keep the
well,
poison.
we just discussed.
The armour saves, meh.
The arm saves, but I said, but
the extra attack is very nice.
at the end of the day, you are still a goblin on a spider. You're not the most survivable thing or the killiest thing in the world.
No.
So
No armour, they don't come with armour, they do come with a shield.
So you get 5 arm.
Yeah.
So
Can they take a bow? I feel
They
like
can take
a
a
bow for a point.
Can take a
it's
bow.
not bad.
So it's not bad. Like I said, they're more methodical out of the two of them. I think I've I've seen you use these in use of 10, and they do actually quite well in use of 10.
Yeah, I think they probably are still better in 6s and 7s, if I'm honest.
Yeah. But if you're planning on like assaulting buildings and stuff like that, I think use of 10 is probably.
But yeah, I don't mind 10. I really like what I really like about these and the wolves is that I probably would take more wolves than I took spiders if I'm in my head. But I like the fact that I can Highlander.
Yes.
With 2 units of core fast cavalry chaff, and I can still kind of Highlander. I think Orcs and Goblins do that part really well.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah,
the amount of options this army has is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it for the Spider Riders. Is there anything else that you find out?
No, I think on to Snotlings.
Yeah, the smallest of the Greenskin, which is the Snotlings. And they come with a competitive rating of 9 out of 24.
So not the smallest score.
Not the smallest score, no. That belonged to the Goblin.
It did.
The second biggest Greenskin got the smallest score. Okay. So we get there with 1 for maneuverability, 4 for the number of attacks, 0 for special rules, 2 for slots, 0 for survivability, and 2 for cost. We have some swarms! They're not good. They're not great.
They're not good. Opening.
I mean, I compare swarms to like jungle swarms and the likes. I think jungle swarms are probably the better of the swarms.
Bat swarms.
You're
right.
Bat
Bat swarms.
I am right. Bat swarms are the best one.
Yeah.
Right, so there we go. So they're not great. They don't add a lot to your army.
They're really good in that chaff, adding more chaff in a Highlander type list again.
Yeah.
So I think they're alright like that. They're not very expensive. I think you can take as little as 2 bases.
You can,
2 bases.
60 points.
60 points for 2 bases.
They only move 4 though.
Well, you just put them in your back line, you slide them up, you do a much more defensive list, and you slide them up. In the same way we'd use like detachments of archers for Empire as chaff. Just basically treat them like that.
So they don't have any special rules at all.
No, they have those exploding spores, which we talked about on the Snotling pump wagons, which is an automatic hit with no armor saves allowed. It's a good job as an automatic hit because they're ballistic skill 0.
Yeah.
Which I thought meant they couldn't ever hit with shooting attacks.
But they automatically hit.
Odd. Feels like they could have just made them ballistic skill 1. But yeah, interesting.
But that's not fun.
I just like the defeat on all of us there. It was just like, right, that's really silly.
That's my next point. They have a shooting attack, but just don't bank on it. It's strength 2. Ignores arm saves, but it's strength 2.
Yeah.
They're cheap enough, but they're just not a necessity.
Yeah, they don't expect them to kill anything or really do anything other than get in the way.
Yeah.
Their only consideration for me is in a Highlander list.
Yeah.
That's it.
They are.
I wouldn't even risk putting them into a war machine because I think the war machine would probably kill them.
It's got 5 points. They won't take a while.
Well, they've got 10 because got to have 2 bases.
Yeah.
But it would take the war machine a while.
They're
That's what-
squish though, haven't they? So they take double wounds from combat res or whatever it is. Squish.
I think so.
Does more all
That's-
swarms
that's-
have
maybe.
squish.
That's
It's really
a rule.
unpleasant.
So I think swarms, they are sort of unbreakable, but they have a form of unstable as well. James quickly finds the page.
Yeah, you might be right.
Because we have to wait for because this is the last one of this section.
It might just be that. Yeah, you'll wait. I'm going as fast as I can.
You will wait.
I've gone past it. I know I
Have
have.
you?
Swarms.
He's had an absolute mare,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen.
Squish. Whilst so they are unbreakable. All swarms are unbreakable. They are skirmishers as well.
Not bad.
And squish. While swarms are particularly nasty foes if the fight goes their way, it's easy for an enemy to inflict plenty of damage on them once they've built up momentum. Most creatures in a swarm don't tend to die to weapon strikes but are crushed underfoot. Swarms have the unstable special rule.
That's
Yeah,
just
that's
unstable.
unstable.
Okay.
But they are unbreakable, which
They're
means they're not going to panic or
No.
sort of run
They
away.
don't-
in
No,
that
that is
turn.
true.
That makes them
Yeah.
reasonable in the
Makes
chaff
them a
slot.
bit better.
They don't have animosity either, which is
No,
a nice
they
plus.
They don't.
They
have no special rules. They also don't fear elves.
They don't fear the
small green things.
So the reissue is because Snotlings are too stupid to know what fear is.
I see.
That's
They're unbreakable.
Brilliant.
They're too stupid to know what fear is. They just pick their nose and they get attacked. But anyway, that's it for the chaff units, and that's it for basic units.
No support units.
No support units.
We're there. We're finally there.
Yeah, we're there for. Why am I asking for more?
Yeah, no support units because the only support unit I think you could possibly argue is a catch-rich spider shrine.
Yeah.
But
I think you are clutching.
Yeah.
You are pretty much clutching.
It doesn't really support anything other than the wizard on it.
Itself.
And the wizard around
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
their bonus to channeling. But anyway, we're not going to do that because that's just a waste of everyone's time. So we're going to move into special characters next. But as our regular deep dive viewers will know, this is when we recommend you guys take a break. So pause the video, grab yourself a Coke.
Other beverages are available.
Thank you. And take 5. You have earned it. So you're back with us with a beverage and maybe a sausage sanger as well. Who knows?
Treat yourself.
Treated yourself to a bit of lunch. So we're going to move into the Greenskin special characters, and we have 8 to cover in this section.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot. Are you surprised?
No, because everything's like in the book 2 or 3 times, basically as an orc and a goblin. So.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the faction is one of the sort of founding fathers, if you like, of Warhammer. So you're going to get those characters in number.
Very, very established characters.
Yeah.
Anyway, so our characters we have in this section is Gorbad Ironclaw, Azhag the Slaughterer, Grimgor Ironhide, Wurzag the Great Green Prophet, Grom the Paunch of the Misty Mountains, Skarsnik Warlord of the Eight Peaks, Gittilla the Hunter, and Snagler Grobspit. Mouthfuls of words.
You went for all of the regal titles.
Yeah!
A lot of them.
What are they saying about that? I'll give them what they want to deserve. I think we've got every letter of the alphabet as well, haven't we? We've got the Z's. Wurzag.
That'd be interesting, actually, yeah.
Is there an X?
Boo!
So, got about Ironclaw.
Anyway, the legendary Gorbad Ironclaw is first, who comes in a rating of 14 out of 24. We get there for 2 for output, 4 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 1 for risk, 3 for survivability, and 2 for cost. The greatest orc warboss to have ever lived, and comes in a very respectable score for a combat lord.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, most of the good ones coming around sort of that 14 to 16 bracket, didn't they? Struggle to get above that because you have to risk them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
And he does add a lot to your army, though. He adds quite a bit of synergy to your army. So it's So if I let Scott go through the rules, I think he's got the Great Leader.
He does. The Great Leader, Gorbad can whip any rabble into an effective fighting force. Friendly units within 18 that fail an animosity test. Add his current number of wounds to their roll on the animosity table. And it starts with 3 wounds, being a lord. So it means you're not going to, or you're unlikely. No,
you won't get him
while he's alive.
You'll never roll a 1.
Get 1. Yeah,
You're more than likely going to roll a 2 or 5.
Yeah, more likely to roll squabble, and you might get the
big 6.
The big 6. I can't remember what it's called, but you go and charge it.
Yeah, well, you're adding 3. You're adding 3. So
if he's not wounded,
if he's unwounded.
So if he's unwounded, so you're looking at potentially
3
sort
plus.
of 2/3 of the time scoring the one you want.
Yeah. He's also got DeBoss as a plan. Gorbad acts as both the general and battle standard of your army. In addition, the range of Gorbad's Inspiring Presence and Hold Your Ground abilities is increased from 12 to 18 inches. Note that you may not choose a separate battle standard in any army that includes Gorbad.
This is you have to be careful with this one.
Yeah, if he runs, he's dead.
Yeah, if he runs from combat, he does count. He doesn't act like a battle standard bearer. He is your battle standard bearer.
He is leadership 10, and he's
the only character I think is leadership 10.
Yeah, he's probably going to be difficult to beat in combat. I would have thought.
I think he's really strong in a goblin heavy force, because one of the big problems with the goblins, if you like, is just that leadership's rubbish. But they've got all the kind of esoteric stuff. They've got the Doom Divers, they've got the Rock Lobbers that do the damage, the Spear Chuckers you can spam, the cheap chariots, the pump wagons, all of those fanatics and manglers. Now a lot of that is immune, but the stuff that isn't, the core kind of blocks of goblins, which I would be looking at like 20 goblins, 3 fanatics, 20 goblins, 9 goblins, 3 fanatics, 20, just spamming that out.
Yeah.
And he's behind all of that with an 18-inch leadership 10 with a reroll.
And bubble, BSB bubble as
And
well.
he's probably hanging out with some boys that are just maybe some Savage Orc ones, just to
More likely.
add some scariness to him.
That doesn't really tie in with his final
No, it doesn't.
Special rule that we're going to talk about now, which is Orcs are the best. So Gorbad was the most inspirational Orc leader of all time and drew the biggest and best Orc fighters from across the land to fight under his banner. An Orc and Goblin army that includes Gorbad may upgrade any number of units of Orc boys and/or Orc boar boys to big uns.
So you can only still have one unit of Savage Orc Biggins.
Yep.
But you can have as many regular Orc Biggins as you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Bored or not bored.
You take
that
your,
is the question.
You take your kind of Savage Orc big uns, then
Yeah.
don't you? And then you sort of can spam up regular Orc big uns, which are okay.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit of a trap though, because the regular Orcs are still not that great. They're better as big uns.
Yeah, yeah.
You
don't get that upgrade for free, that you do still have to pay.
You still pay for it,
yeah. And that's why I weirdly think, as much as he's sort of, it's that playing competitively and playing against the fluff, isn't it?
Yeah.
We talk about this a lot with Tomb Kings, actually, is if you play to the fluff, Chariot Legions and Golden Hosts, they are terrible. But they look great. Whereas if you kind of don't play to that, don't take a Tomb King, take the Wizards, kind of Mortuary Cult style, do lots of shooting, it's
Lots
not
of
really
archers.
their kind of fluff, but they actually function a lot better like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably how I see him being competitive.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, he comes on a boar, he comes on Nala.
This is the description of it is fantastic.
A war boar of prodigious size, might, and flatulence.
Excellent.
The gassiest ball in the land.
I want to smell him.
You don't. And he's a beast with more glaw than Mangler though.
Yeah, he gives you, which is his magic weapon, gives him more strikes first and multiple wounds D3 and no armor saves. So he's Galmaraz with ASF.
Without the
He
automatic
has to
wound.
roll.
With it, yeah, okay.
Sorry.
But he
right,
does have
okay.
choppers.
He does have
But he does have
choppers. So he's
choppers.
strength 6
So
in the
he's
first
strength
round.
six, yeah.
But he's a terrifying weapon. The only issue you could find is that his survivability isn't up to scratch.
No, yeah, Nala's also strength 6 on the charge. Because it's got Tusker charge. Hilarious.
So
Indeed.
Gorbad only has a 3 up armor save
Yes.
and no ward save.
Yes.
He's toughness 5, so he's not the easiest to wound. But anyone that's tooled up to take him on will take him on.
Yeah.
And again, another reason why I think the best place for him,
not got a
behind
ward
all my
save.
rest of them. No.
No ward save.
No, just behind everything else. That's where I put him. Behind everything else. Let him do all his core buffing, and then in the late game, turn 5, turn 6, chuck him in to get, the final kills, probably in a unit of Savage Orc Boar Boys.
Yeah, I just feel like you're spending too many points at that
He's
point.
375? I want to say.
That is the question.
He's not super cheap.
He's not cheap, no.
But that is a huge impact for a Goblin heavy army. A full
355.
Yeah, I don't think he's too bad, but
I was looking at Gorbad.
Yeah.
375. I was looking at Grimgor. sorry.
I was
375.
getting
Okay.
confused as well. So it's
375.
375. So again, animosity is one of the rules you need to plan around, and this is one of the ways you can mitigate it.
yeah.
So
Mitigates the animosity, gives me a huge bubble. I think, like I've said before, I like him. That's how I'd run him though. I wouldn't have actually very many Orcs, and I'm sure there's a lot of really hardcore Orcs and Goblins fans that are like
Booing, hitting
disgusted by me at the moment. But try it out, see what you think.
give it a go. So anyway, off of Gorbad, we're going to move into Azhag the Slaughterer, and surprisingly, he gets a competitive rating of 19 out of 24.
Very good.
I don't know if any of you have actually ever seen it being played before. No?
I have actually. Yeah, I played. Mark Pete's boy.
Good stuff.
Tim
Tim?
Pete.
Tim Pete.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Years, like 3 years, 4 years ago. Long while ago. At a Triple Crown.
Anyway, Azhag the Slaughterer, he gets 4 for output, 4 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 2 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 1 for cost. That's a high score for this
It's
monster.
a lot of 4s.
A lot of 4s.
It helped by the fact he's a wizard, specifically a flying wizard on the Law of Death.
Yes.
Yeah, level 3, frustrating.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was a level 4, is he too cheap at that point? Well, I don't know if too
No,
cheap.
he's probably the right
he's-
cost at level 4.
Yeah, he's probably getting up to the right cost. Crown of Sorcery, which is the item that gives him the
Yeah.
wizard levels. That's Nagash's crown, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. It whispers to him. It's Nagashi's spirit that tells him how
Does-
to do the magic.
Hilarious. It
Does
also
have-
makes him suffer from stupidity.
And that's a huge
hilariously.
kick in his chops. To be
Yeah,
honest.
he is leadership 9.
It's just frustrating though, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's that one
Yeah.
time that you need to get it out. It doesn't do it.
I love that they, just sort of reading a bit of the blurb on this Crown of Sorcery, if you didn't know it was Nagashi's crown, they sort of hint to it in the description. So it's, this magical crown speaks to Azhag with a voice as dry as the grave and as old as the southern deserts. Very cool.
subtlety is not a big thing here. Yeah, a Law of Death in an army that has no access outside of its own laws of magic is a pretty big thing.
And that's what drives his score a lot.
And he has quite a few other special rules, a host of them.
He does, yeah.
Well, he has magic items as well. He has a host of everything.
He does. So he's got Azag's Hard Armour, which gives him a 5-up armour and a 5-up wall save.
It's not bad.
He's got the Crown of Sorcery, as we said, which makes him a level 3 Death Wizard and suffer from stupidity. He's got Sluggers, Slashers, which is 2 crude but magical weapons. They are paired and they allowed him to reroll hits in the first round of combat. He's got Choppers. He's got Waaagh, which we haven't mentioned.
We haven't mentioned
it.
We probably should have covered that in special rules.
Yeah, for Gorbad has it as well.
It's on the character specifically, isn't it?
Yeah.
So essentially, it is. I'll flick to the page so I don't get it wrong.
I believe is on the turn in which he charges.
You declare it at the start of the turn before you charge.
Yeah. So if a war boss is your army general, then or the model with the rule. Then once per game he may call a Waaagh. The Waaagh may only be called if the war boss first declares a charge and must be announced immediately after making the charge declaration, before any charge reaction takes place. In the turn a Waaagh is called, for every unit of 5 or more Orc Boys, Savage Orc Boys, Black Orcs, Boar Boys and Savage Orc Boar Boys in the army, including big uns, adds 1 to its combat resolution for the rest of the player turn. The general himself and any unit he accompanies adds D3 instead.
It's not bad.
Not bad, no.
It's not game breaking, but
you don't really pay for it, so I think that really doesn't seem. So
he has Waaagh, which is nice.
Yeah, and he has Get On With It. Azag has no tolerance for infighting. Any unit within range of Azag's inspiring presence that fails an animosity must immediately re-roll the dice.
That's a solid rule.
That's very good.
It means you're almost never going to fail your animosity test.
He's also a large target, I believe.
Yes.
He is, yeah. So he's mounted in range with a Skull Muncher, which obviously can fly. He's a large target. He's got poison attacks, 4-up Scaly Skin, and Terror.
It's crucial though, because that is within his inspiring presence.
Yeah,
so
so
now
18.
Yeah, that
the 18 bowl of reroll animosity test is huge.
Yeah, and Leadership 9, which is very good for a Goblin army.
Yeah.
What have I got here? Because we've been going through a lot of this stuff. Animosity rerolls are outstanding, even better than Gorbad, which I think his is better than Gorbad's. Because at least with Gorbad you've still
you're not going to fail it. I think it's better to not fail than it is to have the best possible result on the chart.
His combat ability is a little to be improved though. So he has 5 or 6 attacks.
5 attacks. 4 attacks with 2 hand weapons.
Yeah, 5 attacks with Slashers. He's only rerolled hit in the first round of combat, and he's only strength 6 in the first round of combat.
He's weapon skill 7 though.
Yeah, he's a Black Orc.
Wow.
Yeah, Black Orc.
Okay. Sure.
Black Orc, so yeah, he's a Black Orc.
I suppose because I look at him as a wizard and you go, why the hell is a wizard web skill 7? But yeah, he's just the Nagash's crown that's making him a wizard.
He's mounted on a Wyvern. Now, Wyverns aren't great.
No.
But at the end of the day, they're still a monster with Thunderstomp, I suppose.
Yeah.
If they're alive at the end of the combat round to do the monster with Thunderstorm. They've only got 3 attacks.
Yeah,
they're rubbish.
Yeah. 5, strength 6 okay, but toughness 5 not great.
That's really it with him. It's the 5-up wall save, being on a Wyvern, that's pretty rubbish.
Yeah.
Can't do a lot to protect him. The Wyvern's good for the death magic, but then I've got the stupidity, which is super annoying.
Yeah. And you know, if you are flying around doing that death magic, you want to get close to the enemy. If you fly up there too far, you're going to be out of inspiring presence range.
You just got to be careful. I think you can keep him in because he's got an 18-inch bubble, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah.
He suffers like so many of those types of characters with not really knowing what he wants to do a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And again, he is pricey at 550 points.
He's way too many points.
He's too many points.
I say he's got good scores, but purely because he does help out a lot of the army. But
he's got great buff range.
Yeah, it's that access to death really helps.
And that re-roll on the causing terror, fly, all that stuff, the animosity. You know, he's a real buff piece. If he wasn't your Lord slot, if he was in the rare slot or something, you see him really commonly. You know, with those sort of buffs. But he's your Lord, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's Azag. He could be better.
Yes.
So we're going to now go into the mightiest Orc, which is Grimgor Iron-Eyed, with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24.
Solid again.
Not so mighty.
Not so much.
But it's a good
solid for
a combat character.
For a combat lord.
Better than Gorbad, which is interesting. We get with 2 for output, 4 for special rules, 1 for synergy, or 1 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 2 for cost. And I put here from Azag's dizzying heights to obsessively low score Grimgor. It's not obsessively low.
I don't think it's that bad.
I'm just being spoiled by 19.
Yeah, you was a little bit, wasn't you?
He's an absolute monster in combat.
Yeah, he is.
Do not want to fight this guy.
Weapon skill 8.
Weapon skill 8. He's physical 1.
He is skill 1. Hello. Better ballistic skill than a Snotling that does actually have a ranged attack.
Yeah, well. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Anyway, but he has, he doesn't have many rules. He has, like, no rules to help. He's literally just there for himself.
Yeah,
He does
much.
nothing for your army. He gives you the Immortals,
Yes.
which is a unit he has to take, but this unit is then plus on weapon skill and gains hatred everything.
Yeah, you don't pay extra, do you? For
No,
the
this is just a unit he has to take.
and he has to deploy with them and can't leave it as well.
No,
and no one else can join it.
Yeah.
The thing that's interesting though is that, as Max said earlier, when he was talking about Black Orcs, it has to be a unit of Black Orcs, we should specify.
Yep.
Max's sort of first kind of complaint, if you like, was they really lack that weapon skill 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which he does.
You start giving them weapon skill 5 and then giving them hatred, and you're not really paying for that. And I say that because it doesn't. There's no cap on that immortal size.
No.
You can go big and get maximum out of the rules. And I just don't see a lot of points having actually been spent in the cost of Grimgore.
Not really, no.
355 points.
I don't see a lot of points being spent there when I consider what he's got himself.
Yeah, so he's got Gitsnik, his magic weapon, which is +2 strength and always strikes first.
Well, I'd pay 65 points for that minimum.
Yeah.
Probably 70 points because of the fact I'm getting 2 really strong effects.
And even if he's playing other things that have hatred, has always strikes first, he himself does
He's got hatred everywhere.
He's
so he
hatred
still
everything.
rerolls.
He's still you're not getting away from the rerolls
you're
of
not.
Grimgore.
He's web skill 8 as well, initiative 5, very good 5 attacks.
5. He's going to re-roll regularly off the always strikes first.
And he's going to be strength 8 in the first round of combat.
Yeah,
he's got sharpest with that +2 strength.
What fights him and wants it?
Yeah.
Tooled up Chaos Lords and Vampire Lords. That's about it.
I'll tell you what, mate. My tooled up Vampire Lord don't want any
nowhere
part of
near
that. You're Chaos Lord, mate. You go large. You let me know how that works out for you.
He's also got the Blood Forged Armour, which is a 1-up armour save and a 5-up wall save.
Yeah, he's survival at least.
1 up.
Really
toughness
survival.
5.
Toughness 5.
1 up
yeah.
armour save.
Just wait until we
Immune
get
psychology.
Just wait until we get into Incarnated Beast later on down the line.
I've got to be completely honest with you guys. If you didn't have to take the Immortals element to him,
The Immortals.
The Immortals.
the Immortals, as I'm going to call them, element to him, he would be, I think, pretty much every Orc and Goblin player's general in every game you ever saw. I think you struggle to build a better general than him. He also would quell animosity because he's Black Orc. He doesn't have that because he has to go in the Immortals.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have it, really, no.
But obviously if he was sort of able to
not
be,
then
he probably would have given
then
him
he would have quelled. But he's just a... He's
a beast.
Scary. Like, he's really hard to kill. He delivers loads of damage. He goes first. So he's always getting his attacks.
Yeah.
Unless sort of you ASL him with something, which there is like 2 things that do that.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
3. One of them's in this book. No, 4.
4.
One of them's in this book.
There's a spell as well.
5.
Where you got 5 from?
The one in this book, the spider, the flinger thing.
Yeah.
Your spell, whatever spell that is.
Acquiescence.
Oh yeah, Frost Heart.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dragonhide Banner.
Oh, Dragonhide Banner and Thunder Tusk. Yeah, sorry. So but we are talking about a
Not many.
shimmering of things that can take that off of him.
And against most of those armies, you're still going first at initiative 5.
Yeah.
So
and you're probably still not dead because you're toughness 5
with a 1 up 5.
5 up.
And you've got hatred, so you still reroll.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Very strong. Just really the only drawback for me
is the
Immortals.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of my favourite characters, and that's all thanks to the title Wars Warhammer 2. He's one of my favourite characters.
You know what you did.
You know what you did. So. Right, so from the mightiest to the weirdest with Waaagh, he comes with a competitive rating of 19 again out of 24.
He's alright.
Pretty strong. So we get there for 2 for outputs, 3 for special rules, 3 for synergy, 4 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 3 for cost. The first bullet point over here is the Great Green Prophet. That's my first bullet point. Because I don't know why else you would have him. Nothing much different over profile-wise over a regular Savage or Great Shaman. He has an extra spell, which is Waagh's Revenge, which I'll get Scott to read.
Yeah, so it casts on an 8, and it's a hex spell, which affects all enemy wizards within 12 of Waaagh. Roll a d6 for each wizard. On a roll of 1 to 5, they shake off the spell, but on the roll of a 6, they are turned into a squiggly beast. The wizard is removed as a casualty, along with any mount they have, with no saves of any kind allowed. In addition, you may store 1 extra dice in your squiggly beast magic item for each wizard that is transformed.
That is a concern, because even though it's still a 1 in 6 chance, there's still a chance that those wizards are getting turned into squigs.
Yeah, I think when that is potentially your vampire lord, that's the
Yeah.
general of your undead army, and
Your Hierophants.
your Hierophant,
Hilarious.
Your Alariels, your Teclises.
yeah, which is really
Yeah.
difficult to deal with. Otherwise,
Your Demon Princes.
yeah, or even your Morathirs and the types of those
Yeah.
really competitive, important wizards.
Yeah.
Suddenly being an Empire wizard, not such a big deal.
I don't know how that works with units of wizards. I guess you just pick one model,
Yeah.
like Sisters or Dinfo Warlocks.
Well, you roll 5 dice if I do horses, they'll just turn into squigs.
Maybe.
Anyway, so that's
Maybe.
it. The Rosela's Revenge is a concern for wizards, but again, it's only 12-inch range though.
That's not
Yeah.
a bound spell though, is it?
No, it's just a spell in addition.
And
to
it's a
the-
hex as well.
Yeah.
So I can do it when the enemy's in combat,
Mm.
and I add my wizard level to casting it.
Yeah.
These are strong,
Pretty strong.
but it's cause for concern for your opponent. He comes with Addictive Glare as well that normal Orc Shamans don't have from his Baleful Mask, and this is a bound spell though.
Yes.
So this is a
Power level 3.
But it's
and
a
it
little
contains
Waaagh
Vindictive Glare.
little war spell.
spell, which is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, so that's we'll get into the second, but Vindictive Glare is 2d6 strength 3 hits.
It's alright.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Nice little magic missile. He also he has the Bonewood Staff, which is probably the best magic item he actually has. I'll give
Yeah.
Scott the honour of reading it.
So it's a hand weapon, and it grants Wurzag magic resistance 3, and it allows him to re-roll his miscast results. That's not a one use. That's not one a turn.
It's just so good.
Every miscast result.
So
It's just so good.
And let's be honest. If you're saying Wurzag, he's either going in a unit of Savage Orcs or Savage Orc Borbers, because he
he
can
can
take
go on a ball.
Spleen Ripper is his ball's name.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, so and Magic Res 3, even without the Lucky Shrunken Head, that's put them down to a what's that? 3 up?
3 up. Yeah.
3 up ward save?
So you're looking at a 2 up, which is,
With the Lucky Shrunken Head, yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's amazing. It's a 2
It
up
is.
for him as well, because he's got.
Yep. He has Warpaint of Wurzag. No one makes Warpaint like old Wurzag. His Warpaint gives him a ward save for 5+.
Yeah.
No, you didn't say no one makes war paint like, oh, Wurzag! You gotta do the arm movement with it.
Okay.
So yeah, really strong again.
Rerolling
like,
miscast is strong.
internal synergy of his rules there, really strong.
And he also Squiggly Beast. Which
Squiggly Beast, yeah. So this odd beast was once a shaman that was transformed by Wurzag. At the end of either player's magic phase, you can store 1 unused dice from your pool in the Squiggly Beast. At the start of the next magic phase, you must add this extra dice to your power or spell pool as appropriate.
carrying dice over.
It's really,
Really
strong.
powerful.
Yeah, we know how
Very
good that
powerful.
is from other items and abilities. That do
Yeah,
it.
and then obviously if you turn anyone into a Squiggly Beast with Wurzag's Revenge, you can store an extra one.
Extras, yeah.
And he's all this for 350 points.
Not bad, is it?
No,
No.
I think he's good, Wurzag. I
Mm.
think, it's just that Lucky Shrunken Head, which we're going to talk about later. That's the only reason I don't think you
Yeah.
see him quite as often as you should.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really a good shaman.
The only thing I think he's missing out on is Lawmaster.
Yeah.
He does not have Lawmaster.
Just quickly, the Wurzag's Revenge, does that cost him a spell
No,
he generates?
In addition to his other spells,
So
Wurzag always
he's
knows
got
the Wurzag's
4,
Revenge spell.
6 spells.
From the
From
the
Big Waaagh.
Big
Big
Waaagh,
Waaagh,
and
one
then he's got
Wurzag's
Wurzag's Revenge,
and one from
Little Waaagh for the
Bound.
bound.
He has a lot of spells.
Yeah.
The only thing I do feel he's missing out is Lawmaster, because as we get onto it, Big Waaagh has some spells that you don't particularly want to take. There are spells
Yeah.
you do want to take, but there's others that aren't that good. So Lawmaster would be nice, but you can't have everything on this guy. In
No.
350 point package
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's good.
for that
But
price.
he's also frenzied.
Yeah,
Just
he's
probably going with Savage Orcs.
Because he's Savage Orc.
Nick Savage, and he also has choppers,
does?
as all orcs do,
He does.
which is all handy. So that's Wurzag. I think if we're gonna,
Yeah, like him. Big fan.
I might have to buy them because they still sell them.
Yeah.
They do still sell them. So our next Lord selection is the hideously obese Grom the Paunch.
No way to talk about James.
Oh come on now,
Got to be personal, that's fine.
he's not mounted on a chariot. He's not as cool.
Can't fit on Chariot.
Oh my, that's bullying. Anyway, he comes in with a competitive rating of 15 out of 24. We get there with 3 for output, 1 for special rules, 4 for synergy, 1 for risk, 4 for survivability, and 2 for cost. The Fat Goblin cometh. I just wanted that in there. And he does a lot for an all-goblin army.
He does, yeah.
Because his main special rule, eats elves for breakfast.
Yes, so Grom has overcome his fear of elves. As long as Grom is alive, all units in his army that are subject to the fear elf special rule ignore its effects.
Huge.
Elves are a competitive meta
Yeah.
army.
Yeah,
you know,
you see
you
them a
do
lot.
see them. So that is not a bad rule at all.
No.
Although, as we talked about earlier, the impact of the fear is honestly
Minimal.
not that
It's minimal, yeah.
not that massive a lot of the time.
No.
He does have he has pre-survival as well. He's toughness 4 with 3 wounds because he's a fat goblin,
Yes.
and he also has regen 4+.
Yeah.
Regen 4+. He has a 5 ward save as well from Niblet,
From his lucky banner,
lucky banner.
Niblet triumphantly waves Grom's tattered lucky banner. He actually is lucky and gives Grom and his chariot a 5-up ward save. So the chariot's got the ward.
The chariot getting the ward save is
Yeah.
very good, and the element there that's particularly good is that it's not conditional. It's not against shooting, against spells.
Yeah.
It's a 5-up ward save, which is good.
The only issue with Niblet is that, again, like Gorbad, he counts as a battle standard bearer. So if he then does run away from combat, which he can do because he's only leadership 8 and he's a single model, he will die.
It's good leadership for Goblin, though.
He's good leadership for
He
Goblin.
is. Yeah.
He is pricey though for what he does. He's on the pricey side. I think he's like 200 and 300 odd points.
I want to say 285.
285 is Skarsgård's 275. Sorry.
Yeah, and I feel like he's just a little bit more than that.
285.
285.
He can also call a Waaagh as if he was an Orc
Goblin
boss.
War, yeah.
And annoyingly though, is it the same as an Orc War where
No.
it only affects the Orc units?
No, in addition to the units that would normally be affected, every unit of 5 or more goblins, goblin wolf riders, night goblins,
okay.
and forest goblin spider riders in the army adds 1
So it
6
affects
combat.
Better.
So it affects orcs and goblins.
Yeah,
There.
basically affects every unit that could have 5 or more models in it, essentially, in the army.
That's good.
Very good.
And then in terms of damage output, he does come with the Axe of Grom, which
He does,
is let's start.
also known as Elf Biter. Attacks made with this axe are a +2 strength and benefit from killing blow. In addition, against elves of any kind, Grom will killing blow them on a 5 or a 6.
nice little touch.
Yeah, the fact that he's got killing blow all of the time and that it's
And then a
improved.
better killing blow.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot, don't we? You get 2 types of items. You get those items that only kind of do their effect against the one
Certain
army,
things, yeah.
and then those that do an effect that's good, and they
And then
get a little bit
better
of
effects.
a Brucey bonus again, if
Yeah.
you will,
Another Brucey
against the other types of armies.
Yeah.
So
And he's still mounted on his Wolf Chariot. The Wolf Chariot comes with 3 wolves,
Mhm.
D6 plus 1 strength 5 impact hits.
Yeah.
He himself has 4 attacks at strength 6, weapon skill 5.
Web skill 5.
Skill 5. Niblet also gets to prod his banner.
He does
Yes,
1 strength 3 attack.
Weapon skill 2 or 3.
3.
Oh, weapon skill 3. Better than the regular goblin.
he's just okay. This is the problem with him.
Yes.
Yeah, he's another one of, he's your general and your BSB in
Battlestar.
one model. And he can't go any units, so he's a lot more likely to run away.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big risk.
Yeah, although he gets the extra combat res to be any bit.
He does, but he's got none of that rank bonus. He's not going to be steadfast. You have to make
You've
sure
got to
you
get him
support
in with something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I think the problem with him is once you've kind of got your really competitive elements in, whilst he is capable, he's just not adding enough to justify space.
Yeah,
So he does well, good for the goblin army, but then...
good in a sort of more themed list.
Yeah, really
I
cool
think,
in
as well.
thematic play, I think.
And our last Lord selection, because 6 out of 8 of them are Lords, we have the Nemesis of Belagar Ironhammer and Queek Headtaker with Scarfsnick, the rightful ruler of the 8 Peaks.
Oh dear, oh dear.
The rightful ruler!
Oh,
He
dear.
comes in with a competitive rating of 14 out
How
of
long is he
24.
going to live?
Longer than a
He's a
dwarf.
goblin, mate. He's
Longer
going
than
to
a
live
dwarf.
about, what, 6 years, if that?
He's been alive, mate. Who holds 8 Peaks? We do. Who holds it? We do.
I think the Skaven has something to say about that.
Yeah, well,
and Belagar Ironhammer
Yeah, well, we...
cracks his head with 8 attacks. Yeah!
Yeah, crack his head with a squig. Yeah!
Yeah, you could actually.
Anyway, so he comes with a competitive rating of 14 out of 24. 4 for output, 3 for special rules, 3 for synergy, 1 for risk, 1 for survivability, and 2 for cost. My first point here, once again, the big goblin with the big pet squig.
You do
does have a
see
big
him
pet squig.
competitively
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
In fact, you see him. You do see Wurzag from time to time competitively,
I think what you see
and
about-
I've seen Gorbad a couple of times as well in that same way. The others, Grom and Azag,
Azag,
not
not
so
really.
much. Which is interesting because
And
Azag got such
neither
a
of the
good start.
heroes, to be fair, that we've not
We haven't got to yet, but
you
you
don't
know.
really see them either.
Spoilers.
What we'll say about Scarting, he is cheap enough that you can do him in a tooled up level 4.
Yeah,
Which is probably why you see him
Yeah.
more often.
Well, even some of the pricey characters like Grimgor, like tooled up level 4s, like Goblin level 4s.
They're not a lot.
They're not
200 points.
No, if you go for the Goblin ones. then-
Yeah, I mean, I would go for Goblin one because the lore in my opinion is better, but we'll get that to in a second.
Mm.
But yeah, so that's that. He's a super nuisance due to his tricksy traps. That's Scott will read.
So, Trixie Traps, all friendly Night Goblin units that choose to flee as a charge reaction and subsequently rally at the beginning of the next turn may reform as normal, but is then also free to move during the remaining move subphase. The unit is also free to shoot as normal, but it always counts as having moved.
So it's
So,
fake.
it's a bit like Feigned Flight.
Feigned Flight from
Basically,
Fast
Feigned Flight,
Yeah.
And he also has Sneaky Schemes.
Yeah,
Which-
so he's renowned for his evil sneakiness, sending warriors through dank secret tunnels to catch his enemy off guard before the battle has even begun. At the start of the game, before deployment, roll a d6 for each enemy unit. On a roll of a 6, that unit has been delayed by a wild squig strike or some other happening. Affected units do not deploy as normal, but instead enter play as reinforcements in the movement phase of their first turn.
That's
Really good against artillery
a good
Yeah.
artillery.
because it means they can't shoot.
Yeah.
And if you manage to get your general off the board, because it just says each unit.
Each unit, and it's before deployment, so characters you'd have to roll
Yeah.
separately.
So
you
general off the board, you get no BSB, no inspiring presence.
Yeah, you could cause some real
Panics.
damage, particularly
Yeah.
with your Doom Divers and Rock Lobbers in the opening phase.
Even just like chaff not turning up,
Yeah.
it can be a real problem for them
Keep
to
it
then
miles out of position.
get into the right place.
Those two rules are, I think Sneaky Schemes is the one that always bangs it on for me.
Yeah,
But Trickster Trap is also quite good. You can then double up your Night Goblins as chaff units.
Well, they
Yeah.
can eject their fanatics, can't
Yeah.
they?
yeah, and then
kind
run.
of fall back, if you like.
Yeah, and then he himself, he himself isn't that great in combat.
No.
His pet squid Gobbler, on the other hand,
Much
is
better.
pretty
Yes.
good in combat. So
Yeah.
Gobbler is a strength 6 squig with 4 attacks and
Yeah.
killing blow.
Yeah, he's actually 5 as well.
He is, yeah, he's a real handful.
And that's why Belagar be eaten.
He's got hatred dwarves as well.
He does.
Good for him, mate. Belagar's got immunity to killing blow.
Oh, does he? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
he does.
Yeah, that's fair. But anyway,
Shield of defense.
the Gobbler also gives Skarsnik 6 wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skarsnik has 6 wounds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's really good general, and his Prodder's got a magic
It has a
spell
bound
bound
spell,
as
it
well.
does, yeah. It's a magic missile with a range of 24 that causes D6 strength 6 hits with no armor saves.
D3.
D3. If there is a horde within, a Night Goblin horde within 12 of Skarsnik, then it's D6.
There's going to be a Night Goblin horde. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, the Prodder's
Does
really
it have
good.
any additional effects?
No.
Or is that it?
Just
The magic
D3.
weapon, this pointy implement projects the spite of nearby Night Goblins.
Just spite. Just kill him with spite. So D3 strength 6 hits that ignores armor saves, or D6 if there's a horde.
Yeah.
So even that's a pretty good magic missile.
It's not bad.
12 inch
Power level
range?
5, 24 inch range.
Oh, 24 inch.
Ignoring armor saves though.
Nor an
Yeah.
arm saves pretty good.
Spicy.
The only issue with him is that he's toughness 4 with no save of any kind.
Yeah.
So those 6 wounds you're banking on there.
Yeah.
And
He's on a big base though.
combining with netters though.
Yeah. But that he's going to get a lot of attacks back. He's going to get possibly 10, 11 attacks back if they're on 20
He's always
bases.
calling challenges, I think, as well.
Mm.
I mean, that's not always a guarantee, but he definitely fancies a challenge.
Yeah. Most of the time.
Likes that idea.
Mm.
Big fan.
It's a risk for him, but if anyone can do it, he's old Skarsnik. So
Yeah, well, it's Gobbler, really.
He should,
Oh,
he should also be behind your army, behind everything else.
yeah,
Sort of
as,
small unit of
Anchoring
20.
it, supporting, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I
but
can see
that is Skarsnik.
It is
Is one of the more competitive characters.
certainly one that you see more often.
Yes, you do. Yeah. And so on to the heroes now, and we only have 2 left to discuss. And a note with these 2 is that they may seem to have a slightly cheaper points cost than but you also have to buy a certain unit with them, and that's non-negotiable. They have to take a unit of a
A
description.
bit like Grimgor's
That-
Immortals.
Yeah, they
Damn
really
awesome.
seem to like that mechanic in this book.
Yeah.
So
And I do not.
you also have to have a certain unit in an army that includes them, depending on who they are, similar to Grimgor, so bear that in mind. So, and once they can't leave the unit, I think it's the same sort of thing. They can't have anything else join the unit. Yeah, the last line.
Yep, no other characters can join it, they can't leave it. And I assume he is the
Yeah.
same. Yep, he's the same.
So we're going to start off with Gatilla Hunter. So go back to the other page. And he comes with a competitive rating of 13 out of 24. We get there with 2 for output, 1 for special rules, 2 for synergy, 3 for risk, 2 for survivability, and 1 for cost. So this is our wolf riding special character, and he has to come with his Howlers, which is a special unit of Goblin Wolf Riders.
Yeah, it is his trusty mob of slavering wolf boys. The Howlers are a unit of Goblin Wolf Riders with an additional +1 ballistic skill and the quick to fire special rule. Gatilla must set up with this unit and may not leave it, no other character can join it.
So I think it's self-explanatory that with this unit you want to take bows.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be a waste to not take those. I mean, look, you don't pay for the extra ballistic skill and the quick to fire,
You don't.
so you could not take those.
I don't know why
It
you
was
would.
like a waste.
But you have paid 115 points
You have.
for what is otherwise trash.
Do you know who?
Yes.
Do you know who you also wasted points on? This character. So he does allow the unit to reroll pursuits and flees as well, because he's got the
Does.
Ulda the Great
Ulda,
Wolf.
yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
alright, I suppose. You've got to like win the combat.
It's a combined arms thing, isn't it? You go in with your Savage Orcs.
You get these guys in the flank.
They do the chasing.
Yeah.
The Savage Orcs do the fighting, and they do the chasing.
Okay.
Thank you, Danny Dyer.
Even though the Savage
Danny
Orcs,
Dyer.
Thank you, Danny Dyer.
even though the Savage Orcs have to pursue because they're frenzied.
Yeah, but it's the fact that
They're more likely.
They're more likely to catch, aren't they?
So
He's got a okay magic weapon.
The
He's got a
bone
bow. Strength 3, quick to fire, multiple shots 3.
not great.
And he's got the stinky pelt, which is a 4-up armor save. So 3-up when combined with his mount.
Physically amazing.
Well, what's insane about that is that Godzilla the Hunter has the same armor save as Gorbad Ironclaw.
He is, yeah.
Which is
Alder does have 2 attacks though.
that's not
Alder
bad.
the Grey Wolf.
It's just anti-chaff, isn't it? Really,
It's a lot of anti-chaff.
It's spending some points on some dedicated.
I'd maybe go like Godzilla and 9 Wolf Riders.
Yeah.
10.
You get 30.
But in all fairness, I just wouldn't go with Godzilla.
No, I
I'd probably leave that out as well.
Anyway, so finally, from Godzilla the Hunter, we go into our final character of the book, and that is straight from the set of Arachnophobia, Snagler Grobspit.
Oh, that was a dreadful movie.
He comes with, to tell his dreadful, his score. He comes with a competitive rating of 8 out of 24.
He scores dreadful. The movie would have gone mad for an 8. An 8 on someone's review.
There were 2 for output, 2 for special rules, and then 1 for synergy, risk, survivability, and cost. Lots of ones. So we've gone from riding a wolf to riding a spider.
Yep.
And if you compare the two, because they're easily comparable,
They're the same points, aren't they?
they are the exact same points. Yeah. This is more combat oriented than Godzilla is.
Yep.
So he comes with all the movement shenanigans we've already discussed about with the wall crawlers,
The
creeping
spider
assault, obstacle and forest striders.
He also has Hatred Empire,
Which is
randomly.
interesting. Oh, because in the fluff wise, the Empire decimated his tribe,
Up there, right?
and he's out for revenge.
But clearly didn't decimate it enough because he's still with us.
Yeah. Yeah. Could have
And
done us a favour there,
And he
Empire.
does, and like the Howlers from Godzilla, he comes with the Death Creepers, not the Death Creepers. It's the Death
Actually,
Creepers.
it's just Death
Or
Creepers.
just Death Creepers, sorry.
Which
is a unit of,
unit of Forest Goblin Spider
yeah.
Riders. Yeah, they have Ambushes and Devastating Charge, and they also have Hatred Empire. In addition, they cause fear in any turn in which they successfully charge, and you must set up with the unit can't leave it, and no one else can join it.
That's all nice, but Ambush is rubbish.
It is, yeah, it really is. He's got Fang Spike, his magic weapon. He's got Poison Attacks, multiple wounds, D3. He's also got a Throwing Weapon, which is the same, Poison Attacks, multiple wounds, D3.
But that throw up is only one use only.
It
I've
is
got to be
one
honest.
design, yeah.
I fancy he'd probably do an Empire character in a crunch, in a pinch, with multiple wounds like that.
Maybe.
But
maybe.
which he's fluff wise, he's nice that they've kind of paired him out like that. But he's not very good, is he?
No. no, he's not.
He has no, say, like he's mounted.
Mounted,
Yeah.
and he might come with a shield.
Ooh, cheeky.
Maybe.
He does. He comes with a shield.
5 arms though.
Whole 5+.
Woo!
That's all he's got. He does, and as I said, he does give the Goblin and Spider Riders Devi Charge, which doesn't affect the spiders, which is the main reason you take Spider
Which
Riders.
is the best part of
And he doesn't really do much apart from just taking your chaff away from a couple of turns.
Also, the annoying thing about Devastating Charge is I want to take a bigger unit,
Yeah.
but I only get 1 supporting attack anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm only getting it from the front rank.
Yeah, as I said, he takes your chaff away for a minimum of turn 1 and a maximum the rest of the game.
Yeah. I'm not with it. I don't get it. He's trying to take a unit that's not the same with the last one. At least the last one,
Has some uses.
by improving the shooting element,
Yeah.
of them, kind of gives them a bit of a sort of anti-chaff sort of movement element. But this is trying to sort of turn them into like a combat punch unit, which they're just not going to be.
No.
Yeah.
You can take other units of Spider Riders and Wolf Riders with Godzilla. You just have to take one that is their unit.
There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
But you can take other normal units as well.
So, yeah, but that's it. So, Snagler, rubbish.
8 out of 24, you hate to see it.
Godzilla, rubbish, but not as rubbish.
No.
Yeah.
And that's it for our unit ratings. They're done.
That's characters.
Characters, units, and all we've got left is
A
just
lot.
everything. We'll now just move into the magic items, as the Greenskins don't actually have any mundane equipment that's unique to them.
Oh, no.
So, but we're going to have another break, and if you will do, unpause us in a minute. So, now we move into the magical items that the Greenskins have access to, and they're appropriately named the shiny stuff. And it's unsurprisingly, they have a lot of damaging items available. Even the armour is damaging. So let's get into this. And first up we have the Battle Axe of the Last Waaagh. And it's your entire points allowance in its 100 points, and it's a magic weapon. And it's a complex way they word it. So I'll get Scott to do it for me.
So you roll a d6 at the start of each round of combat. The wielder of this weapon adds that number to both the attacks and strength in that round. However, the more attacks the wielder makes, the more difficult the axe is to control. Because of this, the bearer's weapon skill is lowered by an amount equal to half the dice roll. So if you roll a 1 or a 2, you're -1 weapon skill, a 3 or a 4, you're -2, and a 5 or a 6, you're -3 weapon skill.
What? Why?
So if you take this on a Black Orc War Boss, then the maximum go down to some skill 4, which is a big one.
Does mean you're going to be like strength 10 with sort of 10, 11 attacks.
Oh yeah.
A lot of dice.
Why?
Because it's fun. It's fun and it's fluffy.
Why? Why make it so overly complicated?
Because the more attacks the wielder makes, the more difficult the axe is to control.
Yeah,
I've read it out. It's clear.
So just say it's -1 to hit.
Why?
No. That's not how it works.
Because if you can't control your weapon, you can't parry your opponent.
No, I'm not having it. It's just overly complicated nonsense.
It is
You're overly complicated nonsense.
That is as it may be, but it's completely irrelevant at this point in the conversation.
So, I'll continue here. The extra attacks and strength are welcome in any model, but leaves himself very vulnerable to the loss of weapon skill and no ward save.
Yeah, it's just not very good.
It's trash.
I think one of the problems for me of being serious and not being too silly for a minute, because I think we've had a lot of fun with the Orcs and Goblins deep dive, because they are a lot of fun. But I think one of the things that stands out is that in general, if you're putting this on an Orc war boss of some description, a Savage Orc, Black Orc probably the best, but Savage Orc also, you kind of find yourself thinking, well, the sword of +2 strength from the main rulebook, or if I'm honest, the sword of +2 attacks, or even +3 attacks at 60 points, that's a better investment, I think.
Yeah.
You're strong enough at strength 5 with choppers to guarantee +3 attacks, keep your quality weapon skill, and have a 5+ ward save and an enchanted shield.
Yeah.
As an example.
Yeah.
And 5 points, treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
So, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't get this weapon. I don't get its price tag either. It just feels insane to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not good.
No.
Don't take
You
it.
could just roll the 1, and you're like, I'm +1 strength, +1 attack, and -1 weapon skill.
Yeah.
Oh, and I've got no save.
For 100 points.
No save, yeah.
It's not very good.
It's trash, dog. Right, so anyway, we're going to move on to Bash's axe of stunty smashing. So, me and James are quite a big fan of this weapon.
But by far, I actually think this is one of the best weapons in Warhammer.
Yeah, it's up there.
I really like
it's 50 points. I'm going to try and remember because I think I know what it all does. So it gives you +1 strength and +1 attack and armor piercing. And if you're against dwarves, the effects are doubled.
Correct.
Yeah, so it doesn't double the armor piercing, just doubles the strength and the attack.
Double the armor piercing.
In addition, the wielder causes fear in models from the Dwarf Army book.
Ooh. So this is very good on a Black Orc, or as you prefer it, on a Savage Orc or boss.
I think both are good.
Both are good. And it's
Why
cheap,
not both?
and it's cheap enough. It's 50 points, and you can get other stuff on yourself.
The thing with this item, right? If you take the Sword of Might, it's 20 points for +1 strength. If you take the Sword of Battle, it's 20 points for +1 attack. I've got both the Sword of Might and the Sword of Battle.
And the Biting Blade.
And I've got the Biting Blade, which is 10 points, I think.
15, I think.
I think it's 15, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it was 15, and I feel like it's now 10.
It's somewhere along those lines.
I'm just book abusing because I can, because Scott never does it whilst he's here. What a fool! He sat next to this hoard of books the whole time and never used it. Come here, magic item section.
If you can find it.
That's magic law.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. It's just the pages just don't want to
Drop
open.
the page again.
Everyone's having a great time laughing.
Drop the page again. I hope you can really pick this up on camera. It's very funny.
Biting Blade is 10 points.
Okay,
So you're literally getting the effects of 3 magic swords, and you're not even paying a tax.
Any extra.
Yeah, you're not paying a tax, a combination tax, if
Yeah.
you like, where it's like, well, you've got to pay a little bit more because you're getting the effects of
All
all
in
these
one.
swords in one. Oh, and then you can smash up some stunnies as well,
Yeah.
because it's doubled up against them, and you cause fear. Have a good day.
Yeah.
You're not paying anything for the second part of it.
No.
That is a great weapon.
It is a good weapon. It's a very good item to use. They're cheap enough. So on your Black Orc War Boss, you give yourself a ward save. Got a Savage Orc War Boss, they have a ward save already, so you probably look at other stuff like the OTS or
I like
Obsidian
magic
Lodestone.
resistance,
Yeah.
to
Obsidian
up
Lodestones.
the sort of defence of the Savage Orcs I'm in.
Yeah.
Anything for you to add, Scott?
No, it's pretty good.
Really good.
Yeah,
So-
that's the one for me. I think that's
Yeah.
the best magic item outside of the head, which we'll
Yeah.
Talk about in a second. So we're going to move on to the Armour of Gork. Now that's another 100-point magic item, and it's an armour. And this gives you D6 toughness and impact hits D6.
No.
No? Okay, I got it right.
It's heavy armour.
Heavy armour.
It gives you D3 toughness.
Oh, okay.
And impact hits D6. And you roll to determine the armour's effectiveness the first time the wearer is hit each turn, and you use that result for the rest of the turn. So, varies every turn. Probably going to give you +2 toughness, making you
tough as 7.
7. Good, very good.
Not 100 points off.
Not 100 points when you're only in heavy armour.
It's interesting, your horse then becomes a chariot.
Yeah.
Is there any stipulation that stops me mounting him on, say, a boar?
No.
No.
It's probably where I see this having its best shot.
Yeah,
Oh, you
3
can
up
make-
armour, 2 up armour with a shield.
Tell you what you could do. Mount yourself on a chariot, get 2d6 strength 5 impact hits.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
2d6 plus.
I think it's good on the boar as well,
Yeah.
because that makes them actually a unit that does some sort of damagey impact hits too.
So toughness is nice, as are the impact hits, but not for the whole allowance. Just don't take it.
Yeah, I think it's,
I just
again,
think
too
it's-
many points.
Yeah.
It's trash. So, but anyway, we're going to move in now into the Lucky Shrunken Head.
Definitely not trash.
And this is 100% worth it 100% of the time. It's 50-point arcane item on Savage Shamans only. So that's great or regular Savage Orc Shamans. And it gives you +1 to your War Paint save. So if you have a regular standard 6-up War Paint, it goes to 5-up. And Waaagh goes from a 5-up to a 4-up.
Yeah, and it does specify that it does affect
Waaagh.
Waaagh as well.
He's good old Waaagh War Paint. This is the reason the Savage Orc Biggins are terrifying force that they are.
Yeah.
They're excellent, and we've already said it, but magic resistance with this item is a really, really powerful combination. It's
Yeah.
so obvious. I think it's an arcane item as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Which means that you can actually do it all
On
the one guy. You can have a
Good do.
you can have a shaman with great shaman with
Yeah.
both.
Yeah, you
It
can
would
do
have to be
that.
great,
To
shouldn't
be
and
honest,
magic
you
resistance.
could have Waaagh with a hero Savage Orc Shaman with this.
Which would give you the MR back that way.
Yeah.
I really like magic resistance on this. It means that other than sort of purple sun, if the unit are big uns, they're not incredibly
Scared about any sort of unit.
scared.
killer.
Yeah, I mean
Dwellers,
they're
maybe.
strength 4 dwellers a third, gold statues. Sorry, final transmutation it is a third, but suddenly things that are really scary that hit you for damage,
Fiery
like
Convocation.
fiery convocation, or there's some in here.
Curse of Bad
Curse
Moon.
of Bad Moon,
Football.
plague.
Yeah.
Like,
That these spells that do wounds that you can't save, well, you can, and you just don't care.
basically, anything that's not removed from play,
Yeah.
this
You're
combined with the little city
And you
lifestyle.
can just suck up damage as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to doombolt you. Yeah, go large, mate.
Yeah.
That's really powerful because it gives you the chance to dispel later.
Yeah, some people say, you've only got 5 water save. I'll probably will chuck some magic spells into you. Oh, that's fine. I've got 2 water save.
I say this without a hint of being sarcastic, although I will sound really sarcastic. Are plague bearers survivable? Yes or no? If you think plague bearers are hard to kill, if you think they are tough, then imagine a weapon skill 4 plague bearer.
Strength 5.
Because that's what he is. That's
Yeah.
what
Three
the
attacks.
Savage Orc is with that.
Yeah.
So just from a sort of a standpoint of killing him, he's just as hard to kill at range, and he's actually harder to kill in combat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've also the magic res also helps your characters against like death spells.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Keep
really
them
strong.
alive.
Yeah.
So it's not so Lucky Shrunken Head. It just adds so much value to your all Savage
Yeah,
Orc
it
shape.
really
And
does,
that-
and it makes you want to take a big unit of them as well,
Yeah.
which is why you often see the 30+ units of them.
And again, I can only take 1 unit of big uns. I can only take 1 Lucky Shrunken Head. This stuff kind of,
It
writes
almost writes
itself.
itself.
Everything
Yeah.
has just combined together. We've gone from the big and rule at the beginning to the Savage Orcs in the middle, and now the Shrunken Heads come full
Yeah,
circle.
and if you start thinking right back to when we looked at the Savage Orcs, they were at 14. 15 immediately on their rating with the big uns. Drop the Shrunken Head in there, they go up to 16 because they get an additional point on survivability. I think.
No.
Oh, no, maybe
Water
not.
save is just a point.
But you get the magic resistance in there, and they're up
If you
into
take
the
magic res,
16s and,
Yeah.
and 17s
Just
areas.
the combination of
potentially.
everything is
So,
strong.
really strong.
Yep. Never leave home without it, or without them, to be honest. Just always take Savage Orc Begins with Lucky Shrunken Head.
That's Max's takeaway.
Max's takeaway from
Yeah.
today.
And then we have Mork's War Banner. Yes, another 100-point magic item.
Please tell me this is the last one.
It is the last 100 pointer. Nothing in the magic item section here is less than 50 points.
Yeah, I was going to say, just quickly, with Lucky Shrunken Head and Basher's Axe, I think that's another reason why I think Basher's Axe is so good, is that the items are really expensive across this book, other than those two.
Yeah.
You know, so there's
a banner that's the same
There's a
cost
banner
as
at
that
50
as well.
points as well.
Oh, is there a 50-point banner? Sorry, I didn't realise.
So yeah, so anyway, Mork's War banner. This one is a little bit complex. So
Do you want me to read this one
I'll
again?
go, Scott.
I'll do your job for you.
Thanks,
A
mate.
unit with Mork's War banner has magic resistance D6. Roll to determine the effectiveness of the banner the first time the unit needs to take any saving throws against spells in a turn. The result is used for all such saves made that turn. In addition, all magic items belonging to enemy models that are in base contact with the bearer do not work. If an enemy in base contact has an item that would stop the banner from working, then roll off to see which item takes precedence.
Too many points.
First thing
I think someone just opened a really creaky door there.
The first thing to bear in mind as well, guys, is this can generate a magic resistance score that you otherwise haven't seen before or wouldn't see in the main rulebook.
So MR4,
it can give you an
5 or 6.
MR5, or something like that, which you know would apply the same stack, so you can quite easily get to 3 and 2+ wall saves against spells.
At the other end of it, you can still get magic res 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
And statistically,
Upsetting.
a third of the game you'll have magic res 2 or less.
Yeah.
So
Taking away magic items, usually items like this that take away magic effects are usually only magic weapons. But this is just every magic item you have. You have ward saves, armour, and giant items.
Yeah.
but I've got to put it on my battle standard bearer.
You do.
It's
Yeah.
100 points.
Doesn't have to be an orc battle standard bearer though. Can just be any battle standard bearer.
Yeah.
So I can make it even easier for you to take
Yes,
100
you could,
points
yeah.
off me.
That's a good point.
If I put it on a goblin.
But I think really, if you do want to take this, you've got to put it on probably a Black Orc BSB.
Yeah.
And you've got to combine it with an Orc war boss of some description who can go in and make the most of that character's magic items not
My
working.
hot take might be a Savage Orc BSB.
Okay.
Lucky
Gives them a ward save.
Shrunken
Yeah,
Head, you've got a
yeah.
ward save, you know,
Yeah.
and then go, well, you know, like exactly the same trick next to him.
He's Basher's Axe Stunt.
Basher's accidentally smash him, maybe.
Yeah.
It just lays the beat down on whoever's trying it on.
Yeah. It's a lot of points you put in that unit though.
It
A
is.
lot of points.
And it's unnecessary
Yeah.
because I can get regular magic resistance, and
Yeah.
in general, the magic item, I think whilst it's good, you know, I've still got very threatening characters, and
Yeah.
there's other, quite frankly, better banners for your battle standard if you're going to invest in a magical battle standard, and these are one of the armies I think that do. I think the vast majority
Yeah.
don't bother taking the actual magical battle standard, if you know what I mean. They'll just take a battle standard and put other equipment on him. But yeah, that's just my 2 pennies worth on it.
So moving on, we have now the Spider banner, which is an 85 point magic banner
We've dropped a little bit.
by 15 points. So it's another BSB only banner.
Yep.
And this one gives the bearer and the unit he is in gains poison attacks on any of their attacks.
Yep.
But if they already have poison, they get +1 to the poison, so 5 or 6 become poisons.
Yeah, it can only be taken by a Goblin battle standard bearer, and that's not Night Goblin.
That's not
That's
Knight.
just
Yeah.
Goblin.
Just Goblin.
Because they are 2 separate profiles, yeah. So only by goblins. It's not the worst thing, because they have high leadership.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's you know, you see people combine this with Savage Orcs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nav certainly does, as I
Yeah.
mentioned earlier when we talked about Savage Orcs. This is excellent with the Savage Orc with bows.
Yeah.
Because you get poison shots and then you get the poison in
Poison
combat.
combat.
Poison
attacks.
combat.
Now that helps to make up for the loss of attacks from not having 2 hand weapons as well.
But even just any big unit with shooting, this is terrifying. Like big unit night goblins with bows, they're better because regular goblins can join night goblins.
Yeah.
In the units.
Isn't there a spell that gives you poison attacks
There
for
is.
a little while?
There is as
Yeah.
well. Gift to the spider god.
That's it. Yeah.
And that does
Very good when
increase
combining
the
with it.
poison.
Yeah, to
If
5.
you've got poison,
I mean,
it
yeah,
increases
both
it to
of them
5+.
do. So yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got a really lovely set of combinations in there as well.
So yeah, I was pretty strong in a massive unit of shooting goblins or orcs. I've seen it being used on savages with Lucky Shrunken Head to great effect. But again, it leaves your BSB more vulnerable because you can't even put it on a savage orc anymore. It
That-
has to go on a
yeah.
goblin.
That's where it's good though with the savages because you'll
Yeah.
run relatively wide because
Yeah.
you're gonna be sort of shooting, and he's propped on the end because he's an incompatible base size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does help to sort of mitigate.
Unless they get flanked.
Unless they get flanked.
then he's just like, well,
That's,
he's just dead.
that's where you shouldn't be advancing really.
Yeah.
So
And we have one more banner. We have a lot of banners now. And this is the Bad Moon banner. And it's 50. That
that's featured here.
that banner itself.
Don't drop it again.
No, I've already
I
done
will
enough. I've done enough for this one.
So this is a 50-point magic banner. So again, it's BSB only because it can only go on a night goblin.
Yeah,
That's
and it specifies the standard may only be taken by a Night Goblin battle standard bearer.
Yeah. And so it gives the unit, it gives a bearer in the unit he's in stubborn. They always count as being in light cover. Yep. Or soft cover. Sorry, not light cover, soft cover. And any model that charges into base contact with the bearer or the unit takes a dangerous training test.
Yes.
And the dangerous training test sounds better than it actually is, but it's the only models that get base contact. So it's just the front rank.
Front rank, basically. And front rank that are touching the unit.
Yes. So that in itself isn't great.
No.
Off the bat, Stubborn Crown is 35 points though. So you get in the dangerous training test and the soft cover.
Not the fact you've got Stubborn Crown on your sheet.
It's actually the Crown of Command.
Sorry, Crown of Command. If you're talking,
It's just Stubborn Crown.
if you're talking to Queens, it's Crown of Command, but Stubborn Crown is what it's known as. That's 35 points. So for what's that, 15? You get in the light soft cover and dangerous terrain. It's not overly. It's overcosted.
The trouble is, you don't see a lot of shooting armies that aren't the shooting armies that ignore modifiers to shoot. That's the shooting armies you see. Shooting's not that great. There's so many ways to
ignore all the modifiers.
There's so many ways to apply modifiers that people in general, the shooting you see that doesn't ignore that
you see
ignores the modifiers.
Yeah.
It's Wood Elves, it's Tomb Kings, it's occasionally, I suppose, you do see the rattling guns on the
Storm
Storm Fiends, but they ignore all the other modifiers.
They ignore loads of them, yeah.
Just the -1's probably not enough to really have the effect.
And the last thing I got here is the effects aren't as good as you think, because you should really, with Night Goblins being bust formation, so you should be steadfast. If I'm all honest, in all honesty.
I can see the Night Goblin Horde.
I can see it.
Especially if you go bows. I can see it if you go sword and shield, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see it both ways, if I'm honest.
But you've still probably got 4 ranks.
Yeah, I can see it both ways.
Now, as I said, the dangerous terrain test is only in base contact with the unit.
Yeah, that's not great.
If it was the entire unit that charged that dangerous terrain test,
Better.
then it would work better.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's not bad, it's just not great.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to sum it up.
Night Goblin BSB is probably its biggest drawback, because they're
Yeah.
the least kind of survivable of all of the BSBs.
And then we'll move into the Skull Wand of Kaloth now. And this is another pricey 75 point magic. It's an enchanted item though. So it's not
random.
it's a random one, so but only shamans can take it. So it's only Savage or Great Shamans or Goblin Great Shamans or Night Goblin Great Shamans.
Just in case you wanted a scroll as well, yeah?
Or Orc Shamans.
Or Orc Shamans, sorry. Yeah, all regular Orc Shamans. Yeah. And this one I know what it does roughly, but I can't remember off the top of my head. So I'll get Scott to read it.
I'll tell you what it does then.
Yeah.
It unleashes a curse on a single enemy model that is in base contact with the bearer at the start of the close combat phase. The victim must pass a leadership test using its own unmodified leadership or be slain instantly with no saves of any kind allowed. In addition, the bearer of the Skull Wand causes terror.
Right. Break this down now. So, Terror is an okay rule.
Terror's a good rule.
It's funny to see a unit run away from a goblin with Terror.
Yeah, Terror's a good rule. Crucially, it means that you're
don't take fear
not
checks.
taking the check.
Yeah.
I mean, the unit's taking a check though, isn't it? Because he causes Terror, but the unit doesn't. I think we've had the discussion before whether the Terror goes onto the unit. I feel like the unit would still take the Terror
I think
test.
with Terror, you don't take the terror check, but I think they would take
They'd
the
take
fear
the
check.
fear. They'd definitely take the fear check.
Yeah.
But I think with the terror check, they won't, because the unit has a model in it that causes terror.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's how
that
works.
works.
Yeah.
But we can double check that and put it in the description, because that's going to be a lot of me looking in the book. And
Yeah, because I think it would be, you'd compare the psychology rules, the units in general both have terror.
Yeah.
Which. Yeah, so no, they'd never even take a fear check.
No, they do specifically, because it says, I think it says a character joining a unit doesn't make it immune to fear.
Yeah.
If he's immune to fear,
Right,
just pass the test themselves.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise,
makes
like
sense.
there's like Empire Bretonian characters would make like their regiments immune and stuff.
Whereas the cows can take fear 5 points.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't save the whole unit. But
So the terror test is the first part there, but the main part of this item is the leadership test.
Yes.
So and it's unmodified, and your own leadership. You can't use General's Inspiring Presence.
No.
But you use the leadership that's on the profile.
can I re-roll it?
By all sounds, you can reroll it. So
leadership.
against monsters, a lot of monsters don't have great leadership.
No.
Leadership 7, leadership 8, roughly.
No, I mean I'm scared if I'm a Chimera. I probably don't care if I'm a Frosty.
No.
Oh no, but it's if you do you can do get the reroll. But if you're out of position and your BSB is not
100%.
nearby, that is 1 in 3 chance. I think it is, isn't it?
Well, Frosty's leadership 9.
Yeah. So what's that chance?
Not far off 1 and 3.
Yeah. And he's just dead. You don't have to fight at that point. And it's not even. It's before the.
So? like 1 in 6, isn't it? Fan Leadership 9 test. No modifier to it.
No. No, it's not as low as 1 in 6.
5 6 6 5 4 6 6 4 5 5.
Yeah.
That's it.
Maybe it's 1 in
Okay.
6. Yeah.
Anyway, so do you have
That
to...
was very entertaining for everyone.
Sorry, guys.
You count on your fingers.
Yeah.
But is it done at the start of the combat, or is it when you choose to attack?
Start the close combat phase.
Yeah, that is a massive help because otherwise he could just get his head chopped off before he gets to use it. I had this done to my Demon Prince, Dan Green, you know you are.
Did you do it to the Prince?
No, I passed the check. I passed the Leadership 9.
So today, Dan Green also tried to do it to my Kadai Destroyer.
Did he?
I passed it. Sorry, Dan.
I think the problem is that in general, you know, the things that this would really punch for its 75-point price tag are likely to pass the test.
But it's the option. It's the fact that if you do fail it, and it's not even just monsters, anyone in base content. If you do fail those like super control, those super expensive characters,
it's really powerful if they fail it, but it's failing it, isn't it? It's you're taking a chance on something that, you know, the vast majority of the time people will pass. You know,
Potentially good with Azag. Doom of Darkness.
Unmodified.
Spells aren't a modifier ridiculously in the rulebook. Their modifiers are like the General's Leadership is a modifier and things, because Spirit Leeches you're unmodified.
No,
you get Doom of Darkness against it.
No, you don't. You're the wrong way around. Inspiring Presence isn't a modifier, but modifiers are minuses.
I thought it was the other way around.
No, it is. Doom and Darkness won't work with it because of that. But you can ridiculously use Inspiring Presence to hit someone with a Spirit Leech and to fight the Spirit Leech.
Yeah.
So that's what makes like taking the low level Wizard for Elves so good, because they can buddy like the Prince's Leadership 10 on a Leadership 8 dude and use that to kill something. It's stupid. But yeah.
On the off chance you do manage to kill, like, say, the 3 overrunning ones, Chaos Lord,
Oh yeah, of
or
course.
like a Lariel.
I think the problem is though, for me in a competitive setting, is that statement on the off chance.
On the off chance.
Now, for like a cheeky like 25 points, on the off chance, it'd be in my list all the time.
For 75
For
points.
75 points.
It's an enchanted item, so it's weirdly an enchanted item. But again, only savage, only shamans.
And only
only
Lord
wizards.
level shamans
Only
as
Lord
well,
level shamans,
Yeah.
because of the points.
Price.
Again, so it's not a great item. It'd be funny if it worked, but again, if you want to take it, you have to commit to taking it. And that's that. That's all the shiny stuff tucked away now. So we're going to now look into the Greenskin specific magic laws, which are the laws of the big and little Waaagh. So we're now going to move into, as I said, the unique laws for the Greenskins, and imaginatively, they're called the laws of the big and little Waaagh. Can you tell whose is whose, respectively?
Let's find out.
Anyway, the laws of the big Waaagh is used exclusively by Orc Shamans and mainly focuses on damaging your opponent at fairly close range. And the little Waaagh, on the other hand, focuses on hexes and debuffing the enemy and is used by Goblin Shamans. So enough waffling anyway, let's get into them. We're going to begin with the law of the big Waaagh and its law attribute, Power of Waaagh. And so the effect of this, basically, when you boil it down to it, is that if you have more units in combat than they are fleeing, the strength value or strength bonus from the spells is increased by 1. So it's not increased by the difference between it, you usually get +1 flat increase. And surprisingly, there is one spell in this or 2 spells in this title that this doesn't affect. So, in all honesty, that's a pretty good law attribute.
That's not bad for a strength-based law attribute, is it?
And so, +1 strength may not seem like anything, but going for strength like 5, strength 4 or 5 is pretty big. Means you're running -3 on 2s. Strength 6, strength 5 to strength 6 isn't all that much. Maybe against toughness 4.
Yeah, it's the armour penetration.
it's the armour
isn't it?
penetration.
Yeah, the armour.
So,
But yeah, so honestly, it's okay.
Good, pretty good law attribute actually.
Bear in mind that all your damage spells are direct damage, so some positioning is necessary to get the most out of it, though. Because you've got to be able to, what is it, line of sight, isn't it?
Arc of sight.
arc for direct damage.
Yeah,
Arc
line
for that.
and arc for the magic missiles.
Yeah, so we move into our signature spell, which is the Gaze of Mork. This is cast on a 7, and it is a 4d6 straight line, so directly away from the caster, direct damage, and anyone under the line suffers a strength 4 hit. And then you can increase the range of the spell to 8d6 for an increased cast of 10+.
I don't know why you'd not just always cast the big one, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a
3 points.
difference of 3.
Just if you're like right on top of something and you're looking to hit the one thing, you know.
If you're maybe in combat. How does that work actually? Because you can do direct damage out of combat.
Just draw a line from his base.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
So just hit the guys in front of you in combat.
Yeah. Very similar to Crack's Call for the Skaven and those types of spells.
Yeah, but Crack's Core doesn't have a type, though, does it?
No, it's a similar sort of effect.
Sort
Anyway, if you don't go for the boosted version, the line is just too short. Average them
14.
14.
Yeah, alright if you're already in combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, or if you sort of got on the end of the battle line or something like that.
Yeah, sort of an inch or two away.
And again, without the lore tribute, the strength is also pretty poor as well.
Yeah, good when it's buffed up. Good
Yeah.
when it's sort of buffed up to strength 5.
Yeah, it's a shame really, isn't it? Because you kind of want to use this on chaff, but you've got to actually get into a position where you're going to hit a line of chaff rather than just a chaff guy in the middle. And then that's going to be tricky.
Woo! Anyway, we're going to go into the first spell proper. So Skaze Mork, just meh. Brain Burster is our first spell proper, and it's cast on a 6, and I can't actually remember what this does.
It's a direct damage spell with a range of 18 inches and targets a single enemy model. The target is selected just as if the shaman had the sniper special rule. The target suffers a strength 5 hit, 6 from the lore attribute if you've got more units in combat than fleeing. The shaman can extend the range of this spell to 36. If he does so, the casting value is increased to 9. Again, doesn't go up a lot. It's only 1 wound though.
It's nicking that last wound, isn't it? It's good against the fact that it's model is probably the best thing I can come up with for it, if I'm honest. So I can say, well, actually, I'm going to hit that chariot who's on 1 wound, or
I mean, you could go for like say unit champions to try and draw out the challenges. So
bomb that unit champion.
if you want Grimgor to go in and challenge out a big combat lord, and the champion is dead,
That's a good point.
so you could use like that. But again, you have to do that. You have to plan it a turn in advance because you can't cast into a combat with Grimgor.
Yeah.
So you have to do plan around that.
No, you can't target someone who's in combat.
Yeah.
Which is frustrating.
Yeah. So it's okay. So if that important character is left on 1 wound, like the BSB or general, like turn 6, Brainbuster.
Very good against wizards, I think.
Yes.
Because they generally don't have the save, particularly those low level ones, maybe the sort of scroll caddy types.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Also, not bad at getting a charm shield off of something you think.
No,
it's
as well.
shield.
Lovely.
Great idea.
Is it a hit then?
Yeah.
Ooh, lovely.
So
you're gambling.
Suffers a strength 5 hit.
Yeah, you are gambling that say something has got the charm shield, but
then even if it doesn't, you might do a wound to it.
But
So
That Demon Prince will have it though, won't
I
he?
say literally my point of saying is that you know what characters are going to have a charm shield. And so anyway, we're going to move on into spell 2, which is the Fists of Gork. It's cast on an 8, and it only affects the caster himself, and the caster gains +3 strength and +3 attacks, or +4 strength if you got the lore tribute off. That's it really. It's range in play.
Yeah, and they also get a 6-up ward save.
Which is only
As long as the
effective
spell
on a
remains in play.
regular Orc Shaman because Savage Orc
So we
Shamans
already have one.
have Warpaint.
Yeah.
This is what I like to call the first part of the Orc Exodia from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you watch Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game, you know what Exodia is, and this is the first part.
Other animated series are available.
They are. Remains in play is nice, and on a Savage Orc Shaman, it's surprisingly strong.
Remains in play is a funny one on spells like this, isn't it? I think it's nice because it draws dice, but it's also really not nice if you're going to sort of get charged, do you know what I mean? Or if you sort of end up having to fight a unit champion that turn and then next turn...
But then it means that, as long as they're not dwarves, basically, it means that they're not casting as many buffs or damage or hex spells as they were going to cast because they need to dispel this.
Yeah, we always agree that that's the strength of it.
Yeah, it does only cast on 8, so they're probably only going to need 2 dice to get rid of it.
But they're having to put dice
But
into it.
yeah, they're having to get rid of some dice.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
It said makes it surprising because a Savage Orc Shaman gets 5 attacks at strength, 7 or 8, depending if you've got the lore tribute off. If it's strength 4 base.
9 if it's choppers.
9 with choppers.
Yeah.
So I've seen a hero level Savage Orc Shaman kill Archaon with this. Guess whose Archaon it was?
Was it yours, Matt?
It was my Archaon.
Hilarious.
Well, it's not hilarious. It was turn 6 he died as well. I was like, no. Anyway, and this is probably the first of the 4 spells you kind of want from the lore. The first of 4. There might be some choice. You could probably swap this around with other bits and pieces, but this I quite like this.
Does turn a very average stat line into a very horrible one, doesn't
I
it?
just think so. Cast on turn 1 is for fire and forget.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
I suppose. Yeah, you're probably not going to draw the ice of it on turn 1, so it'll be hanging around later, won't it?
Yeah. And so we're going to move into the Hand of Gork next, which is the next part of Exodia. It's cast on a 9. And this is wordy. So Scott will...
Over to me again.
Oh, no, Scott. Do you want James to read? I'll let James do the rest of it.
No, it's fine. So it's an augment spell with a range of 24 that targets a single, unengaged friendly unit. Remove a model from the front rank of the unit and place it anywhere within 3d6 of its original position, facing in any direction. Remove the remainder of the unit from the battlefield and form them up around the first model so that the unit keeps its original formation and the first model maintains its original position in the unit. If the unit comprised of just one model, such as a chariot or character, this step is unnecessary. Not sure why they had to point that out. Models from the unit cannot be placed in impassable terrain, nor may they be placed within an inch of any other unit. The shaman can choose to extend the distance the target unit moves to 5d6. If he does so, the casting value is increased to 14.
That's not a big cast, and this is an incredible spell.
Yeah, it really is.
This is, in my opinion, arguably the best spell in the lore.
I agree.
Yeah, because the uses of it are myriad.
Yep.
Like you, and so the one I do compare this to is Walk Between Worlds. It's a spell I do compare it to. In some regards, I do think it's better than Walk Between Worlds.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Walk Between Worlds, you have to move. With this, you just plop a unit down in face in whatever direction you want.
Yeah, you don't have to actually physically perform a legal move, do you? With this, you just pick them up. I can say this is game-winning spell.
This game, because I think I played you once, and I found an animosity test on my Squig herd.
You did?
And then hand-gawked it into a position which, you either deal with now or I charge you on the flank or rear.
happened.
I'm just going to say this. Many years ago at a GT, I played a gentleman who had Orcs and Goblins. Very lovely fella. He had a unit of 50 Black Orcs with Grimgor Incarnate of Beasts, a BSB and something else in it. And I flattened that unit. And he had one Savage Orc left, one Black Orc left. I killed the carrots and everything. One Black Orc left. And his last turn, I was just going second, so I had the chance to kill him with all my army left. I had loads of shooting and magic. Total powered that spell, picked him up, put him behind a piece of impassable terrain. 50 Black Orcs with a magic banner. The immortal ones. Absolutely insane.
That's pushing 600 points.
11-9 rather than me winning the game 15.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 14,
That's
15. Absolutely huge. Absolutely huge.
It's also good for that and sort of like you say, sort of saving units. It's also really good for Mangler Squigs and Fanatics.
That was going to be my next point.
Yeah,
in fact,
them much closer.
Didn't we do a competitive battle, me and you, on the channel, where I picked up and dropped a unit full of fanatics?
You did,
and like barreled them through a ton of knights.
You did,
because I had that spell off. So that gives you a direct example of it there. I think it was a War Council one.
It was
a War Council.
Did it help? Did it help you in the end?
Oh, that's a bit sad.
Well, you know what? It was I thought that was a really good game. I didn't win that. No, I didn't. But I thought from a competitive standpoint, it was. I thought it was a really interesting game. But that's a good example of how powerful it can be beyond just saving a unit or redeploying something really powerful. You can really cause a lot of trouble.
I think it's also when I first started playing Orcs and Goblins, I played your brother. I had a unit of big Savage Orc big guns in the front of a Witch Elf block. I had Hand of Orcs, a unit of 40 Black Orcs with Incarnate Beast Grimgor. To the flank said, "You charge me, I'm probably going to stick around, we'll go again."
Yeah.
So we had the Stubborn Crown and the old Savages.
And it's huge. Like, it's a really powerful spell. I mean, we could go on forever about how good that is. The movement spells are strong. Yeah. This is one of the best movement spells in the game.
The uses of it is just incredible. And it's low cost.
9,
Only drawback is the distance you move them is random. That is literally the only drawback. But I mean, it's really a very manageable drawback.
It's a nitpicky drawback for it, So we're going to move into then Edbutt, which is now a 9 to cast. And this is... it's a die damage again, and you target a an enemy wizard. Has to be a wizard. Within the range of 4d6 inches. And you can increase the range to 8d6 inches for an increased value to 12 plus to cast. That wizard takes a strength 4 hits with multiple wounds d3.
With no armor saves.
No armor saves.
Which they're a wizard, they're probably not going to.
No, unless they're chaos or ogre.
They could, but probably not.
Yeah, it's an alright sniper, isn't it? Sniper spell. Random range is upsetting on it.
It's only strength 4. Could be strength 5 with the attribute, which is better.
Synergises well with Brain Burster though.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you can get Edbutt off, leave him on a wound, and brain burst it.
Or vice versa, nick a wound with Brain Burster, and then you averagely, sort of even a 3 wound wizard averagely dies if they fail to save.
I just think he's severely limited by the fact you can only target wizards. So against dwarves, it's rubbish. Against
wizard-like armies, or armies that don't run magic.
Corn wizards. Corn wizards.
Wizards.
Corn demon armies.
Rubbish against corn wizards.
even like standard like Wall of Burgle.
Wall of Nurgle is probably not very good against.
No.
Might have a herald.
It
but probably
depends.
not.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. But then at the same time, you don't have to take it.
Yeah,
swap
you
it
can
for
always
Sig.
swap it.
You can sort of
And
see.
wizards in general are a mainstay of competitive
Yes.
They are, yeah.
Warhammer.
So I've put this. I personally think it's a bit trash, but it has its uses.
It's one of those ones that you'll remember the time that it scored you some points.
Like kill the vampire.
Kill
lord.
something important,
Yeah.
but in general, you'll take it for 9 games, and 7 of them you'll be really disappointed with it in. You know, it's sort of a random number of 9 games there, but you know what I mean? You'll sort of get like a number of game run. You'll always remember that time it did that cool thing, but in reality, it wasn't very good most of the time.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to move into
Here
the
we
spell
go.
5, which is Here We Go. It's probably the third spell you want, because it does a lot for your army. It's cast on 11, and every unit within 2d6 inches, every orc unit, it's only orc units, which is quite critical. So it's only, not even like the other stuff like trolls or anything like that, it's just orcs.
Yeah, that is a shame of it, the trolls.
Everyone with 2d6 inches rerolls fail to hits in combat.
Yep.
And so, first of the bat, Orcs and Goblins don't have a lot to reroll hits in combat.
No.
They have pretty much nothing, apart from Grimgory's Immortals.
They also don't have access to that sort of additional to hits either, like plus to hit type equipment.
They don't.
Things.
So this is good.
Yeah, it's
I
very
thought a bit booty that only affects orcs and the really average short range, but you live with it because you want to use it when you're in combat, and all your units will be pretty much close together.
Should be pretty close, yeah.
John, we keep coming back to talking about when the book is kind of informing you of what you should be doing. This is another one of those great examples. You're looking and going, oh, my lucky shrunken head, Savage Orc Shaman, he's going to go in my frontline Savage Orc unit. Oh, and the spell's really short range to make me reroll failed to hits. Right. You know, it's part of that informing a pattern again.
Which is probably the only time you're going to be taking the big war is when you do take a level 2 or a level 4 on big war, and they're going to be a Savage Orc Shaman. They're going to be in your Savage Orc unit.
You should, however, be able to get 2 units under this.
Yeah.
Because your placement really should always be with the Shaman with this
Wizard, like,
on the corner with the unit next to him. So if you're going to put a unit that side, he goes that side, you know, like you need to think about that.
The only unit I think this is, well, the only I really see want this on would be a Black Orcs. But if you're taking Black Orcs, you might as well take Grimgore.
Maybe it's good on Savage Orcs. It's excellent on them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Savage Orc would be the first.
Yeah.
Be the first. In addition to like Orc
Boys.
Ball Boys, mate. Savage Orc Ball Boys. All the attacks they pump out.
Second unit of Savage Orcs.
Yeah,
Slightly less savage, but still just as orky.
Just as orky.
Orc unit. So it affect the boars as well. Then it affect the pigs.
Yeah.
By all means, by all reasons work.
It's an orc unit, and the target units may reroll to hit rolls in combat.
I guess so, yeah.
So the pigs are rerolls to hit, which is quite nice.
Yeah, not bad. That's probably where you're going.
So it's alright. I think it's good on. I think you maintain it because you want that Savage Orc unit to be rerolled to hit.
Yes.
Don't forget as well, those other Orc units, they might not be the best, but the Black Orc in the front rank is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, like, you know, he's going to affect your characters as well.
Mm-hmm. So that's spell number 5, and I'm going to move into the last spell of the lore, which is the Foot of Gork.
The last of the Exodia.
Final piece of Exodia, and it jumps to a 15 to cast. And let's go, because I don't want to get this right, because it is.
You just want to make me read again, don't you?
Yeah, I was like, you don't get to do much in these deep dives, so.
It's another direct damage spell.
Surprise.
And you place the Foot of Gork template, which is very similar or the same to the Fallen Giant template. I think it's a little bit different.
It's narrow. It's narrow at the bottom because that's where the ball of the foot is, and
slightly wider at the top. I think
it's about half a flamer template.
Yeah,
to give you an idea of the size.
You place that template within 36 inches of the Shaman. It then scatters D6, maintaining the same facing. All models hit by the template suffer a Strength 6 hit with a multiple wounds D3 special roll. The Shaman can choose to intensify Gork's involvement in the battle to a full warpath of stomping. If he does so, the casting value is increased to 18, but after resolving the effects of the spell, roll a dice and consult the following table. On a 1, Gork slips and stomps one of your own units. Your opponent places the template anywhere on the table. It then scatters and inflicts damage exactly as described above. The spell then ends. On a 2 to 3, Gork gets bored and wanders off. The spell ends without further effect. On a 4 to 6, Gork stomps another enemy unit. Place the template again, as described above. After resolving the effects of this stomp, roll again on this table. And it also has a note, if you roll a 4 to 6 on the table above, the same unit can be targeted successively. So when Gork wants something stomped, he stomps it.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
So it's not like most of those spells that if it jumps
so, yeah.
unit, it says, oh, it can only affect each unit once. It's like, no, you can just keep throwing foot back on the
I've had
table.
it in the past where they're like that between two
Yeah.
units. They're just like,
Really
in
good
my
like
head,
that.
it's just like that. Yeah, it's having a great time.
My first one is ooh boy, the foot. It's a scary damaging spell. It's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Multiple wounds is
Multiple wounds
big.
D3. You get strength 7, obviously, if you're more using combat, but strength 6, strength 7 is not major unless you get like
It's
knights.
the armor, yeah.
But again, like strength 6, multiple wounds D3. The boost is what you want because you want the possibility to keep stomping.
Yeah, it's a shame that 50% of the time it ends.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
with a sixth of the time it stomps on one of your units
a
first.
spell with this sort of effect, the other one is Plague, and Plague only bounces another unit off 1/3 of the time on a 5+.
True.
So this happens half the time. So, and even then, it's only 1/6 of the time that you are hitting yourself. So
Yeah.
it's mitigating the
You've
risk.
got to be willing to take the risk. And again, we're back to the book informing you what to do.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got magic resistance on those Savage Orcs and
You
on
don't
those,
really care.
you don't care
No.
because it's a hit at strength 6. It's not a remove from play characteristic test type spell again.
Yeah, I've got
So-
it. I've got a combo. If you want to, you can combo the Ruby Ring a unit of trolls, and then stomp the hell out of the trolls. It's a
Very good
Yeah.
against ogres because of the multiple wound
Yeah.
element.
I mean,
as well.
if they've got the Rune Maul though, it can be an issue
Yeah.
because you have to. It's direct damage. You have to
it's
target.
a target job. Yeah.
But the foot, that's probably the fourth spell that you want on your level 4. So
Yeah.
my choices would always be the hand, the foot, and the fists of Gork.
The full Exodia.
The full Exodia, and here we go.
Just on the ogres though, you just aim it at someone else and then bounce it onto the dudes for the ring more.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, yeah, 'cause it's not targeting.
No, you're not targeting them originally.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
But yes, anyway.
So,
Setting.
Yes.
yeah, so let's get the scores on the doors for the first law. And so we have a 3 for variety of spell types, a 2 for the power and frequency of the law attribute, 4 for the average spell range, 3 for spell flexibility, 3 for average casting value, and 2 for the quality of the signature spell, for a total of 17 out of 24.
Not bad.
Respectable. It's not the lowest we've had.
No,
It's,
it's right in the thick of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's just let down by the sig and the attribute being not
not
Yeah.
great.
not consistent, is it? That's
No.
the big
You
problem.
have to get into combat.
Both
Yeah.
of them actually.
I think it's not. It's a law. It's a signature that doesn't. The law that itself doesn't matter. You have to get into another phase of the game to activate the law.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very good point. Should
Which-
we move on?
Let's move on. So we like it, but it's okay. It's not all that. And so we move swiftly on into our second law, and that is the Little Waaagh, and its law attribute, which is sneaky stabbing.
Sneaky stealing.
Sneaky stealing, stabbing is the other. Sneaky stabbing is the actual spell.
It
Sorry,
is.
that's my bad, guys. Sneaky stealing. So every time you successfully cast a spell, you roll a dice. On a 5+, you steal one of your opponent's dispel dice and turn it into a power dice. I put this down as a toned down version of the death attribute, but it's more consistent than the death attribute. So in some circumstances.
Yeah, it's not going to get you as many dice
No,
as
it
the
won't.
death attribute, most likely, but it does affect every single spell in the law.
Yeah, it's just you. It's not. You don't have to cause unsafe wounds. It's just if I cast
Yeah.
a spell, I get extra. I
Third of
possibly
the
get extras.
time, I get one of your dice. Now, if they don't have any dice left, you can't
Yeah,
create a
obviously.
dice out of thin air. Really good for if your opponent's trying to keep some of their dispel dice for big spells that you can do later. You cast 2 or 3 from Little Waaagh that they might not care about, and then you steal some of their dice, and actually you've suddenly got 5, 6 dice. They've got 2.
Yeah,
I
really
think
good in situations
you're
like that.
absolutely right. I think the law attribute informs the tactics of this law, if you like, and it's to try to draw your opponent into, draw him in with low value spells you're not too interested in. The beauty of that either way is they take the bait and they throw their dispel dice, and they haven't got them for the ones you want.
Yeah.
Or they hold them back, and then you
Then you
you
steal 'em.
sneaky steal 1 or 2 of them, and they find themselves in the same predicament.
Just means that even the opponent letting off a silly little spell off the beginning of the game just thinks, oh, I don't want to do that because they might steal some dice. I need to try and house it. Funny enough, it pairs very well with the magic mushrooms of the Night Goblins and turns Night
Yeah.
Goblin shamans into magical powerhouses.
Yeah, it really does.
So for those who don't know, magic mushrooms and Night Goblin shamans, when they cast a spell, they have to use a magic mushroom. It's an additional dice of magic, so it's basically an additional power dice, and then you add that to your whatever you roll. If you roll a 1, you then have to roll another dice. On a 1 to 3, the Night Goblin takes a wound. On a 4+, you're fine, but regardless of what you roll, you lose concentration.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't
The
do
spell
that.
fails to
the
cast.
spell fails to cast, so you lose concentration. So
Yeah.
they are risky, but magic mushrooms, they're good.
Yeah, generally they just always help you out.
It just means like
Pretty much.
it helps you because you love doing the old one dice spells.
It's huge. You can really extend the power of your dice, and the drawback with this attribute, if you like, is that I only roll once per successful spell cast. So I'm only going to get one if I get 3 spells off. Statistically, I only get 1 dice a turn.
Yeah.
So the fact that I can extend the amount of spells I get off by using the mushrooms that way really helps to up
basically
the power
all of the spells are really low cast values.
Yes.
They are.
Like there's 3 8s, there's 2 that are less than that, and you get a 9, and then the big one, obviously the 15.
I've got to be honest, with the 8s, you do look and think to yourself, I need to get,
6 with a level 2.
with a mushroom. On a
That's
level 4, I'm only looking for a 4. I'll just take 1 dice out of the pool and a mushroom.
Yeah.
Probably going to get that.
Even level 2.
Yeah, it's not
You need
unreasonable.
6 on 2 dice.
And the beauty of that, if you've sort of got other wizards, is that you're quite happy to take those risks.
Yeah.
But no, that's sneaky stealing. It pairs well with the magic mushrooms, night goblin shamans.
Yeah.
So we're going to move into the signature spells now. So the signature spell is sneaky stabbing. This is what I got.
This is sneaky stabbing.
This is sneaky stabbing. So it's a 6 to cast. It's an augment, a range of 12 inches, and the target unit gains armor piercing. And if they are
on their close combat attack.
on their close combat attack, sorry, and if they're in the flank or rear of an enemy unit, they get rerolls to hit and to wound against that unit. And this is a signature spell, so it's pretty good,
Yeah.
really solid. You pair it with choppers on an orc unit, they become surprising tin openers.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be a goblin unit.
No, this is where like the Laura Little One does come into effect. It does buff a lot of your orc units up quite nicely.
Yeah.
I think this spell's really good for me. I like the fact that I can use it on my trolls. I like the fact that I can
On your squigs.
use it on my squigs.
Yeah.
And that's the 2 that really stand out to me,
Yeah.
beyond obviously
savages.
the obvious, like my sort of ball blocks. But
Yeah.
the thing that's good is I reroll failed to wounds as well. Am I right?
Yeah.
If you and your
hit
flank
and
on the
wounds.
rear.
So if I can get some trolls in the flank, I can reroll my vomits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they also hit. Reroll my vomit wounds. They're strength 5, no armor save.
It's pretty solid. So I think it's always worth a consideration for this signature spell. Even if you don't really know what to do with it.
Yeah, big fan of it.
Yeah.
Right there, Sig.
Armor piercing's ace as well.
Yeah.
It's, particularly with the amount of strength 5 you can get, but there's actually not that much strength 6 you can get.
Yeah.
So having that extra point of armor reduction is really good.
Yeah. So on to this first spell proper, which is Vindictive Glare. And this is cast on a 5 with a range of 24 inches. And it causes 2d6 strength 3 hits, or it can be boosted to cause 3d6 strength 3 hits on an increased cast value of 11?
10.
10.
Not bad.
So it's just a very handy magic missile.
Yeah.
I mean,
Relatively decent for clearing chaff. Would be nicer if it was strength 4 for chaff,
Yeah.
but strength 3 is not terrible.
yeah, literally very handy shaft clearance and cause a respective amount of hits. I said shame it's not the SIG, but although the SIG's already pretty good, it's hard to choose between what those stat on the SIG you want.
2d6 hits on a 5+ though. There's not much that does that.
No.
Even, like, the ones that are strength 4 are generally d6 on that sort of cast value. So I think on the balance of probability, it's probably about as effective as a base level fireball, something like a ruby ring.
Yeah.
Because you'll get more hits, but you'll be slightly lower strength initially.
So again, it's just another solid spell, to be honest. And then you're going to go
Again, one of those that you're like, oh, do you let it go, or
do you
and let me maybe steal a dice, or do you try and dispel it? Because you probably don't care about 2d6
It's
strength 3
probably
hits
low
on,
enough
like, a
strength,
big
isn't
unit.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll move into the next spell, which is Gift of the Spider. Is it Gift of the or
Gift of the.
Gift of the Spider God? The grammar came through on that one. So it's cast on an 8, and I think we've already talked about what this pretty much does. It's an augment with a range of 12 inches. The target unit gains poisoned. If they're already poisoned, they get poisoned on a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, so it combines well with the banner of the spider banner. The banner of the spider banner?
Banner of Spider Banner? Spider Banner.
The spider banner. Yeah.
And I've got here, poison is always very good and always better when throwing lots of dice. Orc units, throw lots of dice.
It's also good with the signature spell.
Very good
Get the armor
signature.
piercing and poison. It's automatic wounds and additional -1
Which,
to the
if you
save.
can get the flank, you reroll.
Yeah, very good.
So just think us in like savage or big uns, trolls, squigs. Basically anything we spoke about with sneaky stabbing works very well with Gifts to the Spider God.
Do you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is even good on units like those night goblins we talked about earlier.
Yeah, just poison attacks.
Where you've got like a big block of them, your opponent charges it in to rough it up, and you're like, well, I'm going to make 25-30 attacks because I'm in a horde or I'm using spears, whatever you've chosen, and actually poison will mean I get some stuff to really stick there.
So it's good Spider God, very good as well.
Yeah. If you cast it on spider riders, the spiders get it on 5 and 6
Yeah,
as
they
well.
do.
They've already got poison.
It's going to be hard to choose which ones you actually want.
Yeah.
So we're going to move into Itchy Nuisance now, which is another one that's cast on an 8. And I'll try and do this one. So it's a hex spell. It's a range of 24.
Yep.
I saw it was 24 for you with the book.
Damn it.
And basically you roll a d6 and the opponent subtracts the d6 from his movement and initiative scores.
Yep.
Is there any boosted value?
Yep.
I don't know the boosted value. Is it just
Oh
increased
no,
range?
sorry, no, there's not. There's just another sentence.
Oh, okay.
Troops with random movement reduce the number of dice they roll by d3 to a minimum of 1d6, and their initiative by d6.
It's a midway point between the higher and lower cast value of Melkoffs, in essence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Yeah, because
The random movement element is odd. So they reduce the number of dice they roll by d3. So if you are a 2d6 random mover, you just are a 1d6 random mover. That's very good.
Wait, yeah. Did you say reduces the number of
The
dice?
number of dice.
So
Not
if
the,
you're a 2d6 random mover, statistically...
to a minimum of 1d6.
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah.
So if you got even like if you have other orcs, Mangler they go down to an average, say, of maybe 1 dice movement.
Yeah.
As do
very
like
good.
hell pits and doom wheels.
Yeah.
Steam tanks, they can only put 1 steam point into it, or they.
Well, they put as many as they want.
Oh,
But
wait,
they
maybe
run
one.
into 1d6.
So
Yeah, whatever they put in there, that's going to be really weird, isn't it? They're going to have to then reduce that
yeah.
afterwards, I guess, yeah.
So a good control piece that helps dictate who has easy charges or is able to charge at all, if I'm honest.
This is really good on enemy chaff. We talked earlier about not letting the chaff knock out your manglers, not letting the chaff knock out your fanatics, and this is something that stops them doing that because they can't get into range and position to do it.
But even then, like most of these spells that reduce
Speaks
the
for
movement,
itself.
it's usually reduce your movement by D3. This is just D6.
D6, that's what makes it so good.
Yeah.
It's initiative as well. If you go initiative on elves, they're not getting rerolls in the ASF.
No,
Yeah.
On average.
not.
Like if you go down, so you get rid of 3 from their initiative, they're not rerolling against like
An alt.
well, no,
No, they are.
against say a goblin. I think goblins are initiative. Night goblins are initiative 3
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it.
because they're lower leadership and higher initiative.
Max is correct.
Yes.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
lucky.
Giant
'cause-
spiders and shit 4.
Oh. Anyway, yes. Itchy Nuisance. It's just another good control piece.
Yeah, good control spell.
We're going to move it now into Gork will fix it.
Gork's back.
Gork is back. This is the 5th time he's made an appearance.
Gork
He's
And
back and he's
Back
brighter
again.
than ever before.
it's cast on an 8, and this is basically just a carbon copy of Curse of the Midnight Wind. I think it is just a carbon copy.
Yeah.
The range is 24 inches. Your opponent is a hex spell. Your opponent must reroll dice rolls of 6 to hit, to wound, and armor saves.
Correct. The only difference is you can't boost it, and I'm pretty sure you can boost Midnight Wind.
I'll tell you the other thing that's a huge difference. I'm pretty sure Curse of Midnight Wind is cast on a 10, chaps.
Is it?
Maybe.
You have the rulebook there.
I do have the rulebook here. Let's dive. My Hawkmen.
Your arm went like that dangerously over the top of your Orcs and Goblins. Your Goblins, and I was like, please don't hit them.
Heavens. Curse of Midnight Wind is cast on a 10 plus.
So he's better than Curse of Midnight
It can
Wind.
affect all units within 12 instead, though.
Yeah.
It's 20 to do that. So I think we'll just
A lot.
stick with. No, I think the fact Itchy Nuisance is only an 8 is amazing.
Gork will
sorry,
fix it.
Gork will fix it. It's only an 8. It's
It's
amazing.
handy, and as you would know from Curse of Midnight Wind, it's handy and prevents effects that pop on 6s. King of Blow, Poison, anything like that. Just another solid spell.
Yeah.
Again, you've got to keep looking at the inter kind of lore synergy. You can even go further and look at both. You start looking at things like Fist of Gork, was it, from the first one, that ups the shaman's stats.
Strength and attacks.
Yeah, and then you start going, well, reroll your 6s to save. Well, you're tearing for his armour. Again, armour piercing in this lore. Tearing, reducing armour further, making them reroll the 6s.
The two laws mix and match very nicely. That's why I quite like running a level 4 in both laws.
Yes.
I think it does work quite nicely.
Yeah, I think it can work really well.
We're now going to move into Night Shroud, and finally we have a spell that's not particularly solid, in my opinion.
Yeah,
It's
this is the weak one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think.
This is cast on a 9, and it's basically the effects of the Bad Moon Banner without the Stubborn.
Yeah.
It pretty much is. So it's this. You get soft cover. It's a augment spell it's cast on a 9, range of 12.
No. Targets the shaman and any unit he's with.
Okay, so the shaman the unit with gets a soft cover, and any model charges in base contact with the unit starts dangerous terrain test.
Yeah.
You can boost it to affect
To
everyone.
affect everyone within 12.
12 inches, and the cast only goes up to
15.
It's not bad.
No, but again, the soft cover, like I think James said when we were talking about the banner, everyone who takes shooting ignores the hit modifiers, so that doesn't matter. And the dangerous terrain just doesn't affect enough people for it to really be worth it.
Do you know, if this affected,
The final 2 points I had there.
if this affected war machines,
Yeah.
in the same way that, say,
Storm
Fire's
Banner.
Protection
Like on a 4+,
or
yeah.
Storm Banner, any of those do. You'd be really looking at a spell that had real mileage, because you could protect, your more precious elements like your pump wagons and things like that with that boosted version. But no.
So he's probably the weakest spell in the lore, as these two have said. Soft cover is nice, only really against traditional shooting armies without war machines.
I would take this spell if I was fighting the Chaos Chariot list.
Yeah.
Or the Beastman Chariot list, where my opponent rocks up with like 8 chariots.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, 8 chariots. Time for some dangerous terrain checks. But I mean, that is really the only time I can see this being one I'd go for.
Or Savage Orc Ball Boys with additional hand weapons. Because they fail it on a 1 or a 2.
Oh, if that's what you were fighting?
Yeah.
Okay,
I thought he's away cutting it on that unit.
No.
And then finally we have Curse of Da Bad Moon. This is Da Bad Moon.
It is Da Bad Moon, yeah.
And this is cast on 15, and it's our big magical vortex.
It is.
It follows all the vortex rules except this one moves 46 inches. Like the initial.
Yeah, it's not like a artillery dice
so
times
you
something.
don't have the opportunity to actually hit yourself. You are hitting.
No.
You are going forward with this thing.
Definitely going somewhere.
So it's 46 inches, cast on 15. You can boost it to a large blast, and it goes up to a 25 to cast on that one.
It does.
But then it also has additional effects. So the original effect of this one, you roll a d3, and the d3 determines a characteristic in which the opponent has to pass or suffer a wound on the arm saves allowed.
Yes. So on a 1 on the D3 is strength, a 2 on the D3 is toughness, and a 3 on the D3 is initiative.
Yeah, and if you go for the bigger version, you get to pick
choose which one.
You get to pick which characteristic it is. The random characteristic hinders it a little bit at the beginning, but
There are armies that just hate all of those as checks, though.
Yeah.
Empire
Empire
don't really want anything to do with
Vampire
undead.
counts.
Vampire counts, yeah. Any
Kings.
see any undead.
Yeah.
really.
Even elves. The elves hate 2 out of 3 of those.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
still good against elves.
They're loving the initiative though when
Yeah.
that one pops.
They
Lizards are sort of the other way around. They don't mind the strength or toughness if it's like Saurus or Temple God or something.
But
Don't
certainly
want the
those
initiative.
kind of your Bretonians. When you think about your Bretonians, your Empire, both your undead armies.
Bretonians are base strength 3 and initiative 3, aren't they?
They are. Everything's 3s. Those are all kind of 3s or 2s.
Yeah.
Other Goblin armies as well.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out. Goblin heavy forces
only-
that you fight.
The only army you don't particularly want to take it against is Warriors. Because Warriors of Chaos have all the good stats for that one.
4, 4, and 5.
4, 4, 5.
But you know what? I'd go for the boosted one.
Mm.
I'd chuck it for a big block of Warriors of Chaos, because there isn't much in this book that's going to kill a third of a unit of Warriors of
No,
Chaos,
there is
potentially.
Yeah.
But the only thing is the other way to bear in mind is you need to remember that it's a wound of armor saves, not dead.
Not removed, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Not as good against like
if you're
characters
going
and
against
monsters.
ogres, characters, monsters,
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff, it could be good.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't take it against those.
No.
No.
You'd need to go for the big one on initiative, and you're only like doing wounds to them. You're not taking.
You'd probably
model
kill
blocks, so.
some of them.
Oh, you would. Yeah, definitely. You'd
It'd be
probably
better
kill
to invest
2.
your dice in other elements.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they say pretty good against average troops, like your state troops. Literally everything we spoke about: state troops, skeletons, elves in some circumstances.
Yeah.
Again, but you don't. The range doesn't boost.
New.
So you're only getting 46-inch range, which is an average of 14.
Yep.
I mean, if you watched the narrative report, you did see that James cast against me, it went down 30 odd inches into my lines. Right? Yeah. How do you not remember
I
that?
don't remember.
Oh.
I've slept since then.
It's also worth saying that because obviously it's a magical vortex, so it
Mhm.
remains in play. You roll each magic phase on the
Characteristic test.
tests
Okay.
on the table, so it could change every magic phase
So-
unless you boost it and then you choose.
So you pick every turn if you did the boosted one
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, there is a couple of other positive points with this one for me, which is you can do it whilst you're in combat, which is probably where it's going to do its best damage because you know you're hitting stuff.
You're definitely hitting something.
As Max said earlier, you can't nuke yourself with it,
No.
and also enemies can't voluntarily move through a vortex.
No.
No. It's
So
just,
although a 14-inch throw might not seem very good, you might not get to where you want it to get to, and an army like Warriors of Chaos might not care about the test. They're still not allowed
They
to
still can't do
volunteer
it,
to move
yeah.
through it, so they're still stuck where they're stuck,
Yeah.
and it still gives you a chance to Hand of Gulk some of your random movers
Yeah.
into potentially much more dangerous positions around them, or Doom Diver them.
Yeah.
the movement afterwards cast, what is it?
It moves 3d6 in a random direction, so it moves quite a lot in subsequent turns as well.
That's a big distance.
So it's not the best vortex, but it's certainly not the worst. It's not the worst.
Still tactical options with
Tactical
it.
options for it. It's
Yeah.
less like immediate effect than say a Purple Sun is or something like that.
I think the thing is, I think it's the sort of spell that a lot of people feel like they like as a unit killer.
It's not
because
really unit.
because it's not gonna like tear through all my characters, and I
Yeah.
will get like my magic resistance and things like that
Yeah.
against it. So people kind of feel a little bit happier with it in those terms.
So again, let's get the scores on the doors for the lore. We have a 3 for variety of spell types, 4 for the power and frequency of the lore attribute. It's a good lore attribute. 3 for average spell range, 3 for flexibility, 4 for average casting value, and 3 for the quality of the signature spell, which gives us a 20 out of 24.
Very high.
That's strong.
This actually, as though we was chatting earlier, we had the lowest average casting value
Yeah.
of every lore we've done, of any lore we've done so
Yeah, it
far,
does.
and we're not sure there's going to be one that is
That
actually
beats
lower
it.
than
No,
this.
it was 8.
8.2
Yeah.
With average
plus
cast value.
to cast.
So this is, out of the two, this is the stronger lore. Out of
Yeah.
the two, like just tactically, this is the stronger lore.
20 is a great score, mate. This is kicking up with some of the best laws in the
Law
game.
of life level.
Yeah, it's very strong.
And if you're looking for sort of more, you want to actually damage your opponent with your spells, then Big Waaagh is the way to go.
I definitely do think the way to go is combine the two.
Yes.
Whether
Well,
that's a level 4 on both, or it's a level 4 on Little Waaagh and a 2 on Big Waaagh, or the other way around. I think that depends what else you've got in your army.
I can see in my list, I could probably see a level 4 on Little Waaagh, 2 level 2s on Big Waaagh, one of them being a shaman with Lucky Shrunken Head,
Yeah,
and the
I can
other
see
one being holding like an obsidian lodestone or something like that.
yeah, I can see that.
I've got to say that I think that the interesting dichotomy with these two laws is they show the two ends of the Warhammer magic base and the kind of player base. You've got the Big Waaagh, which is all the kind of spells are for damage, and you've got the Little Waaagh, which is all the kind of spells are
Buffing,
for, you know,
buffing,
to
hexing.
improve units and win the game that way. And I think that in general, that the Little Waagh's got the higher score, and in general, I find that the buffing is always more powerful long term across a game than the
single
damage,
damage, yeah.
often is. However, the only thing that does stand out to me when we do this is that's a 20 that
Yeah.
Law's just got, that Little Waaagh. And I think if you had that in a different army book, it's definitely going to give you a 20 magic law performance. I do think that
And the units
as
it goes
great as this is, I'm still stuck with animosity. I'm still stuck with kind of the problems that those things bring. And as we've said a few times, I'm still stuck with Beyond My Savage Orcs having another really, really good combat unit. Probably looking at Squigs or Trolls, and they are very good.
But they're not the savages.
But they're not, they're not like that ability to have standards and kind of champions and things that I can use to do a myriad of tactical roles.
Yeah, they're not White Lions. They're not Nurgle Warriors of Chaos with Halberd.
They haven't even got to be that good. They're not like kind of having, demigriffs, great swords, and and a big unit halberdiers. They're probably not really as good as even that combination because of what I can do around it. So
Orcs and Goblins, they're a weird one in terms of the combinations you
I
have
think
to
the
get.
book lets that law down a little bit. Do you know what I mean? The law's ace, and I'd love to have
units you put it
access
on,
to that,
yeah.
but it's the kind of units that do it. But that's not to diminish it. I think it's a great.
I mean, there is a
choice.
way you can get the lore of the Little Waaagh outside. I know you can't. I know
No.
you can. No, I'm thinking of the Beast Waaagh from the end times
No.
with Grim Gore
and we're
the
not
orcs.
having it, no.
Because you might be able to take Little Waaagh and Ogres, which could be interesting.
That would be quite good.
So that's the laws out of the way, and as we just discussed, they are pretty different from each other. And that leaves us with just one final section left.
That's how Max looks at me, right?
It's happening. Scott can close the book. He's done. He's done a bit. I might get you to open up in a second.
Oh my! Come on!
Just to retain Gareth.
Come on!
Just to retain a side after my job. So this leaves us with just one section left, and that is sample army lists. We're here, finally at last. We're going to finish up with some sample army lists. And for the Greenskins, we have 3 2,500 point lists. One of them is completely uncomped mixed list. In short, what one of us take if there were no restrictions. If I can get those words
Just
out.
breathe, mate.
Get those words out. Which one of us would take if they're likely to take if there were no restrictions on what you can take. There's a lot of take.
Lots of takes.
A lot of takes.
Basically, if it's completely uncomp, no restrictions, this is roughly what one of us would
This
take.
is what Max would take.
This man gets it. You wrote this, so. And then we have 2 lists using the Triple Crown GT comp. One is an all orc list, and one's an all goblin list. Because I thought it was quite handy to have
Split them up.
to split them up.
Yeah.
Why not?
So the uncomped mixed list comes at $24.99. Not £24.
That's good value.
Not 2,499
That's
points.
how much Max is going to charge you to share the list with you. $24.99 and that list is yours.
I got one bid over there. 2 bids. Get on the phones. Who's on the phones?
I've got one on the internet.
Right, so this list starts off with Savage Orc Warboss, Bashers, Axe of Stunty Smashing, and the Obsidian Lodestone.
Classic.
Night Goblin Great Showman, level 4, Power Stone, Talisman of Preservation.
That guy he's a power dice.
All the magic dice. All the magic dice.
It's safe to say that because you can't choose a law, I'm not going to mention what laws there are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then we've got Black Orc Big Boss, BSB, Armour of Destiny with a shield, Savage Orc Shaman, level 1, Lucky Shrunken Head, 38 Savage Orc Biggins with full command and additional hand weapons, 40 Night Goblins with Muso, Standard, Netters and 3 Fanatics, 5 Wolf Riders with shields, 5 Spider Riders, 30 Squigs with 15 Handlers, 7 Trolls, 2 Doom Divers, 2 Rock Lovers and 2 Manglers.
Oh, that is a meaty list.
Yeah.
That's a -5, so it's not even the worst minus, to be honest.
No, it's not.
That's like you have to win by at least, what, 100 points? 200 points?
200 points
In each
per
of your
game,
games?
effectively, to offset that.
To offset it, so you only got to just not lose 200 points.
Yeah.
It's a real combined arms fight, and the Savages hold down the centre with the Trolls and Squigs on either side of them.
Yeah.
As I was going on about earlier on the video.
It's not far off Highlander.
No,
it's
it's
only
not.
the artillery and the Manglers.
Yeah.
They are a big loss.
They are.
Yeah, I
to
don't
make it
think
Highlander.
you could. I don't know if you could Highlander it exactly like that. I think you'd want to bring in some maybe some other type things.
Yeah, I think you'd bring in like a pump wagon. I think you'd probably bring in.
If you
maybe one or both of the chariots, the other chariots.
if the event you're going lets you use Squid Gobbers, which we haven't talked about, you could take a Squid
We
Gobber.
will do that.
We'll do that in a
Yeah.
future video,
Promise.
but they are good, and you do see them. But we are not.
I would
going to talk about them.
definitely have. If I was gonna do that,
Yeah.
I would have one Gobber, one Diver, one Lobber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gobber, Diver, Lobber. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then I'd swap a Mangler out for a pump wagon.
yes.
100.
So that's how you get it from -5 to -2. Savages, as I said, Savages hold down. The Goblin Shaman, as you alluded to, is just a magical powerhouse.
Terrifying.
He's pumping out all the dice. You got the Laura Little While, which we spoke about, with Sneaky Stealing, the magic mushroom dice he's getting around, and the Power Stone.
Yeah,
he's
terrifying.
pretty much just 1 dice in everything, or 2 dice. In
Yeah, I
all
mean,
stuff.
he can go, oh, I've got 2 dice left in my pool. Your opponent thinks, oh, he can't do a big spell. He can then literally throw 5 dice at a spell.
yeah, he
There
can.
you go.
What's
Your
the-
opponent's sitting there like, what?
Do you have to have a dice left to be able to use the Power Stone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've got to be honest. You could legitimately take 3, draw your opponent down to where you've got just the 3. They're looking and then go for a big bad moon under that combination with a 6 dice cast. That's
Upsetting though if you use the Power Stone and roll a 1 on your mushroom.
yeah. That's going to be the only drawback there. But
The mushroom is a risk.
that's strong. No scroll though, Max. You've
scroll.
gone bold with no scroll.
I often don't take scrolls on my list for whatever reason. These for
I think if you've got so used to not taking one
Yeah.
with the Warriors.
to be honest, it's not even
Man.
it's not even a consideration. When I made building on this, I'm like, oh, this is a Savage Orc Shaman, level 1. Oh, this the Goblin is going to take that. I was like, oh, there's no scroll.
I think if you wanted to be more defensively minded, you could drop the stone for it.
You could, yes.
But I think
Yeah.
that's a raw dominance list. That's looking to dominate in every phase.
Yeah.
It's got magical hitting power through the sky with the amount of raw casting
Dice
it
you're
can
going to
do.
get, yeah.
It's got really strong shooting.
Yeah, the shooting is just immense and devastating. Like Doom Divers will just wreck everything, lights and everything like that. Monsters, Rock Lovers are targeting the monsters, and the Manglers are just a nightmare. They have to be dealt with, and that's before they start dealing with the Savages or the Squigs or the Trolls.
Would you have the Night Goblins with Sword and Board?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. That's safe to say I would have given the sword a board.
Yeah.
Possibly spears, but that's because I own a lot of spear models.
Yeah, I think bows are also good in this.
Bows
Yeah,
is
I
a-
think
well,
bows
it's
are
all free. You can mix and match whatever.
They are, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all free. So that's the first. That's the uncomp list.
I really like what I like about that. Just to keep gnawing on it because I think it's great. Is there's definitely more core than you need there. I would have
Yes,
thought
there
with
is.
that amount of savages.
400. Yeah, it's about maybe 100 points more of course.
So you've got some wiggle to maybe have an 8th troll if you wanted, or to throw a
Yeah,
few
yeah.
more squigs in if you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the squigs are probably minimum number. I think I'd probably want at least
Well,
one
I'd
more
probably
troll.
want. Yeah, I was looking
But-
to try and
but
get 10, but it's points allowed.
Yeah, but I think again, like that's the beauty of it because you're using them as flankers and counter punchers anyway in that type of list. It's a really strong army. I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to fight that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Big
So,
fan.
so going from a strong list to not so strong. So this is going to go to the All Orc list, which comes at 2,493 points.
I feel like you definitely could have found 7 points somewhere.
You'd be surprised.
How many points is an Orc boy?
I don't have any Orc boys.
Betty.
I mean, that feels like a you problem.
Let's see what we've got then.
So this comes in with I wrote this. I
should hope you did.
So our lord is Azhag the Slaughterer, because after going through his deep dive, I actually quite fancied him in an army. I actually really did like him. Savage Orc Shaman, who's obviously a level 1 with Lucky Shrunken Head, just a Louis Shrunken Head.
I thought that was Lully Shrunken Head.
Louis Shrunken Head. Yeah, level 1 Shrunken Head, obviously. Savage Orc Big Boss, BSB Obsidian Lodestone.
Classic.
Savage Orc Biggins again. I'm assuming it's going to be about 38 Savage Orc Biggins, because I haven't really actually how many are there. I'm going to, because I think what I did, I copied the unit from the previous list. So it'd be about 38 Savage Orc Biggins. 2 units of 17 Savage Orc with bows and musicians and standards.
Okay, so Chaff Hunters.
I had to fill out the core, and I couldn't take any of the actual Chaff units. Because they
Yeah,
got
that can be okay.
Yeah. Then I have 3 Spear Chuckers with bullies, because they count as Orc units then.
Yep.
2 Boar Chariots with extra crew.
Okay.
10 Trolls this time, and then 2 Rock Clobbers with bullies as well.
Yeah, strong.
Okay.
So that's a +2 on the list. I went with Azhag because it means I don't have to take a Black Orc BSB to keep those big unit savages in line. And I'm not paying a comp point on the Black Orc Big Boss either. I'm actually getting a comp point for taking Azhag.
Yeah, you're getting more than one, aren't you, for Azhag?
No.
Does he not get plus for being on a monster?
No, non-spellcaster monsters.
Of course you spellcaster.
Yeah, he's spellcaster.
I know the pack. I only wrote it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So Azhag provides like the animosity rerolls, and I think is the main reason you actually want to take him, aside from the level 3 and death. Namely for the rerolls for the animosity. Again, there's lots of artillery, but bullies, so they count as Orc units for the comp.
Yep.
Trolls are an anchor for your army, because now there's 10 of them, you really do have to shift them. To actually put a lot of work into shift them with the Savage Orc Biggins.
They give you really good anti-armour in combat.
They do.
Which is something you're struggling with.
I'm struggling with
for anti-armour across your
the
list
lack of a
beyond
Doom
the
Diver,
lobbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's nice.
And then Law of Death is the great leveler here, as its list sometimes struggles against those sort of units.
Yeah, I
That's
think you're really lacking a scroll in this list because you don't have a level 4.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, possibly. But to be honest, I only have 1 wizard, so it's either Shrunken Head or Scroll. Or
But he's
swap
got
out.
magic res, so you can tank.
True.
He can tank that side of it up.
So you spoke to me about this list more. You said you'd probably swap out Azhag for Grimgor and Dark Mortals.
I think I might, but then I'd have to also find the points for a wizard. So I don't know if it ends up actually being
a completely different
quite
list.
different.
He does, because when I look at it, I'll just swap out Azhag for Grimgor. I can't, because I've got to find points to take the Immortals, and they've got to find points to get a wizard in there as well. You do have to change up the
the list
entirety
changes
of it.
quite a lot.
Yeah.
So I think that's much more. If I was writing an all-org list, I'd probably start with that.
With Grimgor.
But I
Which is
think
fair.
Look, it's a +2.
Yeah.
It's +2, yeah.
So
Then it's still got a big unit of Savage Orcs with a Lucky Shrunken Head.
and a death
And
wizard,
a Flying Death Wizard.
and a big unit of trolls, and 2 rock lobbers. That's really good for a plus.
3
list.
Spear Chuckers. Don't forget the Spear Chuckers.
I think that for a plus list, it's still got the ability
It's
to
got
cause
chops.
threat.
Yeah.
It's a bit rock paper scissorsy. Is my
No,
feeling.
yeah. But to be honest, if you take all Orc lists or all Goblin lists, they are that sort of armies.
Yeah, you're going to have very bad matchups.
Yes,
It's one I think people could fall into a trap against as well.
Mm.
They could come down on the table, be like, "Oh, he's got no goblins, he's no manglers,
So another
No fanatics.
fanatics.
you know, no fanatics. I think I'm all right here. Well, you know, he's only got level 3. I think I'm. And then all of a sudden,
You've got like 60 Savage Orcs in your face across those 3 units.
and all those trolls and the raining down rocks from the sky and
Chariots.
death
Still got
wizards.
2 Chariots as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
combat punch in that list.
So from the all Orc list, we're going to move into the all Goblin list now. This comes at 2,500 points on the nose.
Well done, you managed to spend all your points. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you, Matt.
Thanks, mate. We're going to start off with a Goblin War Boss, not a Night Goblin War Boss, because they have better leadership.
Right, okay.
That's what I'm
Makes
taking.
sense.
So Goblin War Boss, Armour of Destiny, Dragonbane Gem, the other Trickster Shard, and a Great Weapon.
Okay.
He's like 140 odd points.
Yeah, they are dirt cheap.
Super
aren't they?
cheap.
It's cheap. Again, we've gone for the Night Goblin Great Shaman, level 4, Power Stone, Talisman of Preservation. Just
Yeah.
more magical dominance. Goblin Big Boss, BSB, Spider Banner, Light Armour and Shield.
Yep.
Night Goblin Shaman, level 2, Dispel Scroll.
No, you put a scroll
I
in.
did put a scroll this time round. I thought, yeah, why not? 2 Night Goblin Big Bosses on Great Cave Squigs with spears and shields. These are, I'll get to that while in a
Yeah,
second.
they're quite annoying, aren't they?
46 Night Goblins with full command of bows, netters, and 3 fanatics.
That's a lot of Night Goblins.
There it is. 2 units of 40 Night Goblins with full command of shields, netters, 3 fanatics.
That's a lot more Night Goblins.
3 units of Wolf Riders with spears and shields. 3 units of 5, Wolf Riders, spears and shields. 2 Spear Chuckers, 10 Trolls, a Doom Diver, a Lobber, and a Mangler Sweep.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot in there. There's like going on 120 odd goblins.
Yeah.
And then some.
Yeah, there's about 130 goblins.
Yeah, +1 on this, and there are a lot of bodies. It takes from the first list, but you do lose the savages.
Yes.
Which is an issue. You do lose the savages, and you can struggle with heavy armour outside of fanatics and manglers.
Yeah, I think you'll miss the squigs in this list.
Yeah.
Yes. Probably
But
possibly.
you've got 10 trolls, which will do heavy armour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
they
will do heavy
will
armour
get
for
through
you.
the armour of the vomit, but they are...
And strength 5, lots of attacks.
Now we're going to... The Night Goblin big bosses, in my opinion, are fantastic chaff hunters.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're on a Great Cave Squig, so they get 3 wounds. Because the Great Cave Squig has 3 wounds. They get 3d6 random movement and re-roll it because they're extra...
Extra point.
No, extra
extra
point.
boing is the Squig Hopper rule.
Great Bounder. I think it's called Great Bounder.
Brilliant.
I believe it is. Or Big Bounder, whatever it's called.
Big Bounder. I want it to be Big Bounder, I've got to be honest. Love a bit of alliteration in my special
Place your
rules.
bets. It is Supreme Bounder.
Supreme Bounder,
no,
sorry.
no.
So Supreme, so they get to re-roll their random movement distance, which is pretty good to be
I'm
honest.
team Big Bounder.
And if the model charges, the entire thing has 6 strength 5 attacks and weapon skill 4.
Yeah.
Because you've got a spear on the charge and the
Yeah.
squig itself is strength 5 with 3 attacks.
They're versatile little things.
They are versatile. They're toughness 4 with a 4 arm save.
Yeah.
So just
They're also random mover on a square base.
they are.
Oh, they are, yeah.
So that it's very hard to
Railroad.
railroad them,
Almost
do a lot
impossible,
about
yeah.
them, you know?
Yeah.
In
So
the same way.
there's 2 of them and they cost like 80 points.
Yeah, I like Shield of Tolos on one of them.
Yes, yeah, you could take Shield of Tolos. But I think at the point in the run, I was trying to keep them as cheap as I could
Yeah, I can see that.
because they were just like not troll hunters.
There's a lot of
Chaff
like
Hunters,
fanatic-y stuff in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, there is. I think you'll miss the second Mangler.
Yeah.
I think I'd probably... I don't know. I might be tempted to break that big unit of 46 Night Goblins down into 2.
I put a 46 because I have the spider banner. So all those shooters now
Yeah,
poison.
so it's a like
Yeah,
a big
true.
block of shooting
True,
with
true,
poison, which I do like.
Yeah.
I do
So,
like that.
as I said, the trolls are now the main anchor of the army, though. So they have to be supported. Well, if that's with leadership, your leadership is only 7. Which,
Yeah, that is...
7 or 8. Double check for me. I don't know if they-
Goblin Big Boss.
Goblin
I think
War Boss.
Goblin War Boss is
War
at
Boss,
8.
rather.
It might be 8.
Where is Goblin War Boss? 8.
Yeah.
8, yeah. So there's leadership
Not
8. It's not
terrible.
awful. You have BSB as well. But yeah, it lacks punch in some regards, and it lacks some actual like staying power. You have a lot of steadfast, but if your leadership isn't great to begin with, it's full of steadfast.
Yeah.
I think I can see the concessions for comp in that list.
Yeah.
I think that's I can see it. I can see that it wants a second one of those rare
Yeah.
trio. It wants a second Lobber or Doom Diver or Mangler. I mean, ideally it wants all of them,
All of
but it
them.
probably doesn't want to spend that level of
You
comp.
could
Yeah.
drop the spear chuckers for another mangler.
Yeah, but I do like them as well. I think you've got a lot of core, probably more core than you need again.
Yeah, probably.
And I think that's possibly where I'd try and claim some of it from.
Yeah, there's probably not that much
Over.
extra. No, not really. Those units of Night Goblins are probably...
They're 260.
Yeah.
So that's 300.
So you are over by a good margin. They're 260 each unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, I suppose. So
So you're
520,
over
yeah,
by quite a
probably
wedge.
couple
Enough
hundred
that you
points.
could drop
Yeah.
the
Possibly.
sizes of them. I'd probably just drop them down to 20s. Keep
If you've got enough,
drop them to
dropping up
20s
20s or
and try it in,
30s.
but you will pay the comp for it. So that's really what
Yeah,
you've got
yeah.
to swallow up. And I can see that being a nice compromise to still have a plus comp score.
Yeah.
Which I think is good as well, because you're getting some of the work
Certainly
done
not to
for
be,
you.
yeah, certainly not to be overlooked.
So anyway, that's the Goblin list, which is surprisingly the one I thought was going to be running on the older Orc list more than anything else. But no, we like the Orc list then.
I think they're both.
They're all good.
Yeah, I just think with the Goblin list, because Goblins are so fragile, you see the concessions for comp far more than you see them with the Orc list, because you can always fall back on the great stats of the Orc.
Yeah.
You know, and I say the great stats, but
Better.
you know,
Better Goblin
I
than
can
Goblin.
fall back on that toughness 4.
Yeah. The war paint if they're
and
a
the
savage
war
orc.
paint if they're a savage orc.
Frenzy.
You know, the chariots having sort of good toughness and small base size and stuff. So you know, it's more to fall back on, isn't it?
So that's it. That's the 3 lists done then, and that's the deep dive
That's
done.
it.
That's it. It's closing statement.
We got there.
Closing statement time. So a summer trip into the Badlands has only cost us time and a couple of James's teeth as tribute to the various war bosses along the way.
James has lost enough teeth in the last 6 months, sir.
As it is known across the community, though, the Greenskins are an incredibly fun army to play and against, as the randomness is something pretty much unique to them, like the amount of randomness anyway. The Skaven sometimes are equal to, but they're not as fun as random as these other.
Yeah, I think it's much more army wide for Greenskins. Like
Yeah.
one thing goes wrong and it seems to poof,
Cascade,
like
yeah.
you know, across like a wave. Whereas for the Skaven, something could go wrong, but it'll be quite isolated.
Unfortunately, this randomness is a hindrance to the competitive army, as you can't really rely on the main units of your army if they're suffering from the likes of animosity. This requires a strong general to get the most out of them and to mitigate as much of the randomness as possible. So
yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of them.
And you know, to an extent, it does just come down to dice rolls.
Yeah,
The right dice rolls at the right time.
but that's what you get for playing a dice-based game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So the randomness, but as I said, the randomness is something you have to mitigate. If you can, you do quite well with them.
Yep.
If you can't get a handle on it, then
You are at the whimsy of the dice gods.
you are squig fodder.
Squeak fire.
Thank you for joining us today, and as always, feel free to give us your feedback on the socials, share your lists, and ask us questions. So head back tonight around Mustering Ground to check out all of our other exclusive content.
Bye, guys.
See you later, guys.
Ta-ta!
Remember to tag your friends and like, subscribe and share. Then head over to triplecrownwargaming.com and become a Knight of the Realm today.
What are you doing, mate?
Are you alright?
Do it for Warhammer!